Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was the symbiotic god of Avengers? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The sky shined from above, its petrifying light cascading down onto a construction site of a half-built skyscraper. Within the construction site, Peter Parker stood in his superhero costume, beaten and bloody, his suit torn and his mask ripped apart. The half-beaten young man known throughout his home city as the superhero Spider-Man growled with some difficulty as he gripped his webbing tightly, pulling on it as hard as he could in an attempt to separate Eddie Brock from the alien symbiote known as Venom. The young superhero had once been bonded to this symbiote. At the time, it was great. His life became easier and fighting crime was a cakewalk. But the longer he wore it, the more aggressive and angry he would become. And Eddie Brock was similar, a man who had lost his job, his girlfriend, and all because of Peter, who was affected by the symbiote. So once both Peter and the symbiote separated, it bonded to Eddie, making the super villain Venom. After several difficult moments of attempting to separate Eddie from the symbiote, Peter watched as he successfully pried Eddie from the alien and away from the manipulative goo. Smiling proudly, Peter felt proud of his accomplishment. Eddie was free, and the symbiote cannot fight back without its host. That's when his proud moments turned to shock and slight fear as the symbiote began to grow in size. It continued to grow and grow, now capable of moving without a host. With multiple metal poles surrounding the symbiote and a single one in hand, Peter slammed the poles against each other just as the alien lunged at him, causing the symbiote to screech as the sound waves became too much for it to handle. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter moved his hand above the hoverboard of the new Green Goblin, also known as Harry Osborn, which lay next to Peter. The board then launched a pumpkin bomb into Peter's hand, and the young hero clicked the activation button, causing the bomb to glow green, signaling its countdown. Beep, beep, beep. Eddie shook his head, his vision blurry from the sudden separation between him and the symbiote. Looking up, Eddie froze when he saw Peter holding an orange and green orb in his hand as it beeped as every second passed, slowly speeding up as it counted down. "Peter, what are you doing?" Eddie screamed out in fear and horror. Without responding, Peter threw the pumpkin bomb at the symbiote and watched as it landed within its tendrils, sticking to it like hot glue. "No!" Eddie yelled as he got up and jumped towards the symbiote without a moment's hesitation, attempting to rebond with the symbiote once more. Peter's eyes widened with shock and horror as Eddie went into the blast radius of the pumpkin bomb before he could even realize it. "Eddie!" Peter exclaimed and ran forward in an attempt to save him from dying alongside the symbiote. Roarkaboom! The symbiote roared right as the pumpkin bomb explodes, causing Peter to be nearly flung back as the explosion had temporarily blinded him. After a few moments, Peter looked back to see a single piece of the symbiote struggling to survive, but soon became limp as it perished. Eddie was gone, and so was the symbiote. Peter clenched his hands tightly, ashamed in himself that he wasn't able to save the one person who was manipulated by the symbiote as he was. Break! Within a forest in the middle of the night, a young boy can be found next to a tree with his knees curled up to his chest as he pulled himself into a ball. The sounds of sobbing echoed in the quiet forest as the full moon shines above him as the cries originated from the young boy. The young boy has raven black hair with dirty and damaged glasses. As the boy continued to sob, he failed to notice the slight distortion in the air near his vicinity. From the distortion, a small black goo appeared, crawling through the ground, struggling to survive. This small black goo was a piece of the symbiote that somehow traveled through reality after it exploded from the pumpkin bomb. Seeing that it only had a few minutes at most to live, the symbiote attempted to find a host only to see a young boy, alone and crying. Slowly, the symbiote crawled towards the young boy. As the symbiote climbed over a branch, it snapped, the sound echoing through the area, causing the young boy's head to snap up and look around in fear. And that's when the young boy saw the symbiote moving towards him. The boy's emerald green eyes widened in shock and fear. Before the symbiote was a young boy named Hadrian James Potter. Break! Hadrian saw the black goo move towards him, and without a thought, Hadrian attempted to run away from the goo, only for him to stand up and fall back down onto his ass, as his foot slipped on the leaves underneath him. With his heart racing, Hadrian pushes himself back, trying to get away from the black goo that seemed to make its way towards him, like a predator stalking towards a cornered prey. As the goo got closer, Hadrian felt his back hit one of the trees, and Hadrian watched as it moved closer and closer, reminding the raven-haired boy of a spider. With tears forming in his eyes, Hadrian covered his face, his arm accidentally hitting his glasses as he believed the strange goo was going to kill him. After a few moments, Hadrian felt the goo start to climb onto him, causing Hadrian to begin to hyperventilate, and tears began to fall down his face. Few seconds passed, and Hadrian noticed that the goo wasn't hurting him. And with a lot of hesitation, Hadrian slowly uncovered his face to see that the goo was on him, not doing anything, struggling to even move. That's when Hadrian realized that the goo was dying. Despite the fear, Hadrian gulped slightly as he attempted to pick it up. Hadrian watched as the goo slowly made its way up his arm, before wrapping itself around his bicep. Soon the goo began to spread throughout his body, leaving only the head untouched. As the goo covered him, Hadrian felt different. He felt comforted. The young boy couldn't help but be confused. Why was it wrapping around him? Why didn't it kill him? What is it, and how did it get here? As all those thoughts came to Hadrian's mind, the young boy froze as he realized something. Hadrian had realized that the goo was comforting him. It wanted him to feel wanted. As if it was rejected, Hadrian couldn't help but smile slightly. It felt like the goo was hugging him, like a parent comforting their child. Despite fearing the goo, Hadrian felt safe with it on him, like a baby holding a stuffed teddy bear in the night. He felt warm, and for the first time since he was forced to live with his relatives, Hadrian was happy. But then the young boy's eyes widened with fear. The Dursleys will find out about this goo and take it away from him. Sensing its newest host's worry, the symbiote slowly began to change. Hadrian watched in shock and awe as the black goo that covered his body slowly began to change, its gooey appearance becoming more detailed and smoother, soon turning into a darker version of the second-hand clothes he was wearing previously. Hadrian stared at the symbiote, wide-eyed with a gaping mouth. Despite the clothes seeming second-hand and darker than his previous clothes, he felt warm. His clothes felt nice and tight, unlike Dudley's second-hand clothes. Break! As the symbiote wrapped itself across the young boy's arm, it had then proceeded to go through Hadrian's memories, and it couldn't help but feel a connection with him. The symbiote had bonded with Peter and made the young superhero stronger, faster, better. It made Peter confident, which in turn turned his life around. He earned more money from the Daily Bugle, and his life improved. But the symbiote didn't like the way Peter saw the world. The symbiote saw how criminals got sent to prison only to break out again. Robbers and thieves were never a bother to the symbiote. They just stole, and as long as no one was severely hurt, it was fine. But when it comes to murderers, rapists, and the people like them, the symbiote hated them. Prison was a punishment for those people, and yet they escape, kill, or rape again, and get sent back to prison only for them to escape once more. Rinse and repeat. The symbiote just couldn't understand Peter's thought process when it came to these types of people. Why give those people another 30 chances, letting them kill the innocent before getting another chance to turn their life around only for them to spit it back into people's faces? People like the Green Goblin, who kill many innocents, should not be sent to prison to be given another chance. He should be put down, like the rabid dog that he was. But as the symbiote looks into Hadrian's mind, he can see a naive young boy who is being beaten just for being different. And the symbiote hated that. It felt a connection with Hadrian, both rejected and hurt by those who they cared for. The symbiote with Peter, and Hadrian with his blood relatives who should care for him, and yet do not. Looking back, the symbiote felt ashamed with what it had done to Peter after being separated. Sure, it was emotional and upset at being rejected. Being bonded to Eddie didn't make things better with the amount of anger that he held for Peter. But it didn't change the fact that it hurt Peter. Sure, they were compatible, but Peter just couldn't handle the aggression it naturally produced. Despite not liking the way Peter saw the world, it could still understand why he did it. But when the symbiote looked at Hadrian, it felt closer to him than Peter ever could have been. Not only is its host compatible, he also has a unique ability the symbiote had never seen before: magic. And as the symbiote began to bond with Hadrian, it felt Hadrian's magic study it, inspecting if the symbiote intended to harm its user. A few moments passed, and the symbiote felt its host's magic wash over it, unsure of what the magic did to it. The symbiote remained bonded to its host. That's when the symbiote sensed Hadrian's worry. Without hesitation, it began to spread itself across its host's body and began to change its form, turning into the clothes its host wore beforehand. The only visible sign of the clothes being different from its original was the darker color. The symbiote sensed its host stare at it in awe. Pride coursed throughout its being as its host was comforted by its action. Hadrian was comforted and happy. It protected its host, and the symbiote watched as the young boy stood up. The tears that once slid down the young boy's eyes were now replaced with awe. And with that, Hadrian returned to the Dursleys with the symbiote along with him. Don't look back. Chapter 1. Don't look back. Hadrian found himself on a plane with his family on their way to America. Hope filled Hadrian's thoughts as the Dursleys took him on their vacation out of the country. The glasses that Hadrian once needed were no more, now with perfect vision. Thanks to the symbiote's influence, Hadrian couldn't help but think that things were looking up, and it was thanks to the symbiote that he felt at peace. Upon landing, the Dursleys, along with Hadrian, went into a rented car and made their way to a hotel. After checking into the hotel, the group headed upstairs and entered their room. As Hadrian looked around, he couldn't help but hope that this might be a change of pace. His relatives might finally be nice to him and accept him. The hope bloomed when Hadrian found out he was given a bed in the hotel, a nice, comfortable bed with his own room. That hope continued to grow as he wasn't woken up early or forced to do chores upon the next morning. Time skipped. Hadrian groaned as the sun beamed into his eyes while he slept in bed. It has been a week in America, and it was the best week of his life. No chores, getting the chance to sleep in, and no beatings from Vernon. It was peaceful and perfect. "Freak, get out here. It's time to head home," Petunia yelled. Hadrian also noted the hint of excitement in Petunia's voice. Hadrian assumed that Petunia was excited to just go home, while the symbiote thought otherwise. The Dursleys treated Hadrian like shit. They hated him, and they still call him a freak. Something wasn't adding up, and it didn't like it. "Coming, Aunt Petunia," Hadrian called out before noticing the TV that soon turned off. It was the 31st of July, his birthday. He was now 5 years old. "Happy birthday to me," Hadrian thought with a small smile, the holiday still fresh in his mind. Following his relatives, the Dursleys booked out of the hotel and entered the car. Break. As the sun finally set across the horizon and the darkness of night consumed the sky, Hadrian found himself sitting in the parked car with both Petunia and Dudley while Vernon was in a nearby store. "Something isn't right, Venom," Symbiote thought as it noticed the small smile on Petunia's face. A few minutes pass and Vernon returned to the car. "Did you get it?" Petunia whispered to her husband. "Oh yeah, something isn't right, Venom," Symbiote thought as it saw Vernon smirk at his wife. "Yes, I did, pet," Vernon whispered back. "It better not have been expensive," Petunia hissed with anger in her voice. "Don't worry about it, pet. After this, we won't have to deal with any of the freak's freakishness," Vernon whispered. Hadrian heard this, his eyes widening slightly. "They wouldn't, right?" Hadrian thought in disbelief. With a deep breath, Hadrian calmed himself down, wanting to not jump to conclusions lest they be incorrect. As the family drove on the highway towards their destination, the airport, Hadrian remained on high alert. "I can't help but feel like something is wrong," Hadrian thought to himself as they continued to make their way through the highway. As the sun finally set and the stars began to shine across the sky, Hadrian noted that his cousin, Dudley, was staring at it with awe. The host of the symbiote, on the other hand, remained tense as he watched both Petunia and Vernon closely. That's when Hadrian's senses began to scream, his attention forcefully directed towards Vernon's jacket where a handle can be seen. A handle belonging to that of a gun. "They're gonna kill me," Hadrian realized. As the realization settled, anger began to grow. "They beat me, starve me, taunt me, and they call me a freak, and now they're gonna try and kill me. Not gonna happen," Hadrian thought as he clenched his fists tightly. Looking closely at Vernon, Hadrian noted that Vernon was becoming more excited as they continued further, his hands slowly getting closer to the gun. Hadrian knew that he wasn't going to have a life with the Dursleys that would be peaceful. If they were willing to kill him, then the Dursleys would have to be out of his life for him to be free. And it will happen. One way or another, Hadrian internally growled, his anger partially influenced by the symbiote's presence within him. Few minutes passed, and Vernon smirked darkly as his hand was now holding the handle of the gun tightly, the gun still remaining hidden within the jacket, as Vernon remained unaware of Hadrian's thoughts. As he looked around, Hadrian noted that the highway was empty, with the only car present on the road was the one they were currently in. The perfect chance to kill someone, Hadrian and Venom thought in unison. As Vernon slowly pulled out the gun, more than likely ready to either pull over and kill him, or just kill him right then and there and dump him onto the highway. But either way, Hadrian was ready. But unknown to Hadrian, so was the symbiote, willing, ready, and able to protect its host. As the shine of the barrel was revealed from Vernon's jacket, a black tendril shot from Hadrian's sleeve, grabbing the gun and ripping it from Vernon's hand and into Hadrian's own hand. Vernon! Petunia screeched as she saw Hadrian had stolen the gun. "You freak!" Vernon roared as he turned around, attempting to strike Hadrian with his unoccupied arm. Without hesitation, Hadrian aimed the gun at Vernon's head and fired. Bang! Vernon slumped onto the steering wheel with a hole in his head. Both Petunia and Dudley screamed in horror and fear, while shock and relief filled Hadrian's body. He wasn't going to be hurt anymore by Vernon. Never again will Vernon beat him. But soon that relief was replaced by panic as Hadrian realized the situation he was in, as the car was moving faster and faster. Hadrian then realized that Vernon's foot was on the pedal. Shit! Hadrian internally cursed for the first time in his life. Boom! The car crashed into something, causing it to flip over. Hadrian held on tightly to his belt as the car flew into the air, flipping across the highway several times, and before Hadrian knew it, his world was consumed by darkness. Break! Hadrian groaned as he slowly began to open his eyes, his ears ringing and his head throbbing. The young boy attempted to look around, his vision blurry as he felt something dripped up his head. As Hadrian came to, he realized that he was upside down. His vision beginning to clear, the young boy looked around. Hadrian froze when he saw the lifeless eyes of Dudley as his body was mutilated and crumpled into a disgusting pile of flesh, bones, and blood. He didn't put on a seatbelt, Hadrian realized. That's when Hadrian heard the sound of liquid splashing onto the ground. Petrol, Hadrian realized as he quickly released his seatbelt. Hadrian dropped onto the ground with a groan as he felt shards of glass stab his arm. With determination in his eyes, Hadrian pulled himself out of the car to see that it was upside down and completely destroyed. All of this could have been avoided if you treated me right, Hadrian thought, upset. Harry, help! The voice of Petunia caught Hadrian's attention as he saw his aunt in the car, her face bloody and her clothes torn. Hadrian scoffed at the fear in Petunia's eyes. "Oh, so you remember my name now, Aunt Petunia?" Hadrian asked sarcastically with a scowl on his face. Please. Help!" Petunia pleaded, causing Hadrian to notice the fire near the petrol. Being the kid he was, Hadrian went to go help Petunia before pausing. Unknown to Hadrian, the symbiote was stopping his movements, not allowing Hadrian to save his aunt. Soon anger began to overwhelm Hadrian once more as a dark smirk grew on his face, one that would not belong to a 5-year-old, but due to Symbiote's influence. The dark emotions that Hadrian felt for his family began to crawl to the surface as Hadrian smirked darkly at his aunt. "No," Hadrian growled as he went on one knee as he looked at his aunt. "I'm not going to help you." Hadrian chuckles darkly. What?" Petunia asked, scared and shocked. "You're going to die here, Petunia. You're going to perish alongside your family," Hadrian stated as he reached towards Petunia, his hand passing her and grasping the wallet that lay in the dashboard. "Please! You can't leave me like this," Petunia cried as tears flowed up her face. Hadrian watched Petunia beg, and he felt powerful. He felt in control. "Goodbye, Petunia. Too bad you won't see my mother in the afterlife. They don't let freaks in, as you said. Have fun in hell with your freakish family." Hadrian smirked as he stood up and began to walk away. "Please, don't leave me. I don't want to die," Petunia begged as she watched her nephew walk away, leaving her to die. Dash. Boom. The car exploded, the fire engulfing the entire car, leaving the silhouette of Hadrian as he walked, as Venom slowly began to change its form from the second-hand clothes it copied. Now wearing a black zipped-up leather jacket with black jeans and a black undershirt, Hadrian walked away from the destruction. His life is now taking a completely different turn than what many would have expected. Break. Hadrian sat outside in a dark alleyway, a box of pizza in front of him as he ate another slice. It tastes really good, Hadrian thought to himself as he ate pizza for the first time in his life. Inside Vernon's wallet was a few $100s, enough to last him a week, maybe even two if he's smart. But where will I get more money? I don't have a job, and I can't steal it because I don't know how to steal, Hadrian thought to himself. Before Hadrian could plan, he saw an image in his mind. A masked man in a red and blue suit with a black spider symbol on his chest swinging across a city, stopping crime. But what Hadrian noticed from the image was that certain crime bosses had large amounts of money as the spider-themed superhero fought them. That's it. I can fight crime and take some of the criminals' money to feed myself, Hadrian thought triumphantly before reality settled in Hadrian's mind. Damn it. I can't do that. I don't even have powers, Hadrian cursed himself only to feel something smack him in the face. Confused and surprised by the strike, Hadrian looked over to see a black tendril in front of him. Shocked, Hadrian looked down to see that the tendril was originating from his clothes. It had just smacked him, but that's when it clicked. That's it. If the goo can help me fight crime, then I can survive on the streets, Hadrian thought with a bright smile. Now how do I fight crime without getting arrested? The last thing I want is to go to an orphanage. The Dursleys said that they wouldn't want a freak like me, Hadrian says to himself, slightly saddened before he realized something. He wasn't a freak. The Dursleys were. And when Hadrian was being beaten by the Dursleys, the adults that Hadrian had pleaded for help had told him off, believing whatever the Dursleys had told them about him. Yes, he didn't need their help. He was going to help himself. The adults were useless. He could only rely on himself if he wants to survive in this cruel world. Now how do I get a costume? Hadrian wondered, only to watch in shock as his clothes began to change. Where Hadrian once stood now was replaced by a muscular man in a black suit with a giant white spider symbol on his chest, its legs, joining up with a replica of the spider symbol on his back, A.N. Spider-Man's classic black suit. Wow, Hadrian says in awe only to pause as he sounded like an adult. As Hadrian looked at himself, he realized that the goo was more than what he believed it to be. Despite him appearing older, Hadrian knew that the suit was not making him older. He felt like he was in a power armor, piloting it while the suit did everything else. Okay, I want to go back to my regular clothes, Hadrian thought, and watched in awe as the suit began to become smaller and returned back into his regular clothes. Now that is cool, Hadrian says in excitement. Time skip. Hadrian took a deep breath as he found himself in his vigilante outfit, classic Spider-Man black suit, standing on top of a rooftop as the stars shined in the night sky. A week has passed, and money has begun to run low. Spending time in the suit, Hadrian had learned that while wearing it in its superhero form had made him stronger, faster, more agile, and he had gained multiple other abilities from the symbiote's previous host. Not that Hadrian knew. One of the many abilities the young boy had gained was that he was capable of making webbing like the man in the red and blue suit did, but instead of regular white webbing Hadrian's, webbing was black. The young boy also learned he could stick to walls, and had also received what he had begun to call a spider sense. It was the same thing that caused Hadrian's senses to scream, and for him, to see the gun in Vernon's jacket. So with a few days of practice, Hadrian was ready for his first night of being a vigilante. With a deep breath, Hadrian let himself fall off of the rooftop. Hadrian's heart raced as he plummeted to the ground. Raising his hand up as he fell, black webbing flew from his wrists like the man in the red and blue suit did. Hadrian saw the black web shoot for his wrist and attach itself to the building. Hadrian laughed as he began to swing. Releasing the web at the end of his swing, Hadrian flew into the air before he fired another web to a building. The black web attached to the building, and Hadrian swung once more. Ha! What? Hadrian cheered. His voice altered, making him appear and sound as an adult man. Hadrian laughed as he swung from building to building. Realization had finally settled in for the young boy. He was free. He was actually free. No more Dursleys, no more beatings. He was free to choose who he wanted to be. As the night progressed, Hadrian began to swing with confidence. Occasionally running on the side of the building and occasionally 360 spins, but he wasn't confident enough to do backflips, let alone any flips yet. "No, please." The voice of a woman begged before a slap echoed throughout the area. Hadrian paused and attached himself to a wall, watching what was happening. "Give me the money." A man in a mask growled as he held a gun in his hand, pointing it at a woman. "Please, I have kids." The woman pleaded as the man held her at gunpoint. The man snarled, his posture tense and his eyes filled with anger. "Give me the money." The man snapped, pointing the gun at her. Without hesitation, Hadrian shot a web at the man and pulled him up off the ground before webbing him against the wall, several stories above ground. Hadrian looked at the woman and dropped down, landing gracefully despite landing on concrete, and stood up, his head turning towards the woman. "Are you okay?" Hadrian asks, his voice still altered to appear as an adult. The woman stared at Hadrian in shock. She was a beautiful woman with graceful blonde hair and a shapely body. "Thank you," the woman says with a bright smile. "No problem. Head on home," Hadrian says as he prepared to leave. "Wait!" the woman yelled, and Hadrian looked back only to feel her lips on his masked cheek. "Thank you," she says before running off. Hadrian stood there in shock, before slowly touching the cheek that she kissed. Thump! Hadrian looked at the ground to see several wallets. Looking up, Hadrian saw that they had originated from the man from above. "Looks like I got some money to feed myself now," Hadrian thought to himself as he walked towards the wallets, looking through the wallets to find that the man had stolen a total of $1,623.25. Hadrian smirked to himself as he took $400. The young boy wondered how he was going to hide the money as he held it in his hand. Just then the suit engulfed the money in its goo and took it into the suit, shocking Hadrian. "So the suit can store items. That's good. Don't want people to know that I take from those I stop," Hadrian thought as he put the wallets on the wall before trapping them in his web. The rest of the night, Hadrian swung around only to find no crime to handle. Hadrian sighed as he sat atop a rooftop, watching as night began to end. Hadrian then noticed a warehouse not too far from him. Jumping off the rooftop, Hadrian began to swing towards the warehouse. Landing on the outside of the warehouse, Hadrian began to crawl towards the window and looked inside to see that it was completely abandoned, cobwebs covering the corners and dust layering the floors. Despite those minor things, it was a perfect place for Hadrian. A rooftop over his head sounded perfect. Entering the warehouse, Hadrian looked around. In the warehouse, there were 2 floors. The first floor is where it seemed the majority of the items were stored, while on the second story, there was an office and some extra storage space. In the office was an old but still functioning cushion chair, as well as a wooden desk. This is probably the best place to stay for the moment, Hadrian thought, as the symbiote began to return back to its previous outfit. With a yawn, Hadrian sat on the chair and pushed the chair back, allowing the black-haired boy to lay back comfortably. Slowly, Hadrian's eyes began to droop, the adrenaline of the night leaving his body. "I can get used to this," Hadrian thought right as unconsciousness claimed him. Time skip. It has been a month since Hadrian started fighting as a vigilante. With the money Hadrian took, he found himself when stopping criminals gave him the ability to eat whatever he wanted, allowing Hadrian to start to recover from the malnutrition due to the Dudley's treatment. And with running around fighting crime, Hadrian also started to become a lot healthier and fitter. Hadrian sat outside, eating his food. The weather was starting to become colder as winter began to approach, but thanks to the goo, which Hadrian learned was called a symbiote, help kept him warm. Thanks to that, Hadrian didn't have to worry about getting clothes for the winter. During his time crime fighting, Hadrian discovered that the longer he had the suit, the more powerful he could become. Now with the ability to use a symbiote tendril to pull criminals towards him made it easier should any criminals use a hostage. Fighting was starting to become easier with both experience and his constant increase in power the longer he wielded the symbiote. After getting used to the power increase that the suit provides, Hadrian was finally able to hold back enough power to not kill any criminals on a single hit. Figuring out my increased strength while wearing the suit was not fun, Hadrian thought, annoyed. Flashback. Hadrian took a deep breath as he stood in an abandoned building, its walls on the verge of collapsing. "Okay, let's do this," Hadrian says to himself as he puts his hand on the wall while wearing the suit. Hadrian watched as his hand stuck to the wall, and with that he slowly pulled himself up, placing another hand above his head. Soon Hadrian began climbing up the wall. "Ha! This is awesome," Hadrian cheered as he climbed on the wall like a spider. As Hadrian continued to crawl around, he eventually hopped back down and got ready to head out for his first night of crime fighting. Heading towards the door, Hadrian grasped the handle and turned. Dink, the handle snapped. That's not supposed to happen, Hadrian says to himself as he stares at the handle. Looks like I have to learn how to hold back, Hadrian thought to himself. Staring at the handle that was once attached to the door, now having to learn how to hold back his physical strength pushed back his first night in crime fighting. Flashback end. And I had to be careful even after starting my first night. Couldn't punch anyone due to my lack of control, so I just webbed them, Hadrian thought as he threw his trash into the bin. Hadrian walked on the sidewalk, his mind occupied by thoughts on how to pass the time until nightfall. Stark Industries have been continuing its legend as the #1 weapons company in the world, with Tony Stark being commonly referred to as the Merchant of Death. The American military has once more purchased more advanced weapons to further support America in its mission for world peace. The TV in a nearby store was on the news channel as a man in a tuxedo was informing the viewers on whatever Stark Industries were doing. World peace? BFF. As if Hadrian thought, shaking his head. The world is a cruel place. If you have what it takes, then you can survive. If not, oh well, the ones in power get to duck you over, Hadrian thought, disgusted by how the world worked. It's always about chance, which is soon followed by ambition, willpower, and cunning. If you have shit chance, then your journey might end before it even begins. Poor family? Well, you're going to have very little education, making it harder to get a good-paying job. Have a rich family that owns a multi-billion-dollar company? Well, you're going to have the time of your ducking life. Life always starts with chance, and it's what you do with what you got that determines your strength, Hadrian thought to himself as he made it back to the abandoned warehouse. His home. The journey before him will be long and difficult. But he is ready, and he wasn't alone. A family. Chapter 2, A Family. Swinging in the darkness of night, Hadrian was celebrating his 6th birthday by crime fighting. With all the fighting and eating more to have the energy to fight, the malnutrition caused by the Dursleys was now a thing of the past. With the swinging, jumping, running, and fighting, muscles slowly started to form on Hadrian's body. Not enough to be visible, but if looked at closely, you can see signs of it beginning to grow. Hadrian growled as he found himself searching for a lead on the children's fighting ring. Kids who were taken off the street and forced into matches for the amusement of sick bastards. Get a move on. We need to get moving. A voice orders, and Hadrian looked to see a group of men entering an abandoned school building, which is several stories high. Interesting. I wonder what they're doing, Hadrian thought to himself as he swung towards the school. Break. Crawling on the ceiling, Hadrian slowly follows the men as they traverse the school. What are we even doing here? The first thug asks, annoyance laced in his tone. Would you shut up? The leader hisses angrily as the group walked through the hallways of the school. There's no one even here, man. Chill out and explain what's going on, the second thug asks, annoyed. Fine. The leader snapped. The boss wants us to collect a shipment that was left here by one of his contractors, the leader answered, summarizing it in as few words as possible. Okay. Geez, no need to get cranky, the second thug says, taken aback by his leader's anger. Bet he's cranky because he lost a bet on one of the fights with. What was that kid's name again? The third and last thug asks. I believe his name was Red. Weird name, but whatever, the first thug shrugs. Yeah, Red, despite being a kid, he's a beast when he fights, the first thug says, awe in his voice. Shut it. The leader snapped as he continued to head deeper into the school. Kid fights? They must have some involvement with the children fighting rings. That means they can point me in the right direction. Whether I beat it out of them or not, Hadrian thought with a growing smirk. Looking at the group, Hadrian crawled above the fourth thug, who was at the far back of the group. Dropping down, Hadrian covered the thug's mouth with his hand and pulled him up towards the ceiling, where Hadrian covered him in black web, leaving him stuck to the ceiling. All of this in the span of a few seconds, too fast for any of the group to hear, let alone see. While the group, now a trio, remain unaware of their missing member, they eventually reach their destination on the 3rd story of the building. What is it? The second thug asks, confused. We are supposed to retrieve it, not investigate it, the leader snapped. In front of them was a metal large box with a large lock on the top. Let's get this over with, the first thug sighed as he made his way towards the box with the second thug beside him. Good. Now I need all 3 of you to dash. The leader paused as he looked back. The 3rd thug missing. Where the hell is John? the leader exclaimed. From above, Hadrian dropped down between the first and second thug before grabbing both their heads and slamming it against each other. Hearing the sound of bodies hit the ground, the leader turned around to see Hadrian in his black suit. Who are you? The leader stuttered, Hadrian's appearance scaring the leader. I am someone you should fear, Hadrian says, his voice deeper and more mature due to the symbiote's influence. But who I am shouldn't be what you should be worrying about, Hadrian says as he lunged towards the leader, Hadrian's hand grasping the leader's neck. Smash! Hadrian slammed the leader against the glass, causing it to shatter, shards flying out and landing on the ground below. The leader now found himself dangling from the outside of the school building, with Hadrian's hand strangling him. It's yourself that you have to worry about, Hadrian stated. What? Do? Why you? Want? The leader struggled to speak out as his entire body was held outside of the school building. Where is the children's fighting ring? Hadrian demanded, his voice altered, making him seem like an adult. I don't know. What you were talking about. The leader says, only to choke when Hadrian tightened his grip on the leader's neck. Don't lie to me, Hadrian snarled, his mask's eyes narrowing in anger. I don't know anything. The leader struggled to speak. Then I guess you are of no use to me then, Hadrian stated as he began to loosen his grip on the leader's neck. Panic began to overwhelm the leader, and it was only a matter of time before he croaked. Okay, I'll tell you. Just please pull me back in. The leader begged. Tell me, or my grip might just slip, Hadrian replied, releasing his grip on the leader before grabbing him by the collar as he began to fall, halting the leader's descent to his death. Okay. The children's fighting ring is at 12th Avenue Park. This is a place I just came up with, so I don't think it means anything, hopefully. If I find out you're lying, then I will come back to kill you, Hadrian growled as he pulled the leader back in before webbing him up to the wall. And with Hadrian's attention on saving the captured kids, Hadrian jumped out the window, completely forgetting about the box that was left behind. Break! Hadrian released his grip on his web at the end of his swing and landed on the side of the building and stuck himself to it. In front of Hadrian was an abandoned apartment complex, but Hadrian noticed that there were several people sneaking into the complex. So without any further thought, Hadrian shot his web, which attached itself to the complex, and he swung towards his objective. Once sticking to the wall, Hadrian began to crawl down the building, following the suspicious individuals as they made their way into the building through a hidden entrance. Bingo, Hadrian thought with a smirk as he found himself crawling on the ceiling of an underground tunnel, the dim light leaving Hadrian in the darkness, hidden from those who handle the illegal children fighting ring. People never really look up, Hadrian thought with a smirk as he climbed above several guards as he continued to make his way through the underground fighting ring. The walls were made of stone, and floors covered in dirty and stained carpet, signs of lack of care from both the owners and the people gamble. Just what kind of people come here? Is it criminals or those higher up in the society circle, Hadrian thought to himself as he crawled. Soon Hadrian heard the sound of people cheering. As they began to get louder, light began to shine at the end of the tunnel. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, Hadrian noticed that the ceiling was a lot higher than the tunnel, causing him to climb up the wall before reaching the ceiling. Looking around, Hadrian saw that in the center of the room was a pit where a pair of kids could be seen fighting. Hadrian clenched his fists as he saw the bastards cheer, as both kids were forced to fight each other until one of them was unconscious or too weak to fight. Bastards, Hadrian thought with a scowl on his face, as his mask's white eyes narrowed in anger. Break! Venom, or the Symbiote, had spent an entire year with Hadrian, and Venom will admit that it was the best year of its life. The fighting, the adrenaline, and watching Hadrian grow made it feel proud, like an older brother helping their sibling achieve something incredible. But Venom watched as Hadrian began to follow criminal after criminal, searching for the ones responsible for the children's fighting ring. But what fascinated Venom was that Hadrian could control the anger that it naturally brought out, and he directed it towards the right people. Unlike Peter, Venom and many others of its kind had many ways to keep themselves fed. Brains was one, or chocolate, but strong emotions was another, such as love, excitement, and anger. And Hadrian had much anger to enjoy. Hadrian used the anger he had against the criminals. Knowing how to hold back was what surprised Venom. Peter was the best host before Hadrian came along. He was selfless even when he was suffering because of those bastards. Dickovich, that annoying idiot that would not stop asking about rent, and Jameson. And yet Peter never killed, never stole. But Hadrian, on the other hand, he killed his own family. Granted, they were bastards, but still. Hadrian stole from criminals. Yes, they were criminals, but he still stole. But something that confused Venom greatly was that Peter was unable to handle the aggression that it naturally brought out, while Hadrian was nowhere as severely influenced. Sure, Hadrian had his moments of shit moods, but nevertheless, he was able to control that anger. Peter was basically the perfect naive hero. He never killed despite what some of the criminals have done. He never took from criminals to help himself. He was pure-hearted. And yet Peter couldn't handle the anger. But Hadrian, on the other hand, was nearly Peter's opposite. He killed the worst of the worst, such as his relatives, rapists and child rapists and molesters. Hadrian stole from criminals with the goal to keep himself fed and strong, so that he can keep on fighting the worst of the worst and protecting the innocent from them. But unlike Peter, Hadrian could handle that anger, control it, direct it, but never too far unless they deserve it. It honestly confused Venom. But in Venom's eyes, Hadrian was the perfect host, even more than Peter ever was. And Hadrian was only 6. Break. In a dark room, 3 large prison cells can be found. Each one contained many individuals, but these individuals were not deserving of their current placement. They were children. In these cells were children. All of the children in these cells were forced into the children's fighting ring against their will, taken off of the streets, or bought off by drug or alcohol-addicted parents/relatives in exchange for money. But one child in particular sat in the corner. His hair was jet black, and his eyes were blood red. This child had no name and was called Red by everyone he knew due to the color of his eyes. Red sighed as he looked at the bars of his cell, the kids all around him, either resting/recovering or just talking to each other to pass the time. Standing up, Red walked towards the bars of his cell and looked at the cell next to his violet. Red softly called out. Inside the other cell was a beautiful black-haired girl with beautiful violet eyes. She is the twin sister of Red. Hearing her brother, Violet moved towards the bars of her cell and saw her brother. "Hey," Violet greeted with a sad smile. "Are you okay?" Red asks, worry etched in his voice. "I think so," Violet answers, fear in her voice. "We'll get out of this." "I know it," Red stated confidently. "I hope so, brother." "I hope so," Violet replies with tears forming in her eyes. In Violet's cell was many other girls. Unlike her brother, Violet was not forced into fights, but prepared to be sold off as a sex slave upon reaching the age of 15. Watching as girls are taken away, never to be seen again, to new girls being put in her cell, Violet was afraid for her future. "Hee. Look what we have here," a male voice causing all the children to look over to see a pair of guards enter the room. "Yeah, they think they can escape." The other guard chuckles darkly, seeing Red comfort his twin. "It's so cute. They hold hope that they will be free." The first guard taunted, with a laugh after his taunt, amused by the children's suffering. Thud! A dark figure lands behind both guards, falling from the ceiling, surprising both the guards and the children. Just as the guards turn around, dark blades pierce through their chest before they were lifted off of the ground with ease. Attempting to grasp the blade that pierced their chests, the guards stare at the figure with horror, before they slowly became limp and their eyes dulled as the life drained out of them. The children shook with fear as the figure threw the guards off of its blades before looking directly at them. As the figure walked towards the cells, Red stared at the figure as they stepped into the light. The figure was a man in a black skin-tight suit with a giant white spider symbol on his chest. "Jesus, how many of you are there?" The man in the spider costume says to himself, shock in his voice. "Hey, are you here to save us?" Violet asks, hopeful, standing at the bars of her cell. The man kneels and looks at Violet. "Yeah, I'm here to get you all out of here. But first I need to kill all the bastards here before I can free you," the man states with a slight growl at the end. "We can help you," Red states firmly. The man sighs and looks at Red. "I can't have you fighting grown men. I'm sure you're used to fighting kids your own age, but I can't have you fighting grown adults. Relax, and when it's clear, I'll let you all out," the man states as he stood up. "Wait!" Another voice calls out. It was a girl with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. To everyone, she is known as Sapphire. "Original, I know, but it's the same with me," and Violet Red thought to himself. "Yes," the man asks, his white eyes narrowing slightly. "What's your name?" Sapphire asks with a slight head tilt. The man chuckles. "Call me Spider-Man." Spider-Man introduced himself before he turned around and raised his hand towards the door, and a black web shot from his wrist, attaching itself to the door, and Spider-Man pulled himself towards the door before kicking it, completely obliterating it with a single kick. Those were steel doors, Red thought, in complete shock. Break! Hadrian growled angrily as he ran into several more guards. He had spent the last 5 minutes going through the complex, killing guards and gamblers left and right. Hadrian's senses screamed, all of it directed towards the guns in the guards' hands. As the bullets flew towards Hadrian, the world around him began to slow down. And with superhuman speed and agility, Hadrian dodged and flipped over the bullets before landing on all fours. The guards stared at Hadrian in shock and ejected their magazines, attempting to reload as fast as they could. With narrowed eyes, several tendrils sprouted from Hadrian's suit, grappling all the guards before they were pulled towards him. Hadrian jumped in the air, kicking all of them in the face before using the tendrils to slam them into the ground, killing them from the force of the impact. If you recognize what move that is, then I ducking respect you, because I'm going to use a lot of those moves from that Spider-Man game as Hadrian gets older. As Hadrian looked around him, he couldn't help but smirk darkly as he focused his senses, which Hadrian had dubbed Spider Sense, to locate any living guards. Hadrian was able to locate only one guard still alive, though only barely, and so making his way towards the guard, Hadrian grasped the man's collar, bringing him face to mask with him. Your boss! Who is he and where is he? Hadrian growled as his eyes narrowed. His name is Bill Cosby, and he is off to plow your mother, the guard retorted, spitting blood onto Hadrian's mask. Hadrian pulled the man's collar, forcing his head up, only for it to hit the ground as Hadrian smashed his fist into the guard's face. I won't repeat myself. Who is your boss, and where is he? Hadrian demanded, roaring in the guard's face. Only boss Amy is me, the guard stated, only for another fist to strike his face. You want teeth? I want answers. Hadrian roared, punching the guard in the face once more. That was a reference. If you know where it's from, you're a legend. I always love that line. What makes you think I will tell a lunatic like you? Running around in a spandex, the guard asks, laughing at the end. Hadrian snarled and he raised his hand, and the symbiote created a blade. I will cut you up piece by piece until I get what I want, Hadrian growled, bringing the blade towards the man's eye. Okay. I will tell you. The man screams out in fear, as the blade was just millimeters from his eye. Who are you working for? Hadrian growled. Malfoy. I am working for Braxton Malfoy, the guard answers fearfully. With a huff, the blade returned back to the suit, but immediately after Hadrian punched the man in the face so hard that his skull caved in, killing him immediately. I got myself a target, Hadrian thought to himself, as he gazed at the blood and damage he had caused to the area around him. Break! Hadrian smiled as he watched all of the kids he freed run around the streets, laughing and cheering. Thank you so much, Mr. Spider-Man, one of the kids says with a bright smile. Don't worry about it. Just make the most of your life, Hadrian says with a smile. The kid nods their head excitedly before running off, joining up with their friends. As the children began to leave, Hadrian noticed 4 children that had yet to move to leave. You for all right? Hadrian asks, worried. Yeah, we're fine, thank you, Red says with a smile as he comforts his sister, Violet. That's good to hear. Just find the police station, and I'm sure they will find you a new home. Best of luck to you, Fringe, Hadrian says as he begins to leave. Wait! Violet yells, causing Hadrian to pause and turn to Violet. What's wrong? Hadrian asks, worried. You can't leave. Please don't leave us, Violet begged, causing Hadrian to sigh tiredly. Look, I'm sorry, but my life is incredibly dangerous, and I can't have you be involved. It's just too dangerous. Goodbye, Hadrian states as he shoots a web at one of the building which attaches itself onto a window, and Hadrian pulls himself up into the air. You can't! Violet screams in despair, causing a wave of energy to explode from her body, destroying all the windows and causing the window that Hadrian was swinging on to shatter, causing the vigilante to fall onto the ground. Rolling on the ground to avoid hurting himself, Hadrian turned to look at the kids. His mask's eyes widened, displaying his shock. Spider-Man, we know your life is dangerous, but we all have this weird ability. We can't really control it yet, but we can help you, the 4th child, a male with dirty blonde hair and gray eyes, says with determination in his eyes. Hadrian sighs and stands up. My life is a lot rougher than you think, Hadrian warns them. We can handle a tough life, Red states firmly. Hadrian sighed once more and began weighing his options. These are just kids, but from what he had seen from the girl was real, then they might have unique abilities as well, and if they were telling the truth, then maybe they could harness it, control it. Very well. But you will not be joining me on patrol. That's a me thing, Hadrian states firmly. As long as we can help, I'm fine with that, Sapphire says with a bright smile. Very well, Hadrian says, knowing that arguing with them would be no point. Okay. Well, I'm Red. Red introduces himself. Black hair, red eyes. I'm Violet. I'm Red's twin sister. Violet introduces himself. Black hair, violet eyes. I'm Sapphire. Sapphire introduces herself. Blonde hair, sapphire eyes. And I'm Sebastian. Sebastian introduces himself. Dirty blonde hair, gray eyes. Hadrian sighs, and his suit slowly begins to return to its original leather jacket and pants. All four children watch in shock as Spider-Man was revealed to be a kid their age. I'm Hadrian. Nice to meet you. Hadrian greets with a smirk. All four children stare at Hadrian in silence. YEA I. The four scream in shock as they realize that the adult that had saved them was in fact a kid their age. Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Hogwarts. Now, one thing I will need to point out about this story is that this was inspired by Just Board 21's story, I Am Not a Hero. Now, other than a few bits and pieces of the character's childhood being the same, this story will not go the same way as I Am Not a Hero. But if you have time, check out I'm Not a Hero. It really is a great story. September 1st. Today, Hadrian Potter was going to Hogwarts, despite the fact that the young vigilante didn't have any desire to go. And sadly, it turns out that both Violet and Red were born a bit too late to go to Hogwarts, with their birthday being September 17th, 16 days after Hadrian leaves for Hogwarts. While Sebastian's birthday was September the 28th and Sapphire was January 23rd, meaning that all four of them would be joining Hadrian in his second year. They can handle a few months without me. It's like the days when I went out hunting for Malfoy for months on end, Hadrian thought to himself as he headed towards the Crimson Train. Hadrian's eyes scanned the area. His face was cold and expressionless. His once short, messy hair now fell down to his shoulders, wavy but still messy, giving Hadrian a more mysterious and attractive look. That's what Violet says anyway, Hadrian thought, chuckling slightly at the thought of the violet-eyed girl, wearing an unzipped black coat with a black tank top and black cargo pants. Hadrian found an empty compartment and pulled out a small box from his pocket. Waving his hand over the box, the trunk began to grow, returning to its original size, that of a full-size trunk. With only one arm, Hadrian lifted his trunk up, placing it on the overhead rack as if it weighed nothing. Rolling his shoulder, the coat turned into a swirl of black tendrils as the coat was removed, leaving the young vigilante's torso in only a tank top, revealing his toned muscles gained from training and crime fighting, built up from 6 years of living on the streets with food to help him recover from malnutrition thanks to the Dursleys. But despite having the symbiote to help him, Hadrian held scars from opponents from when he was fighting as Hadrian Potter instead of the now well-known hero and vigilante Spider-Man. Spider-Man was now known throughout the world as a superhero, nearly as famous as Captain America when he fought in World War II. When he had become more well-known, Spider-Man had received mixed reactions when he became more than just a myth, both good and bad. As Hadrian thought about his past, the young vigilante was brought out of his thoughts when the train horn blared through the station, signaling its soon departure. Guess it's time, Hadrian thought to himself as he laid down, making himself comfortable and closing his eyes. A little nap would be nice, Hadrian thought to himself as he soon fell asleep. Break! Hadrian's eyes snapped open as he heard the door to his compartment open. Sitting up, Hadrian looks over to see a girl with beautiful blonde hair and bright blue eyes standing at the entrance to the compartment. May I have permission to join you? The young girl asks, her voice lacking emotion and her eyes betraying no emotion. You may, Hadrian answers with a nod. Nodding her head, the girl walks into the compartment with her trunk being dragged behind her as she places it overhead on the rack before sitting on the opposite side of Hadrian. I am Daphne Greengrass. It is nice to meet you, Daphne introduced herself. Hadrian nodded his head in greeting before laying back down. Hadrian introduced himself, his voice cold and emotionless. Daphne looked at Hadrian with a calculated gaze, slightly insulted at the lack of respect in Hadrian's attitude. No last name? Daphne asks, raising an eyebrow. Hadrian looked at the girl and shook his head, rolling his eyes at the stupid question. I do indeed have a last name. but it is quite well known, and I would rather know the people before giving out my last name, Hadrian states. Daphne nodded her head, understanding where Hadrian was coming from. That is smart thinking. In fact, it is quite Slytherin, Daphne says, her lip quirking upwards into a barely visible smile. Hadrian looked at Daphne with a calculated stare. I assume you want to be a Slytherin? Hadrian asks with a knowing look in his eyes. Daphne nods her head, confirming Hadrian's assumption. Yes, I intend to go into Slytherin. And what about yourself? Which house do you think you will end up in? Daphne asks, hints of curiosity laced in her voice. Slytherin is one of the main contenders. Ravenclaw is SOSO. Hufflepuff, well, that depends on the people. I can be incredibly loyal to those who earn my trust, but said trust is hard to earn. Gryffindor? Yeah, I can see myself being in there, Hadrian answers. Is that so? Daphne asks, raising an eyebrow, nodding in confirmation. Hadrian laid back down and closed his eyes. Let me when we reach our destination, Hadrian states as he relaxes, frowning once more at the lack of respect. Daphne shook her head and went to her trunk, grabbing a book from inside and opening it. Might as well do something. He doesn't seem to be a good conversationalist, Daphne thought to herself. Break. As the two relaxed in the compartment, Daphne reading a book and Hadrian sleeping, the door slammed open, revealing a red-headed boy. Hey, the Potter twins are signing autographs if you want, the red-headed boy stated. Hadrian opened a single eye, looking at the young boy who had just woken him up. Do you think we care? Hadrian asks, slightly annoyed that he was woken up so abruptly. You should. They are the twins who live, the red-headed boy snapped. Really? They lived? Whoa. Hadrian retorts in mock awe. Do you have any idea who you are talking to? I am Ron Weasley, and I'm going to be their best friend, so you better stay away from them, you slimy snake. Ron snapped before slamming the compartment door. Hadrian grumbled, shaking his head, cursing the red-headed idiot. How much do you want to bet that he's going to be a Gryffindor? Daphne asks with a smirk on her face. If that's what Gryffindors are like, then that's a sucker's bet, and you know it, Hadrian retorted calmly. He will either go to Gryffindor or beg to go to it. Like the little bitch that he is, Hadrian growled as the compartment went silent. Only the sounds of Daphne giggling echoed from within the compartment. Break. Hadrian looked around with an emotionless gaze as he stepped off the boat that took him and the first years across the lake. Looking down at his hand, Hadrian clenched and unclenched it as felt his body absorb the ambient magic around him, giving him a boost in power. Hadrian narrowed his eyes as he looked around the area surrounding him. This place is a hub for ley lines. More to enjoy, Hadrian thought as he crossed his arms over his chest. Just then, a cough caught his attention, and the young Potter looked up to where the one leading the group stood. Children, Professor McGonagall. The large man who led the first years introduced as an old lady awaited them at the top of some stairs after the first years went on the boat. Thank you, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall thanks the giant man. No problem, Professor. The giant who had led the first years, now known as Hagrid, says with a smile before he walks off. Hadrian stood beside Daphne. His clothes had changed to match the Hogwarts uniform, which Daphne noticed was darker than the everyone else's. I wonder how he got it like that, Daphne thought to herself before shrugging it off. All right, everyone, follow me, McGonagall says, leading the first years to the Great Hall. Upon entering the Great Hall, the students noticed a hat beside Professor McGonagall, perched on a stool. Ahot! I'm gonna kill Fred. He said we were fighting a troll, the idiot known as Ron grumbled. A troll? What kind of stupid person would believe that? Daphne whispered to Hadrian in disbelief. I know. What do you think, Daph? A female voice asks, causing both Hadrian and Daphne to turn around and see a girl with long brown hair and gray eyes. Oh, Tracy, I was wondering where you were, Daphne says, her voice wielding hints of surprise. Yeah, I couldn't find you anywhere, Tracy states. So who's this guy? Tracy asks with a smirk, looking at Hadrian. Oh, this is Hadrian, or Harry for short, Daphne answers. Tracy smirked at Daphne. Oh, you already found a boyfriend? Tracy asks, teasing Daphne. Immediately, the young blonde turns bright red, embarrassed by what her childhood friend had said. It's not what you think. Daphne hisses. Oh, then what should I think it is? Tracy asks with a smirk. You should think that dash. Abbott, Hannah, Professor McGonagall calls out, cutting Daphne off. The sorting began, and one by one, students began to be sorted into their house. Soon it was Daphne that was eventually called out, where she was soon sorted into Slytherin and a familiar name was called out. Potter, Hadrian McGonagall called out. Stepping forward, everyone was staring at the young superhero. Daphne stared at Hadrian in complete shock. I was talking with a Potter? The rest of the Potter line were killed by Voldemort, so he must be related to the Potter twins. But how come he hasn't been mentioned? Daphne thought to herself. Ignoring the fame of the twins who lived, the Potters are one of the oldest families and richest families, and mostly known to be light with some very few exceptions. Dumbledore looked on with curiosity. Hadrian was not what he expected. What the headmaster was expecting was a young boy with short, messy hair, with similar glasses that James had worn. While the students whisper about never hearing about a Hadrian Potter, two pairs of emerald green eyes stare at Hadrian with an unblinking gaze. Sitting at the stool, McGonagall lowered the hat on Hadrian's head. Within the first few seconds, it was only silence. What the duck? The hat exclaimed into his mind, causing Hadrian to flinch. Ow, not so loud, Hadrian grumbled, already feeling a headache from the hat. I couldn't give a crap about that. What is all this? What made you think causing a plane to explode when you're thousands of feet in the air was a good idea? The hat exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Mate, I was surrounded. It was do or die, Hadrian informed the hat. I can bloody well see that. Geez, even Godric wouldn't do half the stuff you have done, and he was basically an adrenaline junkie, the hat states. Will you sort me or not? Hadrian asks, slightly annoyed by the hat's behavior. Well, excuse ducking me, but in case you haven't realized, you are by far the most interesting student I have ever met, and that is saying something, the hat retorted. Hadrian grumbled as he sat there. The Great Hall were confused as they watched Hadrian place his hands on his face in exasperation as the hat made random sounds of amazement. Hut, are you going to sort Mr. Potter? McGonagall asks, slightly confused. No. The hat responded, causing all the older students to pause, including the staff. Sorry. McGonagall asks in shock as she was about to scold the hat. Yes, you should be sorry. Now let me look through his bloody memories. The hat huffed, and both the staff and students watched in shock as the sorting hat actually cursed. How would you please sort Mr. Potter? McGonagall growled, her eyes twitching slightly. Fine, you old hag. Just let me finish going through his memories, the hat stated. McGonagall's eye twitched at the comment, but took a deep breath. Ignore the hat. Ignore the hat. Okay, just take a deep breath. So it shouldn't take that long, McGonagall thought, calming herself down. And how long will that take? McGonagall asks with very limited patience left. With the progress I'm making? A few days, the hat answers. Everyone was confused. A few days to go through memories, especially since the longest-lasting sorting took a few minutes. Why do you need a few days to go through his memories? McGonagall asks annoyed. Because there is so much I need to go through that if I skip some of it, I would be confused as to what's happening, the hat answers annoyed. McGonagall took in a deep breath. Attempting to calm herself down, just sort him, McGonagall growled angrily. Fine. Slytherin, the hat yelled out. Immediately, the Great Hall was silenced. A Potter in Slytherin? That was incredibly rare, nearly impossible in fact. McGonagall sighed, grabbing the hat and pulling it off of Hadrian's head. No, I want to see more. The hat whined as it attempted to get back on Hadrian's head with little success. Mr. Potter, you can go to your house, McGonagall states with a sigh. Hadrian nods his head as he walked towards Slytherin table. No, I want to see more. The hat cried as Hadrian sat next to Daphne, who raised an eyebrow at the young vigilante's choice of seating. The students stare at Hadrian in shock, and for some, in fear. What has he done for the sorting hat to react like that? The majority of the Great Hall wondered. Break. So, Potter, huh? Daphne asks with a raised eyebrow. Hadrian shrugged with yet another blank expression. I'll let people make their opinions based on my personality and actions instead of my name, Hadrian answers calmly. A small smile grew on Daphne as she nodded her head. Smart, Daphne complimented. Potter, Rose, McGonagall called out. From within the crowd, a beautiful girl with crimson red hair and emerald green eyes walked out of the crowd. Her entire posture screamed confidence, but not enough to seem arrogant. Rose eventually reached the front of the Great Hall, and she sat on the stool where McGonagall placed the hat on her head. Moments passed before the sorting hat spoke. I don't want to sort, the hat whined like a child. Hadrian snorted softly as the students tried not to laugh. How you need to sort? It is your duty, McGonagall sighed tiredly. I do not need to do anything, the hat whined as it stubbornly refused to sort one of the twins who lived. McGonagall sighed and shook her head. Dumbledore chuckled and turned his attention towards the Slytherin table. Mr. Potter, is it fine if I request you to come to my office so that our dear Sorting Hat can enjoy your memories? Dumbledore asks, his voice projecting throughout the Great Hall while his eyes twinkled with amusement. Sure, Hadrian responded with a shrug of his shoulders. Dumbledore nodded his head with a warm smile. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore says before turning towards Rose, who still had the Sorting Hat on her head. Is that fine with you, Mr. Hat? Dumbledore asks the Sorting Hat. Yep. Okay, let's see here, the Hat says enthusiastically. The Sorting Hat spent a few minutes on Rose. Occasionally, the young girl blushed before finally the Sorting Hat made its decision. Gryffindor, the Hat yelled, and immediately two red-headed idiots jumped up yelling, we got Potter. There are two Potters. One of the twins who lived, and the boy who just won't duck and die, Hadrian thought with amusement. Potter, Zach McGonagall called out. From the crowd, a boy with raven black hair and red stripes stepped forward, sitting on the stool as slowly the hat was placed on his head. A minute passed before the hat finally announced its decision. Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat announced. Many Ravenclaws cheered as the Hufflepuffs grumbled, not happy that they were the only ones without a Potter in their house. Eventually, Tracy was called, and she joined Slytherin before Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin soon after. Hello, and welcome to Hogwarts. And for the returning students, welcome back. I hope we all have a wonderful year. But before we can eat, first and foremost, Mr. Filch has a list of new bandit items, and the Forbidden Forest is as forbidden as it has been for many years, Dumbledore says, joking slightly, causing several people to chuckle. Lastly, the third floor east corridor is currently out of bounds, as we are currently renovating it, and should anyone ignore my words, then they shall have a month's detention, Dumbledore warned. Now tuck in, Dumbledore says, clapping his hands, causing several plates of food to appear on the table. Some of these look nice, Hadrian thought as he began to eat. So a Potter in Slytherin, a voice states, and Hadrian looked over to see a blonde ferret looking at him with a smug grin. How does it feel to be a disappointment to your family? The idiot asks. I don't know. How does it feel? After all, I'm certain you're an expert at it, Hadrian asks with a blank expression. Many of the Slytherins paused, looking towards the duo as the insult was heard, gaining their attention. You think you're so funny, huh? The blonde-haired idiot growled angrily. Depends on the context. I don't think you're funny despite the fact that you are the definition of a joke, Hadrian retorts in some. Slytherins snored as they begin to struggle to hide their laughter at the quick-witted response. Do you know who I am? I am Heir Malfoy. Malfoy snapped angrily. Another Malfoy. I wonder if I will have to kill this one when he gets older, Hadrian thought. Congratulations for being born. Though I have to give my condolences to your father for being unable to produce more children, Hadrian says in mock sadness for Malfoy Sr. My father can have more children if he wanted, Malfoy snapped angrily. And he stopped at you? Hadrian asks with a raised eyebrow, causing several Slytherins to choke at his response, causing nearly all of Slytherin to turn their attention towards both the Potter male and the heir of the Malfoy family. Well, I guess he would if his son's only form of accomplishment is existing, Hadrian taunts, causing many to go eye wide. You will regret this, Malfoy exclaimed in anger. I am quite regretting listening to you talk, and I'm certain your mother regrets never swallowing you since the best part of you dripped down her legs, Hadrian states, causing all the Slytherins to lose it. Before sorting, Rose Potter sighed as she sat in her compartment. She was currently at the Hogwarts Express waiting for it to depart the platform alongside her younger twin brother, Zach. In front of her were several people asking for their autograph as they held pens or quills in their hands. Why won't they just leave us alone? Rose thought, annoyed as she finally finished signing, only for more people to come. After both twins finally finished signing autographs, Rose sighed as she relaxed on her seat. It was finally happening. She was going to Hogwarts, and she was going to meet him. Now, Rose, Zach, you will be going to Hogwarts, and you will be able to see your older twin brother, the voice of Albus Dumbledore rung in her head. I'm finally going to see him, Rose thought with a smile. Zach sat beside Rose, noting the smile on the female Potter's face. I am excited to see him too, Zach says, his eyes shining with joy. Chuckling at her younger brother's joy, Rose couldn't help but shake her head in amusement, recalling the same look he had when he was reading a new book. Ever since their parents were put in a coma after the events of Halloween, Rose and Zach were raised in a castle being taught by Albus to defeat Voldemort when it was time, While Hadrian enjoyed a normal childhood before going to Hogwarts and being put in the spotlight due to the fact that he was the older twin of the twins who lived, which is kind of weird since we are triplets, Rose thought to herself before shrugging it off. Rose, Zach, you both have a serious responsibility on your shoulders. I know it's going to be tough, but you can do this. You have so much potential, and you can surpass me, Dumbledore told a 6-year-old Rose and Zach. But what if I can't? What if I'm not strong enough? Rose asks as tears build up in her eyes with Zach beside her, nodding his head in agreement. Dumbledore gives her a grandfatherly smile as he kneeled before them, bringing the both of them into a comforting embrace. You can do this. You both have so much potential that I know you can surpass me. All it takes is one goal, Dumbledore whispers softly into her ear. One goal? Both twins ask, their head tilting slightly in unison, eliciting a small chuckle from the old headmaster. Yes. What do you want to accomplish? Dumbledore asks with a smile. Rose looked down in thought. Besides her parents, there was only one other person that she could think of. To protect my brothers, Rose answered firmly. Dumbledore smiles brightly as he nodded his head in approval. I want to protect Rose and my brother and make Mom and Dad proud, Zach answers. Dumbledore beamed at the two, proud of their answers. Then focus on that, Dumbledore states with a bright smile on his face. Rose sighed as she looked out the window as the fields flew by, as the train made its way towards Hogwarts. I will protect you, both of you, Rose thought, thinking of her older brother and wondering what he may be like. Break. Rose relaxed. She finally made it to the Great Hall with the rest of the first years, Zach still by her side as he looked around in awe. Rose let out a sigh of irritation as a pest began to bother her. Why won't he just leave us alone? Rose thought as the annoying redhead that called himself Ron kept annoying her and Zach, acting like they're best friends. Can't this guy think of anything else besides how bad Slytherins are in Quidditch? Rose thought, annoyed at the red-headed boy. Abbot Hannah, Professor McGonagall called out. Rose sighed, blocking out the names being called out until Potter, Hadrian, Professor McGonagall. Immediately Rose focused, and from the crowd of first years a long black-haired boy walked forward. That's our brother, both younger twins thought as they stared at Hadrian as he sat on the stool. Rose couldn't help but stare at her brother. So that's him. Wait, why does his uniform look darker? Rose wondered, her head tilting slightly. Shaking her head, Rose quickly focused on the sorting, wondering where her brother would be placed. Rose watches as the hat was lowered onto Hadrian's head, and she waited with rapt attention. Soon Hadrian flinches, something that both Rose and Zach notice. What is it saying? Rose wondered, curious. As a few minutes pass, Hadrian groans and places his head in his hands in exasperation. What is going on? Rose thought, confused. Moments pass, and McGonagall looks at the hat with a confused expression. Hat, are you going to sort Mr. Potter? McGonagall asks, slightly confused at the delay. Duck, no, the hat responded, causing all the older students to pause, including the staff. Wait, what? Did the sorting hat just swear? Rose thought, wide-eyed. Sorry. McGonagall asks in shock as she was about to scold the hat. Yes, you should be sorry. Now let me look through his bloody memories. The hat huffed, and Rose had to cover her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Looking around the young, which also noticed the students and staff holding in their laughter, while Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling brightly, hidden with amusement. How would you please sort Mr. Potter? McGonagall growled, her eyes twitching slightly. Fine, you old hag. Just let me finish going through his memories, the hat stated, causing nearly everyone's jaws to drop in shock. The Great Hall watches as McGonagall takes a deep, calming breath. Wow, she might lose it, Rose thought in surprise and slight amusement. And how long will that take? McGonagall asks, curious. With the progress I'm making? A few days, the hat answers. Rose stared in shock. A few days? Wow. What have you been doing, big brother? Rose wondered, why do you need a few days to go through his memories? McGonagall asks, annoyed. Because there is so much I need to go through that if I skip some of it, I would be confused as to what's happening, the hat answers, annoyed. McGonagall took in a deep breath. Attempting to calm herself down, just sort him, McGonagall growled angrily. Fine, Slytherin, the hat yelled out. Rose froze, her eyes wide with shock. Slytherin? That means I won't be able to be in the same house as him. Rose thought, saddened, already aware of which house she was going to. McGonagall sighed, grabbing the hat and pulling it off of Hadrian's head. No, I want to see more. The hat whined as it attempted to get back on Hadrian's head with very little success. Mr. Potter, you can go to your house, McGonagall states with a sigh. Hadrian nods his head as he walked towards Slytherin table. No, I want to see more. The hat cried as Hadrian sat next to a blonde-haired girl his age. Wow, the hat really wants to see Hadrian's memories. Both Rose and Violet thought, shocked. Potter, Rose, McGonagall called out. With a deep breath, Rose stepped from the crowd and walked towards the stool. As Rose sat on the stool, McGonagall placed the hat on her head. I don't want to sort. The hat whined like a child. Rose's eyebrows raised upon hearing the hat act like a child. Hat, you need to sort. It is your duty, McGonagall sighed tiredly. I do not need to do anything, the hat whined. Rose watched as McGonagall sighed and shook her head. The young girl then hears Dumbledore chuckling before his voice echoed, carried across the Great Hall. Mr. Potter, is it fine if I request you to come to my office so that our dear sorting hat can enjoy your memories? Dumbledore asks, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Sure. Rose hears Hadrian answer shortly, turning to look at him. Rose sees Hadrian shrug his shoulders with an uncaring expression on his face upon answering Dumbledore's request. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore says before turning towards Rose, who still had the sorting hat on her head. Is that fine with you, Mr. Hat? Dumbledore asks the sorting hat. Yep. Okay, let's see here, the hat says enthusiastically. Now let's see what we have here, the hat says as it searches Rose's mind. Wow. That feels weird, Rose thought to herself. That isn't the first time someone thought that, the hat stated, amusement laced in his voice. You are definitely cunning and ambitious, but you wouldn't thrive in Slytherin like your brother. You are loyal and hardworking. Your determination to protect your brothers being one of them. You are incredibly smart, but you're quite the bookworm like your brother, the hat says, causing a chuckle to escape Rose's mouth. You would do well in Hufflepuff. It could help you reach new heights. But your bravery and courage far surpasses all the previous qualities. And Gryffindor will lead you to the path of a great warrior and leader. So you will be in. The hat paused, adding more tension to Rose's situation. Gryffindor, the hat yelled, and two red-headed twins stood up from Gryffindor table. We got Potter! We got Potter! The twins cheered, causing Rose to giggle slightly. Walking towards the table, Rose sat beside a brown, bushy-haired girl. Hello. It's nice to meet you, Rose greets with a smile while holding her hand out. The brown-haired girl nodded her head and shook Rose's hand. It's nice to meet you. I'm Hermione Granger. Hermione introduces herself. Rose Potter. Rose introduces herself. Even though everyone bloody knows who I am, Rose thought, slightly annoyed by that fact. Soon Zach was sorted into Ravenclaw, which didn't surprise Rose at all. As the food appeared before them, Rose noticed her elder brother, looking at Malfoy with a blank expression, who seemed to be turning red while the Slytherins were holding in their laughter, and some were on the verge of losing it. I wonder what they are saying? Rose thought to herself. Rose slides her wand into her hand, her wand hidden underneath the table, and the young girl waves her Holly Phoenix feather wand, silently casting a listening charm towards the Slytherin table. The brother wand to Voldemort's, Rose thought to herself before quickly shaking her head and focusing on the conversation between her brother and Malfoy. You will regret this, Malfoy exclaimed in anger as the spell allowed her to hear better. What did Harry say to anger him? Rose thought with a frown. I am quite regretting listening to you talk, and I'm certain your mother regrets never swallowing you since the best part of you dripped down her legs, Hadrian states, causing Rose's eye to widen significantly and cough into her hand as she held in her laughter. While the Slytherin table began to laugh, loudly confusing the other three houses besides Rose. Holy crap, he killed him, Rose thought in shock at Hadrian absolutely humiliating Malfoy. Break. Albus Dumbledore's face had turned slightly red as he held in his laughter to the best of his abilities. He had heard what Hadrian had said to young Draco Malfoy, and the headmaster had found it hilarious. Hold it in, Albus, hold it in. It may have been one of the funniest things a student had ever said, but hold it in, Albus Dumbledore chanted in his head as the Slytherins laughed. What is going on over there? Minerva McGonagall asked. Confused Albus remained quiet as he shook slightly from laughter. Oh, this is going to be an interesting 7 years with both Hadrian, Rose, and Zach Potter in Hogwarts, Albus thought, hoping for an enjoyable next 7 years at Hogwarts, just like the time when James Potter and his friends were the infamous pranksters of Hogwarts, the Marauders. Break. As the food vanished and the students stood up, being led by the prefects. Hadrian waited by the headmaster's side, who requested that he personally walk alongside the wise old man. As the last of the students left, Dumbledore smiled at Hadrian. "How have you been, my boy?" Dumbledore asks, curiosity in my voice. "I have been quite well," Hadrian answers calmly. Dumbledore nods with a smile on his face. "That's good to hear. I see that you have been doing well. How have the Dursleys been?" Dumbledore asks. "Dead," Hadrian answers with no emotion betraying his thoughts. Dumbledore paused, looking at Hadrian with worry. "Dead? I am sorry to hear that, my boy. How did they die?" Dumbledore asks, sadness in his eyes. "Car crash," Hadrian answered shortly. Dumbledore nodded his head, accepting the response. "I am sorry to hear that. Let's head to my office, and we handle our part of the deal with the Sorting Hat," Dumbledore says, chuckling at the end. Hadrian nodded his head as Dumbledore led him out of the Great Hall and towards his office. "So, where have you been staying since the Dursleys passed?" Dumbledore asks, curious and hint of worry. "The streets," Hadrian answers with a shrug. "Let's see how he reacts," Hadrian thought, weary around the old man. Dumbledore froze. Shock filled his eyes. "I am so sorry, my boy. You should not have been forced to live on the streets. I truly do apologize, for I was the one who placed you with the Dursleys," Dumbledore says. "I'm surprised he told me the truth," Hadrian thought, already aware of this fact. "What about Rose and Zach?" Hadrian asks, actually curious about Dumbledore's answer. "I had them placed in Dumbledore Manor. Due to the both of them defeating Voldemort, I have been training them for when he returns," Dumbledore answers. Hadrian couldn't help but blink in surprise by Dumbledore's honesty. "How do you know Voldemort is alive? If he was, then he would be attacking people by now," Hadrian states, confused. Dumbledore agreed with Hadrian's statement. Voldemort would be attacking people if he was alive. "Well, that is if he had a body," Dumbledore thought before looking at Hadrian. "Voldemort is not dead, but he is not alive either. Voldemort is in between life and death. He is a wraith. I do not know when he will regain a body, but I intend to stop him before it happens," Dumbledore states with determination burning in his eyes. Hadrian couldn't help but wonder what type of man Dumbledore was. "He placed me with the Dursleys who tried to kill me. Didn't even know that I was on the streets for the past 6 years. At first I thought that he was a manipulative old man, but now, I don't know," Hadrian admitted to himself. "Why are you telling me this?" Hadrian asks, confused as hell. "I believe that both Rose and Zach will need someone to stand by their side against the forces of darkness. And who better than their older twin brother?" Dumbledore asks with a warm smile. Hadrian wondered what types of goals Dumbledore had, and if they would coincide with his own. Only time will tell, Hadrian thought as he followed the old man. Flashback. "So this is where you live?" Red asks as the group sat on the second floor of the warehouse. "Yes, I have lived here ever since I escaped my family," Hadrian answers, disgust in his voice upon mentioning the Dursleys. "I like it," Sebastian says with a smile. "Thank you. You have graced this mere vigilante with your compliments." Hadrian mock bowed, causing the children to either giggle or laugh in amusement. "So I have to ask, what was with that weird goo?" Sapphire asks with a childlike curiosity. "I don't know much about it. It is alive. It enhances me as well as give me spider-like powers," Hadrian answers with a shrug. "Cool," Red says with a smile. "But how do you get money for food?" Red asks, cocking an eyebrow. "Yeah, now that I think about it, you're our age and you live on the streets, yet you look incredibly healthy," Sebastian says in confusion. "Oh. Basically, when I'm out fighting, I sometimes take money that the criminals steal to feed myself. I take the criminals' money and buy food to continue fighting the good fight," Hadrian answers with a shrug. "Isn't a hero supposed to not steal?" Sapphire asks, curious. "Does a hero turn a bad guy into a shish kebab?" Hadrian asks, amusement in his voice. "He's got a point," Sebastian agrees. "He's more like an anti-hero if you think about it," Violet says, placing a hand on her hip. "True, but he kicks ducking ass," Red states with a smirk. Smack. "Oh, what the hell?" Red whined as he rubbed his head after Violet smacked him at the back of his head. "Don't swear." "Well, not in front of Sapphire. And maybe Sebastian." Violet scolds her brother. "Wait, what? Why me?" Sebastian asks in confusion. "Because you are too young," Violet answers, glaring at her twin. "We are the same age," Sebastian exclaims. Hadrian chuckles, shaking his head, amused by their antics. "Yes, but I am the mature one. I need to make sure you all need to be kept in line," Violet says calmly. "The hell do you mean, mature one?" "I should be the one keeping you in line since you go gaga over kittens and puppies," Red stated. Violet blushed brightly, her face filled with embarrassment. "Shut up. Violet exclaimed, slapping her brother in the face. Ow, what the hell? Red exclaimed, rubbing his cheek. Hadrian, Sapphire, and Sebastian laughed as the twins began to argue with each other. Flashback end. Hadrian sighed as he entered the Slytherin common room. Dumbledore had shown Hadrian the entry to the common room and spoke the password. It had to be pure blood. Ducking Dutch bags, Hadrian thought with a scowl. As Hadrian entered the common room, he saw a greasy-haired man standing in front of the first years with older students with a P badge on their chest. Oh, look who decided to show up. Looks like Harry Potter thought he was too good to join his classmates, the greasy-haired man sneered. And I already want to kill him, Hadrian thought, his fists clenched tightly as he attempted to not kill him, the symbiote already sensing the evil that the man had committed and thus influencing Hadrian more than usual. Now that Mr. Potter has graciously welcomed us with his presence, let us continue. You are in Slytherin. You will present a united front when you outside this common room. If you see a Slytherin you dislike in trouble outside this common room, then you will help them. Your troubles and rivalries with your fellow Slytherins will remain within the Slytherin house. Do you understand? Snape demanded, glaring at the students. Yes, Professor Snape, the first years beside Hadrian answered. I'm not letting some greasy-haired order me around. Duck that. Hadrian thought, annoyed. Snape noticed Hadrian's silence. Is that understood, Mr. Potter? Snape growled, his eyes narrowing. We will see. Hadrian answered with an unreadable expression, though if one were to look carefully, they would have seen the fury in his eyes. Snape reddened with anger as he snarled at the eldest Potter child. A week of detention. Potter, Snape snapped angrily. Hadrian, on the other hand, scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest in defiance. Please. As if I'm going to listen to Greaseface here, Hadrian thought to himself. The Slytherins, on the other hand, couldn't help but stare in shock at Hadrian's disrespect. Does he have a death wish? Many of the students wondered in worry, despite many of them disliking the Potter family. With a scowl, Snape turns around and walks out of the common room, not noticing Hadrian, whose eyes were glowing killing curse green as the young boy stared directly at the professor's covered wrist with narrowed eyes. Break! Dumbledore sighed as he leaned back in his chair, popping a lemon drop into his mouth. The headmaster had spent his time thinking about young Hadrian. I should have made sure young Harry was safe. He should have never had to live on the streets, Dumbledore thought, disappointed in himself. Dumbledore had found himself amused when Hadrian had placed the sorting hat on his head when the two had arrived in the headmaster's office. While sitting there, Albus chuckled to himself as the old hat oohed and awed in awe. I wonder what he has done to make the sorting hat act like that, Dumbledore thought to himself. Looking up at the sorting hat, who was currently sitting on the top shelf, peacefully made Dumbledore wonder with slight worry. Mr. Hat, Dumbledore calls out, awakening the old sorting hat. What is it? The sorting hat grumbled as it turned its head to look at the old headmaster. Are Mr. Potter's memories worrisome? Dumbledore asks, curious. The sorting hat chuckled and shook its body. If you are asking if he will become a Dark Lord or become evil, then I say that there is no way in hell, the hat states firmly, except that he will beat the shit out of any bad guys that crosses his path. The sorting hat thought humorously. Dumbledore sighed in relief. That is good to hear, Dumbledore says with a small smile. At least young Harry won't become dark. I do not want either young Rose, Zach, or Harry to suffer, Dumbledore thought as he popped another lemon drop into his mouth. Flashback. Hadrian dropped from the ceiling, currently wearing his black suit, standing up from the cold stone ground. The vigilante stared at the bars of a cell where a man sat in the corner in the darkness of his prison cell. Guards across the prison were knocked out, laying either on the floor or leaning against the wall. The white eyes of Hadrian's mask narrow as he looks at the man in the cell. The man in the cell turned his head to see Hadrian standing outside, the white spider shining as the moonlight lit the area of the barred cell. Asterisk chuckles, asterisk nice outfit, the man says, amused. I've been looking for you, Hadrian stated, his voice deeper, altered by the symbiote. Hadrian watches the man closely, crossing his arms over his chest. This causes the man to laugh and shake his head. What kind of idiot would go looking for me? Since you found this place, I am certain that you are magical, the man in the cell stated. Yes, I am. I need your help, Hadrian informs the man. Really? You need my help? Doesn't look like it since all of the guards are silent. The man states, amused. There are some people that need to pay for what they have done, but I can't do that wearing this, Hadrian states, gesturing to his costume. Really? And why should I teach you? The man asked, curious. Hadrian remained silent. But soon the black suit began to change, turning into a black shirt and pants, revealing a 9-year-old Hadrian. I recognize that hair. You're a potter, the man says, his voice filled with shock. Yes, I am, Hadrian answers, his voice now higher-pitched and childlike. What the hell was that? The man exclaims in shock, referring to the symbiote. That was a symbiote. I am bonded to it, and in exchange I keep it alive, and it gives me power, Hadrian answers calmly. The man took a deep breath, shaking his head in shock. Then why would you need my help? If it gives you power, then you should be fine, the man asks, confused. Because the people who I want to kill don't know about the symbiote or my alter ego, Hadrian answers, looking at the man with emotionless eyes. Asterisk chuckles, asterisk. And what will I get in return? The man asks, curious. Hadrian looks at the man, silent as he contemplates his offer. Freedom, Hadrian answers. The man laughs, amused by Hadrian's statement. My time is gone, Potter. Why should I care? I doubt I will live long as is. So I am no use to you after training you, the man asks. Perhaps, but I have no intention of forcing you to do anything after you train me, Hadrian answers. The man cocked an eyebrow, staring at Hadrian with a calculating gaze. And why not? You're learning from me, so there has to be some dumb world domination plan you have. Despite you being incredibly young, the man asks, confused. Those who I want to make suffer were in league with a disgusting individual who wanted to make magical beings such as mere people, Vila and goblin slaves, Hadrian states, causing the man in the cell to growl in anger. Magical creatures should be left alone. They are our equals and should be treated as such. The man snapped angrily. Exactly, which is why I want to make them pay. And I can't do that with my alter ego. So I come to you, Hadrian states. The man then paused and looked at Hadrian. You said, wanted to make them slaves. The man noticed Hadrian remained silent, a dark grin growing on his face. The man looked at Hadrian, noticing the grin. The man chuckled and nodded his head in approval and understanding. I must say, if you're able to take out the guards in this prison, without the others being notified, then I say you might have a chance. So why not? I'll teach you, the man says with a grin. Hadrian nodded his head, a dark smirk on his face. Then I am in your care. Gellert Grindelwald, Hadrian chuckles. Flashback end. It was early in the morning, and Hadrian sighed as he sat at the Slytherin table. The symbiote had changed its appearance into a darker version of the Hogwarts uniform. Grabbing his breakfast, Hadrian noticed that there was only one Gryffindor for Hufflepuffs, 7 Ravenclaws, and only 2 other Slytherins at the table. They all must be sleeping, and Hadrian thought to himself, not really caring about his fellow classmates. After eating an abnormally large amount of food, capable of feeding a grown man, Hadrian heard footsteps heading towards him. Thud! Hadrian nearly struck Snape as the professor slammed a piece of paper into his chest. Your schedule, Potter, Snape spat angrily as he turned around and walked away. Hadrian growled, his fist clenched tightly on the table, which cracked from Hadrian's super strength. Prick! Hadrian growled as his eyes flashed green with power. Taking a deep breath, the young vigilante ignored the professor's action and looked down at his schedule, cocking an eyebrow as he saw that his first class was Transfiguration with Gryffindors, followed by Charms with Hufflepuff. Interesting. I wonder what we're going to learn and how fast we will learn spells, Hadrian thought to himself. Just then, someone sat beside Hadrian, causing the young vigilante to look over and see Daphne Greengrass placing food on her plate. Hadrian couldn't help but chuckle as he saw the state of the young girl. You look like shit, Hadrian says with an amused tone. Daphne turns to Hadrian, scowling at him with a glare burning into him. Shut it, Potter, Daphne snapped before eating her food. Damn, she is grumpy, Hadrian thought, noticing the tiredness in her eyes. What do we have? Daphne demanded, noticing the schedule in Hadrian's hand. What's the magic word? Hadrian asks with a smug smirk. Allohamra, bitch, Daphne answered without a pause. Hadrian couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head with an amused grin on his face. We have Transfiguration with Gryffindors first, Hadrian answers calmly, his expression soon losing any sign of emotion. Daphne groans and rubs her eyes tiredly. Something the matter? Hadrian asks with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, we have it with Gryffindor, Daphne answers, annoyed. Relax. Don't annoy them, then I doubt that they would annoy you, Hadrian answers, calmly. Oh really? Because they think all of us are future Death Eaters in training, or future dark witches or wizards, Daphne states with a scowl. Well, they will be partially right with me, Hadrian thought, hints of amusement in his eyes. Break. After finding himself wandering around the school like an idiot, Hadrian eventually found himself and entered the Transfiguration classroom. Looking around, the vigilante noticed that he was the first one in his class to arrive, and at the front of the classroom was a cat sitting on the teacher's desk, calm and composed. That's odd for a cat, Hadrian thought to himself. Cocking an eyebrow, Hadrian's eyes glowed, slightly causing a smirk to grow on his face as he saw a magical aura emanating from the cat. Hello, Professor. How are you today? Hadrian asked and watched with amusement as the cat's eyes widened in shock. The cat nodded its head in response, not changing back, so Hadrian shrugged uncaringly, finding a seat and placing his books on the table. I assume the professor intends to surprise the class, Hadrian assumed, as he leaned his elbows on top of the table and watched as the students began to enter the classroom. Eventually, Hadrian saw someone sit next to him in the corner of his eye. Looking at the person, Hadrian was surprised when he saw Rose sitting next to him with a smile on her face. Hello, brother. It is nice to meet you, Rose greets with a smile. Likewise, sister. Hadrian nods his head. Rose smiles brightly and places her books and quills on the table. The two twins remained in a comfortable silence as they waited for the rest of their classmates to arrive. Soon the school bell rings, signaling the start of class, and the majority of the students have arrived. The students, besides Hadrian and Rose for that matter, looked around in confusion as the professor had yet to arrive. From the table, the cat jumped forward, changing into Professor McGonagall, shocking everyone but the Potter twins, which both Hadrian and Rose had noticed of their respective twin. I wonder why he wasn't surprised. Both twins wondered before internally shrugging it off. In Transfiguration, you will be studying the arts of transferring one thing into another. I will not tolerate misbehaving. Any one of you that finds that swinging your wand around aimlessly to be unappealing idea will find yourself removed from this class faster than you could say Quidditch, McGonagall states sternly. The class was paying close attention to McGonagall, her entire posture confident and her eyes stern. With a wave of her wand, McGonagall summoned matchsticks in front of the class, and with another wave of her wand of chalk began to write on the whiteboard. Today you will be attempting to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. The incantation is par acus with a sideways slash and a jab after. McGonagall informs the class before moving back towards the table and turning into a cat once more. Everyone started attempting to change the matchstick into a needle until one guy somehow blew up his needle, much to the shock of the class. Hadrian couldn't help but sigh and shake his head tiredly, pulling out a black wand with dark blue patterns, which Hadrian had taken out from his wand holster hidden on his forearm, waving the wand over the matchstick, causing it to immediately turn into a perfect silver needle. Leaning back, Hadrian looked at the class, inspecting their progress to see that the closest person to achieving their goal was a bushy-haired girl. Eventually, Hadrian looked at his sister and paused to see that she had also changed her matchstick into a needle with little trouble. Interesting. Looks like she can do it silently, since I didn't hear her speak the incantation, Hadrian noted with a small smirk on his face. Just then, the red-headed idiot bursts into the classroom, panting and out of breath. Good, looks like McGonagall isn't here, Ron Weasley stated, chuckling slightly. I can only imagine what her face would be like if Weasley was saying until McGonagall jumped forward, changing back into her human form. Hello, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall greets with a stern glare, causing Weasley to shake with fear. That was bloody brilliant, Weasley commented. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Now will you explain as to why you were late? Perhaps I should turn you into a pocket watch? Maybe that way you will be on time, McGonagall asks sternly. Weasley chuckles nervously and rubs the back of his head. I got lost on the way here, Weasley stutters with a gulp. Then perhaps a map. I hope you don't need one to find your seat, McGonagall says, turning and moving back to her desk. Break. McGonagall had a small smile as she looked at the Potter twins who had perfect needles on their tables. 10 points, Mr. and Miss Potter to Slytherin and Gryffindor for a perfect transfiguration, McGonagall says with a nod before she continues to move to the other students. Eventually, McGonagall reaches the bushy-haired student who had her matchstick silver, but not pointy. 5 points, Miss Granger to Gryffindor for a great partial transfiguration, McGonagall awards before inspecting the other students' transfiguration. After finally reaching her desk, McGonagall turns back around to her class. For those who haven't transfigured their matchsticks, your homework will be an essay on the difference between a matchstick and a needle, McGonagall says just as the bell rings, signaling the end of the period. As the students began to pack up and leave, McGonagall's eyes lingered on Hadrian Potter. Unlike James, he didn't need glasses and had Lily's eyes. But what McGonagall also noticed was that Hadrian's uniform was darker than the rest. It still had every single detail all the other uniforms had, but darker. McGonagall couldn't help but be curious as to why and how Hadrian had acquired a darker version of the Hogwarts uniform. But the professor decided to shrug it off. Redirecting her attention, McGonagall looked at Rose, who had just left the classroom with the rest of the students. Why didn't Albus just keep all of them together? They are triplets, so why separate them? McGonagall couldn't help but wonder, but shook her head, sitting at her table awaiting for her next class to arrive. Break! Hadrian sat in the Charms class, where a small man stood on bookcases, giddy with excitement. Hadrian found himself seated next to Daphne with Tracy on her other side. Welcome, class, to your first Charms lesson. Today you will be learning how to use the spell, Lumos, the Charms professor, Phileas Flitwick says with a bright smile on his face. Now the wand movement is to swish to the right, form a full circle, and create a small little tail at the end upon completing the circle. Like so, Phileas says, showing everyone the wand movement. As the class began, Hadrian sighed and twisted his wrist, sending his wand shooting from his holster into his hand. With an uncaring wave, Hadrian's wand lit up, nearly blinding everyone with a bright light. Canceling the spell, the class slowly began to dim once more, and Hadrian watched with slight amusement when he saw everyone rubbing their eyes from being temporarily blinded by the spell. Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Slytherin. But I would recommend that you do not put too much magic into your spells, Phileas says with a prideful smile on his face. Too much? I barely put any magic into that, Hadrian thought, slightly confused. How did you do that? Daphne asks, curious. Imagine a light coming from your wand, do the wand movement, and then the incantation while still thinking about that image of the light coming from your wand, Hadrian answers calmly. Daphne nodded her head and proceeded to do so. From Daphne's wand, a light began to form. Well done, Miss Greengrass. 5 points to Slytherin, Phileas says cheerfully. Daphne nodded her head and looked at Hadrian, giving him a small smile. Not bad advice, Potter, Daphne complimented. Hadrian shrugged his shoulders, not caring about the compliment that he had received. Break! Hadrian couldn't help but find himself underwhelmed. The classes were all basic and boring as shit. He had been forced to learn some of the more powerful magic known to wizard kind and what the idiots in the British ministry call dark magic. Seriously, it's about intent. Not if you can duck and kill someone with the levitation charm by overpowering it and sending them crashing into the ceiling or into the atmosphere, or just make them go high enough and drop them. Then there's banishing charm. If you use it when someone is on the edge of a cliff or building, then they will be launched off, more than likely killing them, Hadrian thought, shaking his head. Looking at his schedule, Hadrian couldn't help but scowl upon seeing that his next class was at night. Astronomy, one of the most useless subjects to ever learn. The only time you use it is to learn when the full moon is present and for rituals, which the Ministry of Magic classified as dark to keep the people weak and controllable, Hadrian thought with a scowl. The Ministry of Magic, in Hadrian's eyes, is corrupt and is a step away from being destroyed. The question is, when will they step over the line, Hadrian wondered. Break! Rose shook her head with an amused smile as she sat in the library next to the bushy-haired girl known as Hermione Granger, who was talking to Zach with excitement in her eyes. The three students had become fast friends, both Zach and Hermione sharing their love for reading, with Rose occasionally pitching in. They certainly seem excited, Rose thought with a smile. As Hermione and Zach continued to read their books with a similar gleam in their eyes, Rose finds herself in thought. Seeing her brother change the matchstick into a needle made her smile. He did it silently and without movements. I am happy that he is ahead of the class, Rose thought, before scowling as she saw a familiar redhead walk towards her. Hey, Rose, Zach, Ronald Weasley greeted as if they were friends. Rose noted the tired sigh that escalated Zach, as he also had been pestered by the ginger. What do you want, Weasley? Rose growled, her eyes narrowed. You spent too much time in the library, so let's go play some chess, Weasley says, grasping Rose's arm. Immediately, Rose grabbed her wand and pointed it underneath Weasley's chin. "You will not touch me," Rose hissed, her eyes glowing with power. "You will not treat me as if we are friends. You are a nuisance, and I have no desire to deal with you." Rose scowled as she glared at Weasley. Weasley was shaking with fear, on the verge of pissing himself. "Okay," Weasley stutters as Rose lowered her wand, allowing Weasley to flee with his tails between his legs. "Get," Rose thought with a scowl as she sat back down next to Hermione. "I don't think you should have aimed your wand at him, but he also shouldn't have tried to drag you," Hermione commented. Rose nodded her head in understanding and sighed. Looking down, Rose stared at her wand, the brother wand to Voldemort. "I won't let him hurt Hadrian or Zach," Rose thought with determination as she held her wand in a tight grasp, something that Zach noted. "You aren't alone, sis. Remember that," Zach thought right before. Hermione distracted him with another fact that she had found in her book. "Break." Hadrian cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the familiar greasy-haired professor who stood before him with a scowl on his face. "You were not at detention," Snape stated angrily. Hadrian scoffed and shook his head with a smirk on his face. "Tell me something I don't know." Hadrian chuckled with an amused tone. Hadrian couldn't help but internally cackle when Snape looked like he had swallowed a lemon. Without hesitation, Snape grasped Hadrian's arm in an attempt to drag Hadrian off, only for his eyes to roll back as he fell to the ground unconscious. Hadrian smirked darkly and chuckled. "There's one thing you should never do, Snape. You should never piss me off, or it might be the last thing you ever do." Hadrian chuckled darkly and bends down, grasping Snape's wrist and pulling up his sleeve, revealing a faded dark mark. "Thought so, you little shit," Hadrian thought with a scowl. Hadrian stood up and grasped Snape's collar, picking him up off the floor with a single arm and with his unnatural strength. The young vigilante swung the greasy-haired man and slammed the professor against the wall, cracking it from the force of the collision and breaking Snape's bones from the impact. Releasing Snape, who fell to the ground, Hadrian looked around before waving his hand over Snape, causing the man to glow white before it changed to silver, soon fading into nothing. Turning around, the young vigilante walked away, whistling a tune, while Snape remained there, unconscious and with internal bleeding. "One wrong move, and it is over," the young vigilante thought, waiting for the Death Eater's time to come to an end. Break. A few hours had gone by, and both Rose and Zach found themselves curious, as the entire school was located in the Great Hall where Albus stood in front of everyone. The headmaster's grandfatherly presence was gone, as the man had a frown on his face, and the twinkling that was once in his eyes was now replaced by anger. Today, our potions master, Severus Snape, had been brutally attacked by an unknown individual. To the person responsible for this, step forward, or the consequences will be grave, Albus states, magic flooding the entire Great Hall, leaving the majority and even some teachers cowering with fear. Minutes pass, and no one steps forward. Dumbledore took a deep breath as he reined in his temper as his expression darkened. "Very well. When we find the one responsible, you will be sorely regretting attacking a staff member of Hogwarts," Albus states, his eyes glowing with raw power as his magic began to weigh down on the students before dispersing. Rose couldn't help but wonder as to who would be crazy enough to attack a professor and why. Break. Hadrian internally scoffed as he made his way towards the astronomy tower with the rest of the first-year students. Grave consequences, Hadrian thought, amused. The power that Albus had radiated did nothing to Hadrian. The power of the symbiote had not only empowered Hadrian's speed, strength, senses, but eventually his magic. Upon permanently bonding with it meant that Hadrian was brimming with magical power. Upon reaching the astronomy tower, Hadrian looked up to see the stars shining in the sky. Hadrian sighed as he felt the urge to have the symbiote change into his black suit and go fighting crime. A task that he had been doing for 6 years straight of his life, and one that he had to put on hold for a school that doesn't seem to teach him anything useful. Welcome, class, to astronomy. In this class, you will be learning both the history and the names of the stars in our dash. Hadrian rolled his eyes and ignored whatever the professor was saying in favor of daydreaming. Can this shit get any more boring? Hadrian thought, his eyes on the verge of closing. Hadrian looked around the class to see the rest of the first years sitting around, the majority bored out of their minds besides the bushy-haired girl known as Hermione Granger, who listened with rapt attention. I wonder how the others are doing. Hadrian thought to himself as he laid on the floor, his hands under his head as he gazed at the stars. Flashback. Hadrian landed on top of the abandoned warehouse in his black suit, classic black suit, the moonlight slowly descending across the horizon. With a sigh, Hadrian leaped off the roof as the black suit begins to change into average everyday black clothes, revealing a 7-year-old Hadrian. Landing on the ground with a quiet thud, Hadrian went inside the warehouse to see Violet at the bottom floor, standing over a cauldron with ingredients beside her. "What you up to, Vi?" Hadrian asks, quirking an eyebrow as he walks towards the young girl. Violet jumps slightly and turns to see Hadrian. "Don't do that, Harry," Violet lightly scolded before turning back to the cauldron. Hadrian laughed, enjoying Violet's reaction, and stood next to her. "So, what are you working on, Vi?" Hadrian asked, curious, leaning beside Violet. Violet smiled and looked at Hadrian with excitement in her eyes. "I am creating an aging potion for Sebastian and Red," Violet answers excitedly. Hadrian looked at Violet with a confused gaze. "Why would they need an aging potion?" Hadrian asked, confused. Violet looked at Hadrian like he was an idiot and shook her head in disappointment. "Why to help you when you're fighting crime, of course," Violet says, as if he was an idiot. Hadrian's eyes widen with shock. "No, no, no, no," Hadrian states vehemently, shaking his head. Violet pouted as she looked at Hadrian with puppy dog eyes. "Please, Harry, do you want to make me sad?" Violet asks, her lower lip trembling as if she was going to cry. Hadrian just stood there and crossed his arms. "Not going to work on me," Hadrian smirked. "Ah, why doesn't it work on you?" Violet pouted as she huffed. Her entire demeanor changed from sadness to slight frustration. "Because you can't use your little pretty face to manipulate me," Hadrian says, placing his finger underneath her chin with a smirk on his face. Violet narrowed her eyes at Hadrian before a smirk grew on her face. Slowly, Violet began to grow, becoming older as her body became more mature and grew womanly curves. Standing before Hadrian was now an adult Violet with an hourglass figure with impressive assets. "A little hairy. What about now?" Violet asks, her voice older as she pulls Hadrian into a hug as his head was squished against her large breasts. "If you wanted to get in my pants, then you should wait a few years," Hadrian says, his voice muffled by Violet's breasts. Immediately, Violet's eyes widened with shock as a large blush formed on her face. Releasing Hadrian, Violet started to become younger as her body started becoming short and her body losing its curves. Violet finally returned to her 7-year-old form, looking down with a massive blush on her face. Hadrian chuckled as he placed his finger under her chin, lightly pushing her head up to look him in the eyes. "If you still want to get in my pants when we're older, then who I am to deny you," Hadrian says before leaning forward, lightly kissing Violet on the lips. Violet's eyes widened significantly as steam began to emit from her head. "Looks like she can't compute," Hadrian thought as Violet was as red as a tomato. Flashback end. Hadrian scoffed as he looked at the blonde idiot before him as he stood in the center of the Slytherin common room. "Is that understood?" Malfoy asks with a scowl on his face as he glares at Hadrian. "I tuned you out the second you said my name." "Sorry, but not sorry," Hadrian retorted with a look of absolute boredom. Malfoy reddened with anger, his face slowly turning into that of a tomato. "I am going to be the leader of the first-year Slytherins, and you will obey me," Malfoy spat, his entire demeanor filled with arrogance. Hadrian chuckles as a dark smirk grew on his face. "I would like to see you try," Hadrian stated, his eyes slowly beginning to glow. Like the idiot he was, Malfoy didn't notice this and drew his wand, ready to cast a spell at Hadrian. But before anyone could react, a loud thump was heard, and everyone in the common room stared at Hadrian in shock as Malfoy was laying on the ground, completely knocked out. "I'm sorry, but..." "What?" Daphne exclaimed in absolute shock. "Looks like he's out cold," Hadrian commented as he remained in the same place as before as his eyes stopped glowing. Everyone in the Slytherin common room couldn't help but look on in confusion as one of the first years had just gone unconscious for some unknown reason. "And maybe someone should take Malfoy to the hospital wing," one of the Slytherin states, confused as to what happened. Some students nod and drag Malfoy out of the common room into the hospital wing. "Thank you, Senshi," Hadrian thought with a smirk as he thought about his first teacher and mentor before Gellert Grindelwald. Break. Daphne Greengrass sat at Slytherin table, her mind pondering over the mystery that was Hadrian Potter. He was blunt and attacked head-on like a Gryffindor, but something wasn't right. Why would the Sorting Hat pick Slytherin for Potter if he wasn't a Slytherin? Daphne wondered as she ate her breakfast. He was arrogant, smug, and just an overall troublemaker. But the more Daphne thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. Potter can't be like Malfoy, because how would Malfoy go unconscious like that without rhyme or reason? The smirk on Potter's face grew slightly when Malfoy fell. Is the arrogant and smug Gryffindor personality just an act? A ruse to make us underestimate him? Daphne thought, confused, but that's when it hit her. After Snape was attacked, he had mysteriously forgotten about the detentions he had given Hadrian Potter. Did Potter attack Snape and erase his mind? But how? He is only a first year, so that would be impossible, Daphne thought as she attempted to understand her theory. But that's when things started to piece together. It is all just an act. Like Malfoy is when it comes to his blasted father. People don't expect much from him and see him as just some daddy's boy. And with Potter, they will see him as an arrogant brat that's all talk. But all of that is just an act hiding something far more dangerous underneath, Daphne realized. Her jaw had dropped. Slowly turning to her head, she looks at Hadrian, who smirks at her with a knowing glint in his eyes. Does he know? Daphne thought, slightly worried. Hadrian continued to smirk as his eyes began to glow with power. This only confirmed Daphne's theory. The arrogant and blunt attitude was nothing more than an act, hiding something far more dangerous underneath. Break! Hadrian cocked an eyebrow as he sat in his seat, his first class being potions with Gryffindors. They seemed to love putting Gryffindors and Slytherins together. Hadrian thought to himself, but shrugged it off. Sitting next to him was Daphne Greengrass and her childhood friend Tracy Davis. The door slams open, Snape entering the room with bandages over his head. Looks like the prick couldn't be fully healed. Even with magic, Hadrian thought, amused. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. Snape practically glided across the classroom. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even how to stop her in death, Snape says, his voice quite yet reaching the entire class. Hadrian couldn't help but be amused at the ridiculous statements of the professor before them. There are limits that even magic can't surpass, you idiot, Hadrian thought with a smirk. Hadrian leans back, barely paying attention to Snape's class, finding himself bored. This is Violet's thing, not mine, Hadrian thought with a scowl on his face. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possessions with abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention, Snape says, causing Hadrian to look at Snape with an unimpressed gaze. Hadrian saw that Snape was looking at him with a scowl on his face. Mr. Potter, the arrogant Slytherin, Snape says, causing the Gryffindors besides Rose and Hermione to laugh to themselves, already hating Hadrian just for the house he was in. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Snape asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Hadrian narrows his eyes, his fist clenching tightly as he realized what he was doing. Asking me a question several years above what is being taught. Bastard, Hadrian thought with a scowl. I don't know, Hadrian answers. Snape scowled at Hadrian, but the vigilante could see that enjoyment in the Death Eater's eyes. Well then, let's try again. Where Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a Bezoar? Snape asks. Hadrian paused, trying to remember the answer to the question. Oh, I know this one. Where did Violet say it was? Hadrian thought to himself before it hit him. In the stomach of a Go-Dash, Hadrian was saying before a voice, no a pity. Snape says, cutting Hadrian off. Hadrian clenched his fists, the desire to rip the Death Eater in half becoming very appealing. What is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane? Snape asks. There is no difference. They also go by the name of Aconite. Hadrian answers coldly. 10 points from Slytherin. Mr. Potter, for your arrogance, Snape says, and the Gryffindors laugh to themselves while Rose looks at Hadrian with confusion. Are his clothes moving? Rose thought, confused, while Hadrian was on the verge of using the symbiote to kill Snape. Break! Hadrian couldn't help but have the desire to either kill or break every bone in Snape's body, as the idiot told everyone to make a potion and only put half-assed instructions on the board. Oh, if this is the first class, then I can only wonder when I am going to kill him. Not if, Hadrian thought to himself as he started working on a potion to cure boils. While Hadrian makes his potion, The young vigilante noticed that the half-assed instructions weren't even correct, resulting in a barely passable potion. This explains the severe decrease in Aurors in Britain, Hadrian thought. Hadrian felt his table crack as his fist gripped it tightly. The bastard before him was crippling the Briton aura force by not teaching potions properly, and in turn crippling St. Mungus due to the lack of medical witches and wizards. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian reins in his anger in an attempt to not kill the Death Eater before him. He is protected by Dumbledore. That much is obvious. Right now I need to be certain he is as bad as the rest of the so-called innocent Death Eaters so I can kill him. And so far letting him live sounds very unappealing, Hadrian thought to himself. Break. Rose found herself wondering what her brother was capable of. When she saw her brother getting angry, a part of her wanted to help him, but she froze in shock as she saw the table crack as he held the table in a tight grip. How strong is he? Rose thought. Wide-eyed, feeling a tap on her shoulder, Rose turned to see Hermione with her equipment out. Rose, we have to start our potions, Hermione informed one of the twins lived, who in turn nodded her head, choosing to focus on her work before talking with her twin brother. As the class continued, Rose found herself paying close attention to her twin brother, who was making his potion, not following the instructions on the board. Wonder why he isn't following them, Rose thought to herself, until she had a close look at the instructions, shocking the red-haired girl. Half of them aren't even right. Rose realized, finding herself disliking Snape further for not only being mean to her brother, but also purposefully writing incorrect instructions to fail the class. Cease what you are doing and place your vials on the table for examination, Snape ordered. As the class places their potions into their vials, Rose noticed. Hadrian hands Snape the vial only for the bastard to drop it, smashing it in the process. Whoops. Looks like you get a 0-inch, Snape says with a smug smirk. Hadrian stood before Snape, cocking an eyebrow before shrugging and exiting the classroom with his bag, just as the bell goes off, signaling the end of class. Rose seethed with anger as she glared at the professor. That bastard did it on purpose, Rose thought angrily, hating how Snape was treating Hadrian. Break. Hadrian sat in class, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he began to feel a headache forming as the professor spoke, and for the first time in his life, the young vigilante wanted to drop-kick a disabled person. AA and T to cast T the SS spell, YEA I need to dash. Professor Quirrell stuttered like a broken engine, causing many students to stare at the professor, nearly half asleep as he stuttered. Ducking hell, he is worse than that stupid ghost in History of Magic, Hadrian thought with a scowl. Leaning back in his chair, Hadrian released a frustrated sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. If this is what I'm going to have to be dealing with when attending Defense Against the Dark Arts for this entire year, then I am not even going to bother showing up, Hadrian thought with a scowl. Looking to his left, Hadrian was amused when he saw the bored expression of Daphne, who looked like she was on the verge of falling asleep. At least I'm not the only one that is suffering, Hadrian thought. Flashback. In the abandoned warehouse where our young vigilante resides, the sounds of fighting echoed through the not-so-abandoned building. Bang! Aya! Sebastian screamed in pain as he landed on the stone ground. The young boy was now 10 years old and shirtless, revealing his young, athletic body, covered in cuts and bruises due to his current fight. You're getting better, of voice compliments, causing the young boy to look up, seeing Hadrian looking down at him with a smirk. Wearing black tank top with black jeans, the young vigilante was sweaty and breathing heavily. At that moment, Red attempted to tackle Hadrian from behind, only for the host of the symbiote to backflip over Red, causing the young red-eyed boy to fall, landing on Sebastian. Oh, duck! Sebastian yells out as Red lands on his stomach. Dude, get off! Sebastian exclaims, coughing from the impact to his stomach. Asterisk chuckle asterisk sorry Seb. Red apologizes sheepishly. Sebastian scoffed, shaking his head in frustration. Then get the hell off me! Sebastian snaps, causing Red to immediately get up, pulling Sebastian off the ground. Sebastian dusted his pants and turned to Hadrian, who looked at them with an amused expression. I thought you said no powers? The symbiote counts, so why did you use its powers? Sebastian asked with a scowl. Hadrian nodded his head, confirming Sebastian's question. I didn't use the symbiote though, Hadrian answers, causing both boys to groan. Seriously? Damn, sooner or later you won't even need the symbiote, Red says, his voice showcasing his awe. Hey, When you are taught by Senshi, you tend to listen to what he says, Hadrian replies with a shrug. Red chuckles, shaking his head with an amused smirk while Sebastian scowled, turning his head to face the wall. Just then, the door to the warehouse opened, revealing Violet, who was carrying several boxes of pizza and a plastic bag filled with soft drinks. "I'm back," Violet calls out. The young girl paused as she saw her brother and Sebastian bruised while Hadrian remained untouched. "Harry's still kicking your ass?" Violet asks with a knowing grin. Sebastian huffed and pursed his lips while Red laughs, smacking Sebastian on the back. "Relax, Seb. Harry's improved ever since he met Senshi. And the training our young hero received, I'm not surprised he can kick our asses," Red says. Sebastian reluctantly nodded his head, agreeing with Red's statement. Hadrian chuckled before noticing Violet looking around with a confused expression. "Where's Sapphire?" Violet asks, curious. "She's with Gellert on the second floor," Hadrian answers, crossing his arms over his chest. Violet nodded her head and walked past the boys, heading upstairs. Silence reigned between both boys as they watched the young girl walk up the stairs. "What was Sapphire working on again?" Red asked, breaking the silence between the trio. Hadrian sighed, shaking his head in exasperation as he followed Violet up the stairs. Sebastian, on the other hand, chuckled, patting Red on the head as he walked by. "A clemency, Red?" "A clemency," Sebastian answers as he follows Hadrian. Red stood there, staring at the stairs with a blank expression. "Oh, fair enough," Red comments, shrugging his shoulders as he runs up the stairs. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Red saw everyone sitting down in the center of the room where they slept. What was once a damaged office was now replaced with a beautiful black carpet with several beds on the sides of the wall, completely furnished and redecorated, thanks to both magic and purchasing furniture with the excess money that they had acquired. Sapphire sat at the table in the center of the office with a bright smile on her face. Her cheeks puffed out cutely as she stuffed a pizza into her mouth. "Oh, is Princess Sapphire happy with her meal?" Red asks with a teasing tone. Sapphire narrowed her eyes, glaring at Red while her cheeks remained puffed out. "She seems happy with the food. That means you dash. Got her extra cheese and pepperoni on her pizza." Violet cut Red off, causing her twin to mock glare at her. Violet stuck out her tongue in response, receiving an eye roll from Red. "Geez, guys, relax and enjoy some pizza," Sebastian says as he laid on his bed, stuffing a barbecue chicken pizza into his mouth. Gellert Grindelwald sat in a comfy chair near the group. The once feared Dark Lord had planned to find a nice place to enjoy the last of his years of his life when he had finished training Hadrian. But somewhere along the way, the ex-Dark Lord found himself enjoying the young vigilante's company. It was nothing like his followers who worshipped the ground that the old Dark Lord had walked on. It felt more like a grandchild and grandparent relationship, but with a little twist. And now here, he was a teacher, mentor, parent, and friend to the young group of homeless kids who live in the abandoned warehouse, now under the Fidelius charm, courtesy of Gellert Grindelwald. At that moment, the ex-Dark Lord brought his hand to his mouth. In his hand was a meat lover's pizza. Taking a bite, Gellert smiled as he enjoyed the mixture of flavors. "Muggles sure know how to make good food," Gellert thought to himself as he took another bite of his pizza. Flashback end. Rose Potter sat in front of Albus Dumbledore. The duo found themselves sitting in the headmaster's office. A tense atmosphere filled the room. "And you think Quirrell is the one who is after the stone?" Rose asks, her hands together as she stares at Albus. Dumbledore sighed, nodding his head in confirmation. "I believe that to be the case," Dumbledore answers, the twinkle in his eyes now lost. Rose sighed tiredly and leaned back on her chair. "Do you think he could be the one who had attacked Snape?" Rose asks, slightly worried for the students. "Professor Snape," Rose, Dumbledore lightly scolds. The young girl shook her head, a slight scowl on her face. "He is no Professor Albus. He not only taunted Harry and gave him questions several years above our year level, but he gave us half-assed instructions that are barely passable," Rose states, her eyes brimming with anger. Dumbledore paused, stroking his beard in thought. Could that be why there are less students passing newts for potions? Dumbledore wondered aloud. Rose sighed. She saw Albus as a grandfather, but he was just too trusting. It was both a positive to his character, but people could take advantage of his trusting nature. Yes. From what I've seen, he doesn't have any desire to help his students unless they are Slytherin, Rose states, causing Dumbledore to look at his desk with worry. Moments passed in silence as the old headmaster sat in thought. Am I too trusting? Dumbledore asks out of the blue. Rose sighed, knowing that the headmaster was doubting his trust in the potion's master. It depends, Albus. I don't think that Snape is someone you should trust. He seems to be more loyal to himself than anyone else, Rose replies, causing the old wizard to understand the young girl's point. Time will only tell where his true loyalties lie, Rose thought to himself. Halloween and home. Chapter 4. Halloween and home. Zach smiled as he sat beside Hadrian, both twins finding themselves in the Hogwarts library. In his hands, Zach was reading a book on arithmancy, while in Hadrian's hand was a book on defense against the dark arts. But from the way he is looking at the book, it seems it is not to his liking, Zach thought to himself as he saw the disgust on his twin's face. Hadrian couldn't help but be disgusted by the books that were forced on him and other students by the ministry. Everything he had read was useless, no matter how hard he tried. The young vigilante just couldn't find anything that could teach him anything useful. How the hell are Vila dark creatures? Just because they have the allure and their avian form doesn't mean that they are dark. If being dangerous makes them dark, then all wizards and witches are dark, as they are dangerous, Hadrian thought to himself, shaking his head. Break! Water rushed through the shower head as it collided against Hadrian's skin. The young vigilante had placed a hand on the stone wall as the water slid down his body. His scars were easily spotted and numerous. His somewhat muscular body, when he began his night outs as the vigilante Spider-Man, was now replaced by a muscular body with peak-condition swimmer's build with 8-pack abs. Around Hadrian's torso was a large black dragon tattoo with glowing green eyes that wrapped itself around Hadrian's chest with its head glaring forwards on his shoulder. During his journey, Hadrian had acquired this tattoo as a rite of passage after finally completing his training under Senshi. With the numerous scars across Hadrian's body, only one stood out the most. A large, jagged, 3-clawed scar stretched across Hadrian's back, starting at his right shoulders and ending at his left hip. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian pressed his fingers against the clawed scar. Phantom pain of the attack burned into Hadrian's memory. The owner of the claws was the most dangerous individual Hadrian had ever fought. Flashback. The sun shone above the sky, standing in front of a large building. Hadrian, now 7 years old, glared at the building before him. Currently located in Japan, Hadrian made his way towards the building, his eyes brimming with determination. With the sun out, Hadrian knew that he could not fight as Spider-Man, as the vigilante doesn't fight during the day. And the last thing I need is to be chased after by the police, Hadrian thought to himself. Making his way around the building, the symbiote began to change, now wearing a coat with a bandana over his face and a hood over his head. Hadrian finally reached the back door of the building, where 2 armed guards stood guard. Let's get to work, Hadrian thought as his eyes flashed green. Jumping in front of the 2 guards, Hadrian grabs the man's head and slams it into the ground with unnatural speed. The other guard made a sound of shock and pulled out a gun, aiming it at Hadrian. From his coat, a black tendril shot from Hadrian, grasping the man's hand and pulling him towards the young vigilante. Spinning on his feet, Hadrian slammed his foot into the guard's stomach as he was pulled towards Hadrian. The guard coughed at the impact and slumped onto the ground, unconscious. Non magical. How much do they know about this place and what they do? Hadrian wondered before shaking his head. No time for that, Hadrian says to himself as he searches both guards. Huh? Hadrian thought triumphantly as he found a key card. Turning his attention towards the door, Hadrian swipes the key card over the pad, which flashed green, indicating the granted access. Better to stay stealthy and take out the guards quickly and efficiently. With the symbiote being unable to use its full power, I will need to focus on efficiency instead of taking them all out, Hadrian thought to himself as he entered the building. Making his way through the building, Hadrian took out guards as he made his way towards his destination. Eventually reaching the basement of the building, Hadrian found a metal door, locked up tight. Grasping the handle, Hadrian turned only for the handle to stop halfway. Locked! Damn it, Hadrian internally cursed. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian paced in front of the metal door and thought, I can either find a way to unlock the door the normal way, or I can just bust my way in, Hadrian thought to himself. Growling to himself, Hadrian shook his head and turned his attention back to the metal door. Duck it. There is time for stealth, and there is time to go loud, Hadrian thought as he cocked his fist back. Boom! The metal door exploded as Hadrian struck the door, breaking it into multiple pieces completely shattering the metal. Hadrian walked inside to see what he had been looking for. "All right, stay calm, and I will get you all out of here," Hadrian says as he makes his way towards a containment cell. In front of the vigilante were a large group of beautiful women with snow-white hair and unnaturally attractive figures. Vila, grasping the cell door, Hadrian pulled back, ripping the door like wet paper. "Thank you, strength training," Hadrian thought with a smirk hidden behind his bandana. Clap, clap, clap. Hadrian paused, and the Vila shook with fear as the sounds of clapping echo through the area. Turning around, Hadrian looked at a man who walked out of the darkness with a dark smirk on his face. "I must say, for a boy as young as you, I am impressed," the man says as he crosses his arms over his chest. "And you are?" Hadrian asks as he looks at the man from top to bottom. Wearing dark blue jeans with a gray jacket and white shirt, the man had brown hair cascading down to his shoulders and gray eyes piercing Hadrian's green eyes. "Just call me Alpha," Alpha responds. "Really? Alpha?" Whatever Hadrian thought to himself as he looked at Alpha. "Any reason you decided to hide in the shadows like a stereotypical villain?" Hadrian asks, cocking an eyebrow. Alpha paused, looking at Hadrian with a blank face. "Ha-ha!" Alpha bursts into laughter, smacking his knee with an amused smile on his face. "That actually does seem like what a villain would typically do," Alpha laughs, nodding his head in agreement. Hadrian tilts his head. The young vigilante's gut was screaming at Hadrian, warning the young boy that this man before him was dangerous. Very dangerous. Soon Alpha's laughter ceased, and he turned his attention back to Hadrian. "I like you, kid. You break into this building and kick the crap out of the guards in your way. All just to save these women," Alpha says, respect in his eyes. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at Alpha, tense and ready to fight the man before him. "But of course, I don't really understand the point of protecting the weak, but to each his own," Alpha says with a shrug. "And what role do you play in all of this?" Hadrian asked cautiously. Alpha cocked an eyebrow and looked up in thought. Moments pass, and Alpha shrugs his shoulders. "Not much other than the fact that I am just a mercenary. Of course, I never really saw the appeal of using these women as feck slaves, but I wasn't going to stand in their way." "Too boring," Alpha answers. Hadrian couldn't help but stare at Alpha in shock. "That's it? You were willing to let these innocent women be slaves for the rest of their lives, treated as nothing but toys to disgusting bastards who are too busy fattening themselves on the suffering of others?" Hadrian demands, his eyes glowing bright green with power. Alpha looked at Hadrian, a smirk on his face. "I don't really care what happens to those fat bastards. They don't bother me, then I don't kill them. But since you want to save these women so much, I will make you a deal," Alpha offers. "What deal?" Hadrian asks cautiously. Alpha smirks as his eyes turned gold. "I get to fight you. If you win, then these women will be set free. You have my word on that?" Alpha offers. "And if I lose?" Hadrian asks tense. Alpha grinned at Hadrian. The young man entered a fighting stance. "Then you get your ass kicked, and the women will still be set free." "Once again, you have my word on that," Alpha answers, confusing the young vigilante. "What? What's the point? Let's just free the women now, then," Hadrian says, confused. Turning back around, Hadrian went to help the women only for a knife to fly past his face, embedding itself into a stone wall on the other side of the room. "Ah, I said if we fight, they will go free. If you refuse, then they will stay here, left to live their lives as toys," Alpha says with an arrogant smirk on his face. Growling, Hadrian turned his attention back to Alpha, his fists clenched as his eyes glowed with rage. "What's the point? Why do I have to fight you to save these women? You seem fine with letting them go anyway," Hadrian demands. Alpha chuckles, nodding his head with a smirk. "I do admit that I don't like the idea of protecting the weak, but I also don't like lording myself over them. So what if I am powerful? I don't need to put people down just to prove it. Even if they're strongest, they don't stand a chance against me," Alpha laughed. "What is the point of all of this?" Hadrian exclaimed in his mind, confused. "Then why do you want to fight me?" Hadrian asks, curious as to Alpha's reasoning. Alpha chuckles and looks at Hadrian with an excited gleam in his eyes. "I said I don't like lording over the weak, but when I see someone truly powerful, I want to fight them. And here you are, and my animal side demands that I fight you," Alpha answers, shocking Hadrian. "You want to fight me because I am strong?" Hadrian asks, eyes narrowed in confusion. Alpha nods his head in response, entering a fighting stance. Oh yeah, and if you fight me, these women will be set free regardless of the results, Alpha answers, giving his word. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian enters a fighting stance, ready to fight Alpha. Then let's do this, Hadrian says, and Alpha grins in response. Flashback end. Welcome class to your first flying lesson, Madam Hooch. Welcomed as she walked between both Slytherins and Gryffindors who stood on opposite sides of each other. Why do they keep putting Gryffindors and Slytherins together? Hadrian wondered as he saw both houses glaring at each other with contempt. With a sigh, Hadrian looked at the opposite line and saw Rose shrugging her shoulders with a silent, "What can you do?" Hadrian couldn't help but agree with Rose's silent comment and turned his attention back to Madam Hooch. "Now hold out your hands over your brooms and say up," Hooch instructs. With a slight scowl, Hadrian held his hand over his broom. "Up," Hadrian ordered. Hadrian's eyes widened as his broom suddenly floated into the air and shot forward, flying away at incredible speed. The class watched as Hadrian's broom flew over the Black Lake and eventually disappeared into the mountains. Did I scare it away? Hadrian thought, shocked. Looking around him, Hadrian noted that both Slytherins and Gryffindors stared at where the broom had flown off with gaping mouths. "It would seem that Mr. Potter's broom has decided to take a vacation," Madam Hooch states dryly. Everyone turned to Hadrian, confusion in their eyes. "Looks like Potter is not wizard enough for even a broom to stay near him," Malfoy states arrogantly. No one laughed at his taunt except for Crabbe and Goyle. "How much does he pay those bozos to suck his?" Like seriously, Hadrian thought, slightly worried of the amount of brain cells those two lack. "Shut it, Malfoy," Rose snapped, glaring at Malfoy with anger in her eyes. "Oh, too much of a coward to handle your own battle, Potter. Need your sister to do for you?" Malfoy taunts with Dumb and Dumber. Laughing, Rose reddened with anger, while Hadrian cocked an unimpressed eyebrow. "That's all you got? Please, why would I waste my time with someone whose only strength is being a daddy's girl? With the amount of effort you put into your hair, I wouldn't be surprised if you became a drag queen," Hadrian scoffed. Most of the students didn't get the joke, but for the few that did, began to roll on the ground in laughter. Even Madam Hooch was covering her mouth as her shoulders shook from laughing. Malfoy and most of the purebloods, on the other hand, looked at Hadrian in confusion. Hadrian shook his head, tired of the ignorance of Wizarding Britain and their desire to not learn anything about the non-magical world. "All right, class, let's continue with the lesson," Madam Hooch says, bringing everyone's focus back to their brooms. Break. Hadrian expected many things when it came to Malfoy, but what he didn't expect was that Malfoy wasn't above stealing an item from the heir of an ancient and most noble house. His stupidity knows no bounds, Hadrian thought as he looked to the sky where Malfoy held Neville Longbottom's remembrall. But for the life of Hadrian, he couldn't understand why Rose decided to go after Malfoy to take back the remembrall. Hadrian was many things, but he was no goody-two-shoes. When out fighting crime, saving kittens from trees and comforting children were not his forte. Beating the shit out of criminals and gang members was his speed. He just didn't have the patience to handle things that so many other people can do. But being the knight in shining armor was not only not appealing to Hadrian, it just didn't fit his character. After all, if the armor was clean and undamaged, it just meant that they weren't that heroic. The true heroes are always damaged in some way or form. That's inevitable. It came in several forms such as physical, mental, and sometimes emotional. To be a true hero, you have to know that something will be lost, whether you like it or not. And when it comes to being a hero, he couldn't deal with the thought of letting the most wicked and disgusting criminals live. People like the Death Eaters, gang members, and corrupt government officials would either be beaten half to death, depending on their crimes, or just flat out killed. But what the people wanted was someone who followed the law, bringing in criminals alive and to face justice. Hadrian would know. The police have made it their duty to arrest him for the murder of the many criminals that he had killed. "Ms. Potter!" Hadrian was brought out of his thoughts when Professor McGonagall stormed out of the castle, making her way towards the group. Looking up at Rose, Hadrian noted that she was a few feet from the ground with the remembrall in her hand. The young vigilante also noticed Malfoy, smirking triumphantly as Rose was dragged off the field by McGonagall while the students were attempting to convince the teacher it was Malfoy's fault. "She's one of the twins who lived. It won't be anything serious," Hadrian thought, already knowing what the benefits of fame can provide. Flashback. Hadrian coughed as he laid on the hard ground, blood covering his back with the source being a large 3-clawed slash. "I must say, you did well for your age," of voice compliments, and Hadrian looks up to see Alpha standing before him. With a sigh, Alpha squatted to look Hadrian in the eye. "We had a deal. You did your part. I will do mine. Those girls will be set free, and they can take a port key to a destination of their choice," Alpha says, respect gleaming in his eyes. Hadrian coughed, blood splattering across the ground. "Why, you're a werewolf." Hadrian coughed once more. Alpha nodded his head and smirked at Hadrian. "Yep, and you gave me some trouble. I must say I'm impressed. You did better than even the adults that I have fought," Alpha says as he stood up. Turning around, Alpha began to walk away, but stopped for a moment. "Best of luck to you, kid. Hopefully the next time we meet, you can give me the fight of my life," Alpha says as he throws a necklace at Hadrian. As the necklace landed on Hadrian, his body swirled before disappearing. The necklace was a port key. "Break!" Hadrian let out a pained yelp as he landed on dirt, fading in and out of consciousness. Hadrian was able to see that he was in the middle of a forest. "Why did he send me here?" Hadrian thought, confused. Hadrian growled in pain as the symbiote attempted to close up his wounds, but with little luck, as the wounds were massive. But nevertheless it tried. With pain racking through his entire body, Hadrian began to crawl on the ground, wanting nothing more to find a way out of this forest and to find a way to heal. But with not only his strength weakening as the seconds passed and the constant blood loss, Hadrian eventually slumped onto the ground, unconscious. From the nearby trees, several women made out of wood began to form. The women looked at Hadrian with tilted heads as they inspected his unconscious body. Without any sign of hesitation, one of the women picked Hadrian up and began to take him away from the forest, heading toward a large shrine on the nearby mountains. The home of Senshi, the first and most important teacher to one, Hadrian Potter. Flashback end. Hadrian yawned as he poked his breakfast with his fork. It was Halloween morning. Today was the 10th year anniversary of him losing his parents, and the day he was sentenced to several years of torture at the hands of the Dursleys. Luckily for Hadrian, Dumbledore gave him, his sister, and brother a day off due to the events of Halloween. And as Hadrian looked around, he noticed that nearly all of the students chatted with each other or remained silent, all out of uniform, wearing casual clothes. Despite the day off for Hadrian, Rose, and Zach, everyone still had classes but were given the choice to either wear casual dress or their uniform. And like most kids, chose casual dress. The majority of the Slytherins wore robes, while the other 3 tables wore clothing originating from the non-magical world. But for Hadrian, the symbiote took the shape of plain black pants, with a belt wrapped around his waist and a long-sleeved shirt hiding his scars. One thing that Hadrian thought when he was forced to Hogwarts was that he could last a few months without fighting or web swinging in the night sky. But the desire to go out there, save people, and protect them from the scum of the criminal underworld became an important part of Hadrian's life. How does one live their life with barely 4 hours of sleep a day, pushing their body to the absolute physical limit to suddenly sit in a room for several hours a day, doing absolutely nothing and not hate it? With a sigh, Hadrian rubbed the bridge of his nose and began to eat his food. A few minutes pass, and Hadrian felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, Hadrian paused as he saw Rose standing there, a small, sad smile on her face. "Hey, Harry, both Zach and I are heading to St. Mungus to go see Mom and Dad. Want to come with?" Rose asked, curious. Hadrian raised both eyebrows, looking at Rose with a mix of shock and confusion. "And Mom and Dad are alive?" Hadrian asks in disbelief. Rose tilted her head with a frown. "You didn't know?" Rose asks, frowning in confusion. Hadrian nodded his head in response to Rose's question. Rose sighs and sits beside Hadrian. On Halloween, when Voldemort, Rose paused and looked at Hadrian, waiting to see if he would flinch. A smile grew as she saw he didn't even blink. "Attacked us. Mom and Dad were forced into a coma, which they have been stuck in for the last 10 years, Rose informs Hadrian, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Hadrian couldn't believe that his parents were alive and were presently in a coma. A few moments pass as Hadrian takes in that fact. Soon a small smile forms on Hadrian's face as he looks at Rose. "Let's go see Mom and Dad," Hadrian says, hints of excitement in his voice. Rose nods her head, and the both stand up. Rose makes her way towards Albus Dumbledore with Hadrian following right behind her. "I finally get to see them. Even if they aren't awake, it's still something," Hadrian thought to himself. "Break." Albus sighed as he leaned against one of the walls right outside the hospital room where James and Lily Potter currently resided. Inside the room, both Hadrian, Zach, and Rose Potter sat beside their parents, talking to them in hope that their parents could at the very least hear them. The old headmaster knew that Hadrian had suffered on the streets. His eyes said it all. "I wish I could in some way help bring both Lily and James out of their coma," Albus thought, a sad smile forming on his face as memories of the two Potters' time in Hogwarts came to the front of the old man's mind. The times that Lily Evans, before she married James, chasing James around Hogwarts, wand in hand and face as red as her hair, yelling at the young Potter for one of his pranks brought a sense of nostalgia inside the headmaster. A tear slides down Albus' face as the pain of seeing his favorite students in a coma continues to hurt him even further as he sees the triplets sitting by their parents' side, saddened that both elder Potters were unable to communicate, let alone be aware of their children. "Please wake up. Your children need you," Albus thought with a sigh. Break. Far from the country of Britain, in America, a bald-headed black man, wearing a black eye patch over his eye, was staring down at a folder. His eye narrowed and his eyebrows scrunched in frustration as he sat at a desk in the middle of the room. The door to the room where the man sat opened, revealing a beautiful redhead, wearing a black skin-tight outfit which hugged her. Hourglass figure that would make even supermodels jealous. "You wanted to see me, sir," the woman spoke, eyes staring down at the folder in the man's hand. "What do you make of this?" the man asked, pushing the folder forward, reaching the end of the table. Cocking an eyebrow, the buxom redhead grabbed the folder and looked inside of it. On one side of the folder was of a familiar man in a black suit with a large white spider on his chest and back. Spider-Man. The first picture was of him swinging from above the person taking the picture as he passed by one of the light posts, his black suit shining underneath the light with the giant white spider symbol just visible. The second picture was of Spider-Man surrounded by a bunch of unconscious men, with a scared woman hiding in the corner who was more than likely being robbed, as the men were still alive. On the other side of the page was a picture of a young boy, looking to be around 13, with long black hair reaching down to his shoulders and emerald green eyes. The second picture was him with his hand out, shirtless, showing a large tattoo and numerous scars with blood-red fire shooting out of his hand, aimed directly at several men with wands pointing at him. Under the picture was a name, written in bold writing: Hadrian Potter. The first is a vigilante, and the second is a kid with magic. A woman, Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, answered. The man hummed, leaning back on his chair. "This man is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, what is this about?" Natasha asked, curious. A sigh escapes Fury as places his elbows on his desk. "Spider-Man took down an entire slave trade, several bank robberies, gangs, and what else we don't know. Hadrian Potter, first person to ever escape the labyrinth alive, took down an entire government single-handedly and helped take down a slave trade along with Spider-Man and who knows what else," Nick Fury stated. Natasha's eyes widened as she looked down at both pictures, specifically the picture of the young boy who had single-handedly taken down an entire government. "What government did he take down?" Natasha asked, shocked. "The magical Greek ministry, the most corrupt out of all the magical ministries in the world, with Britain coming a close second," Fury answers. Natasha shook her head, eyes wide with shock. "How the hell does a kid take down an entire government?" Natasha wondered. "And what do you want to do with these two?" Natasha asks, confused. "I found it odd that both Spider-Man and Hadrian Potter were focused on taking down a specific slave trade, at the same time add to that both of them disappear and reappear in the same country at basically the exact same time," Fury answered, standing up from his desk, pacing around the room. Natasha frowned. What Nick Fury had just said made things suspicious about the two individuals. "Do you think they're working together?" Natasha asks, curious. A sigh escapes Fury as he rubbed his forehead. "That's the thing. I have reason to believe that Spider-Man and Hadrian Potter are the same person," Fury answers. Natasha stared at Fury, disbelief written all over her face. "Nick, I can see these two working as you said, but the two being the same person? Sir, I believe that is a bit far-fetched, Natasha admitted. Fury nodded his head, agreeing with what the red-headed woman stated. I agree, but I found an interesting fact, Fury stated, going back to his desk, pulling out another folder from his drawer. Handing the folder to Natasha, the woman opened it to see what remains of a car crash. Victims 3. 1 adult male, 1 adult female, 1 male child. Vernon Dudley, bullet to the head. Petunia Dudley, died from explosion. Dudley Dudley, died on impact. Missing, Hadrian Potter, raised by the family and disappeared before the car crash. Evidence, gun, contains fingerprints of one Hadrian Potter and Vernon Dudley. Case closed. Natasha frowned and looked at Fury. Okay, so we think the kid might have killed his relatives. I understand that's a bit dark, but the world's a dark place. What does this have? Anything to do with him and Spider-Man being the same person? Natasha asks, confused. A week after the death of the Dudleys, Spider-Man showed up. One thing that stood out when Spider-Man fought is when his suit shot tendrils from its body, like it's made of something else, something we have never seen before. Fury answers. Natasha's eyes widened in realization. And you think the suit forms over the kid's body to make him appear older? Natasha spoke. Fury nodded his head, and he sat down. Natasha breathed out in shock. The Black Widow had known about the way Spider-Man had fought and actually agreed with it. In fact, she saw him fight once, and it was something to behold. But the thought that the vigilante was actually a kid just in his teens didn't leave a good feeling in her stomach, reminding Natasha about the Red Room and how she was forced to become a killer. What do we do about this, sir? Natasha asks, the red-headed woman slightly worried for the young boy. Fury noticed the worry and internally chuckled, amused by the legendary Black Widow's behavior. Nothing, Fury answered. The redhead nearly fell in shock at what her boss just stated. And nothing? Natasha asked, eyes wide with shock. Fury crossed his arms, eyes shining with amusement. Nothing, the black man confirmed. The Black Widow frowned, confused by Fury's answer. This isn't like you, sir. You would typically try to either find a way to make sure the person of interest joins us or stays in line. Why the change? Natasha asks, confused. Fury remained silent, his attention returning towards the file where the picture of both Hadrian Potter and his alter ego Spider-Man could be seen. After a few moments of silence, Fury turned his head to see a file on the other side of his desk with big red bold words on the front. Avenger Initiative. Natasha noticed this, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized what her boss was thinking. You want him as a candidate? The Black Widow couldn't help but ask in surprise. Fury remained silent, but nodded his head in confirmation. I know his type. Fights for what they believe in, and whoever stands in his way gets run down. Government included, Fury stated. This causes a frown to form on Natasha's face. Doesn't that mean he shouldn't be a part of the Avengers initiative? It just means he is uncontrollable, Natasha asks, confused. A chuckle escaped Fury as he shook his head. No, he will join if it means that innocent people will be protected. Of course, he will do things his own way, but he will be ruthless, efficient, and an incredible asset to have, Fury states. In fact, he kind of brings a sense of nostalgia of a person I once knew that thought that way, Fury says, a small smile on his face. This caught Romanoff's attention. Who? The Black Widow asked, curious. The black man remained silent, his eye glazed over in memory. Me, Fury answered. Break. Candles floated through the air as children ate underneath it. Hadrian sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. It was as if a pit had formed in the young vigilante's stomach. Believing his parents were dead was something that Hadrian had grown to accept. But to see them laying there, unmoving but still breathing, able to see, to touch, but for them to not respond was a worse feeling than he had ever felt. Looking towards the Gryffindor table, Hadrian noted that both his sister and her friend, Hermione Granger, were nowhere to be seen. As the host of the Symbiote turned to the Ravenclaw table, the young vigilante noted his elder brother, who was currently sitting down, sitting at the table and eating with one hand as he read a book with the other. Zach is still there, but I wonder where Rose and her friend are. Hadrian thought to himself before shaking it off. Something on your mind, a voice catches Hadrian's attention, and the raven-headed boy turns to see Daphne, sitting next to him with Tracy by her side. With his face refusing to betray any emotion, the young vigilante shook his head in response. Nothing to worry about. How was your day anyway? Hadrian asks, grabbing a cup and filling it up with water. Daphne shrugged her shoulders as she grabbed a plate with Tracy pulling out a notebook from under her robes. Not bad. Malfoy is being a pain again, but that's the usual, Daphne answered. Hey Harry, I have to ask, there have been some Muggle-born students wearing these weird shirts. You were raised in the Muggle world, right? I wanted to ask if this symbol means anything, Tracy says, showing Hadrian a page in her notebook. There it was, clear as day, was a large spider symbol that covered a page in Tracy's notebook. The SME spider symbol that he had on his chest and back when in his suit. That's the Vigilante Spider-Man. That symbol is the same spider logo on his chest and back. You see how those spider legs go down like that? Well, they are connected to the legs to an identical logo on Spider-Man's back. Hadrian answers as he downed his cup. Both Tracy and Daphne frown as they look at each other with a confused expression on their faces. Spider-Man? What? Is he a half-human spider thing? Tracy asks, confused. Hadrian let out a small chuckle as he shook his head. No, he isn't. He just has some powers that a spider has. He shoots web from his wrists, sticks to walls, and has superhuman strength, speed, and senses, Hadrian answers. This interests both girls. That sounds cool. What does he look like? Tracy asks, fascinated with Daphne nodding her head in agreement. Hadrian shrugged his shoulders as he placed both arms on the table. He is a man wearing a black skin-tight suit with that symbol on his chest, Hadrian answers calmly. Both girls frowned at the description, but decided not to ask any further. Bang! The door to the Great Hall slammed open as the stuttering professor ran into the Great Hall. Trolls in the dungeon. Trolls in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know, Professor Quirrell screamed out before soon falling forward in a faint. Silence consumed the Great Hall. Chaos then exploded as students began to panic and scream, running around like headless chickens. Hadrian blinked as he swore he heard Malfoy squeal like a girl, causing the young vigilante to cackle in amusement. Silence. Dumbledore's voice echoed throughout the Great Hall, causing everyone to freeze as silence once more dominated the hall. Now, everyone shall remain here as the staff search for the trolls. Both your head boy and girl along with the prefect shall make sure that everyone is safe, Dumbledore says as he and everyone else make their way to the exit, closing the door behind them. Everyone stared at the closed door before the older students with badges began to organize everyone, making sure that everyone was accounted for. Narrowing his eyes, Hadrian took a deep breath as he closed his eyes, sending out a mental pulse, invisible to the normal eye. Using his ability, Hadrian was able to use his spider sense to locate any and all people within the castle, allowing the young vigilante to sense the trolls that were certainly not in the dungeon. With a snarl, Hadrian took a step back as the students fumbled around as they listened to the orders of the older students. If one were to be looking at the young vigilante, they would have seen his sudden disappearance, as if he was never there. Break! Making his way through the corridor, Hadrian came to a stop as he blocked his nose, the smell becoming overwhelming for the young vigilante. Looking behind him, Hadrian chuckled darkly as he saw the troll turn around the corner, a large club in hand. With a satisfying crack of his knuckles, Hadrian grinned as another troll from the other end of the corridor made its way around the corner. With both sides of the corridor blocked by trolls, Hadrian readied himself for a fight. Roar! With a loud war cry, both trolls charged at Hadrian, who stood before them with an arrogant grin on his face. Boom! 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 The ground shook as their feet stomped on the ground, their weight further increasing the impact of their run. As the trolls got closer, Hadrian bent his legs before jumping at the perfect moment. Boom! Crack! The sound of the trolls colliding against each other, their noses cracking from the force of the impact, echoed throughout the corridor. Now in the air thanks to his super strength, Hadrian twisted his body into the air as he aimed his palm towards the trolls. Thwip! From his wrist, black webbing shot forward, attaching itself to the troll. With a powerful yank on the web, Hadrian pulled himself toward the troll and slammed his feet into the back of the troll's head, causing the massive giant to fly forward, colliding against his fellow comrade as they both fell to the ground. Taking advantage of their down state, Hadrian lunged forward, grasping one of the troll club, ripping it out of their hand and raising it high into the air, unaffected with its massive size. HAAA! With a roar, Hadrian brought the club down with one devastating blow. Splat! Blood splattered across the ground as the club shattered from the impact, crushing both bodies of the trolls. With an unsatisfied grunt, Hadrian looked at the club only to see the handle of it, the remains of the shattered club across the ground. How weak, Hadrian thought, throwing the club away as he turned around. With another pulse of his spider sense, Hadrian frowned as he noted that there was only one troll left, and it was with his sister and her friend. Break! Stupefy, Rose silently casted, sending a bright red spell at the troll before her. As the spell struck the giant, Rose frowned as she saw the spell fizzle as the troll's hide resisted the spell's effects. Damn it. Got to use more powerful spells, Rose thought to herself as she pointed her wand once more at the troll. Glacius, Rose yelled, sending a massive spike of ice at the troll. Crash! The ice slams into the troll but fails to pierce the skin, the force of impact causing the troll to stumble as the ice was smashed. Realizing that fighting the troll wasn't the best plan, Rose grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her, getting the both of them out of the girls' toilet, hoping to escape the troll and any danger it presents. Come on, keep running, Rose yells as the two of them run through the corridors. Roar! From behind, the troll chased after them, its club raised high. Narrowing her eyes, Rose pointed her wand behind her as she continued to run, aiming for the club in the troll's hand. Reducto, Rose yelled, firing a bright spell at the club. Boom! The young Potter let out a cheer as her aim was true, the spell colliding with the club and causing it to explode. As the two continued to run, Hermione let out a squeal as she tripped, with her hand still holding onto Rose, both girls falling onto the ground, sliding across the floor and scraping their legs. Getting back up to her feet, Rose grabbed onto Hermione's arm and pulled the bushy-haired girl back onto his feet. As the two were about to continue to flee, Hermione let out a scream, causing Rose to look back, just as the hands of the troll were about to crush her. Closing her eyes in fear, Rose just narrowly saw as a dark figure shot past her. Boom! The ground shook, causing both Hermione and Rose to stumble. Boom! 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 The ground shook as if an earthquake took place. As Rose opened her eyes to see what was happening, the young female Potter saw Hermione, staring at where the troll was, open-mouthed and eyes wide with awe. Confused, Rose looked over and saw the troll, laying on its back as a dark figure stood on its chest, beating down on it. The sheer force of the dark figure's blows shook the ground. A snarl can be heard as the dark figure got off of the troll's chest and stood up straight. That's when Rose got a clear view of the dark figure. Wearing a skin-tight black suit, Rose inspected the figure and saw on the figure chest a massive white spider, the legs connected to an identical spider on his back. Spider-Man, Hermione whispered in awe. As Spider-Man looked around, he saw both girls staring at him in awe. Giving the two a nod, the black-suited vigilante shot a web at the wall and swung through an open window into the cover of darkness. Just then, loud footsteps caught the attention of both girls, causing them to turn around and see the professors running towards them. Are you both all right? McGonagall asks. Worried, Rose took a deep breath and nodded her head. We are fine, Professor, Rose answers. Nearby, Albus Dumbledore moved to the troll and blinked in surprise as the head of the troll was completely obliterated, only blood and shattered bones with bits of brain remaining. How did this happen? Albus asks, turning to the two girls. It was Spider-Man. He saved us, Hermione says, still in shock at seeing the famous or infamous vigilante. The professors blinked, confused as to who Hermione was referring to. A Spider-Man? What is a Spider-Man? McGonagall asks, confused. Hermione looked at her head of house, disbelief on her face. Spider-Man. You know, the superhero? Hermione asks, shocked and confused at their lack of knowledge. Albus frowned as he looked at his student. I apologize, Ms. Granger, but how is a Spider-Man a superhero? The headmaster asks, confused. A scoff was heard, causing everyone to turn and see Snape, looking at the girls with a sneer. The girl is clearly traumatized and is believing nonsense, the potions professor says. Rose narrowed her eyes, glaring at the most hated professor of the school. You can ask any Muggle-raised student about him, and they will say the same thing, Hermione states. Snape sneered at the girl while Albus hummed in thought, stroking his beard. Very well. Professor McGonagall, I would like you to ask students of your house about this Spider-Man. Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, you do the same, the headmaster says before turning to Snape. I have no interest in some girl's preposterous claims, Snape says with an uncaring wave of his hand. Hermione huffed and glared at the teacher. Very well. Miss Potter, Miss Granger, go see Madame Pomfrey for a calming draught and to get yourselves checked over, Albus says, before turning his attention to the troll. How in Merlin's name could a person have such strength? The headmaster wondered, recalling the two dead trolls on his way to Rose and Hermione. Time skipped. Hadrian felt excitement for the first time since he came to Hogwarts, excluding the 3 trolls that he had killed. Today was the last day of school, and soon the young vigilante would be going home. Walking through the hallway, the youngest Potter male perked up slightly as he heard the whispers of other students. It has been some time since Halloween, and many have heard of Rose and Hermione's claim of having seen the vigilante Spider-Man. Many believe it to be an easy way for the girls to gain attention, but many believe them. Spider-Man was known for his superhuman abilities, so the belief that the vigilante was magical in nature was actually not that far-fetched. But what was the belief that he was in Hogwarts? Of course it is true, but they don't need to know that, Hadrian thought to himself. Making his way to the library, Hadrian felt annoyed as he noticed the wary glances from the other students. Seems that despite never doing anything bad to others, he was still distrusted by others, just because he has a snake as his house. Bloody stupid. Just because one ducked-up mother ducker wanted to bang his sister, if he had one, and have men kneeling before him. Wanted to kill all non-magicals and non-magical born doesn't mean that everyone in that house wanted the same, Hadrian thought, annoyed. Hey Harry, a familiar voice greeted, causing the young vigilante to turn and see both his sister and brother. Rose, Zach, Hadrian greeted with a nod. Both siblings smiled sadly at the lack of emotions on their sibling's face. Slightly uncomfortable how closed off the young Potter was. Are you excited for the holidays? It would be nice to spend Christmas together as a family, Rose asks, excitement in her eyes. Hadrian sighed and shook his head in refusal. Can't. I'm going back to America. Have some friends to go see, the young vigilante states. Both siblings frown at that, disappointed that their brother declined their offer. Well, why don't they join us? I'm sure we all can have a fun Christmas, Zach says, hoping that the young vigilante would spend the holidays with them. Once more, Hadrian shook his head. Can't. I have some stuff to do, and I can't do that here. Thanks for the offer, but I must decline, Hadrian says as he turns around and walks off, leaving both his siblings behind, standing there with a look of sadness. Sorry for bothering you, Rose mumbled, her head down and her eyes down to the ground. Break. Whoosh. A large aeroplane flew through the night sky, passengers either sleeping or relaxing within the flying aircraft, awaiting to reach their destination. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but atop the plane was a dark figure, standing atop the place, unaffected by the wind pressure or the lack of oxygen with how up the plane was flying. Looks comfy, a voice spoke in Hadrian's mind as he found himself in his superhero outfit. Okay, good morning. That's what I would be saying if you weren't asleep for the past several months, Hadrian yelled in his mind, communicating with Venom through their bond. You seem grumpy. Why is that? Venom asks, curious. Grumbling, Hadrian shook his head with a sigh. Not only was I forced to go to school of all things, I had to do it with you not talking to me. Take a guess how I feel? Hadrian asks, annoyed. The young vigilante could feel the amusement in the bond between both him and the symbiote. I'm sure you can handle a few months without my assistance. Your battle against those trolls proved that the symbiote stated, allowing Hadrian to sense its amusement. You're not shit. They were just grunts. They lack both power and skill. Hadrian retorted, for you. For humans, even magical ones, they're difficult to take down, Venom states. Pointedly ignoring the symbiote, Hadrian looked over the side of the aircraft, noticing the land below him. Seems like we have arrived. Let's do the thing, Venom says, hints of excitement present. We are not doing the thing, the young Potter refuses. Come on, do the thing. You know you want to, Venom retorts, causing Hadrian to grumble. Come on. Just like old times, Venom urges. Hadrian sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. Those old times, as you call it, involved us jumping out of an exploding plane. Last I recall, Hadrian informs the symbiote, crossing his arms over his chest. But we fixed that issue, Venom counters. Yeah, after the many times we had to jump out of planes, the dark-haired boy complained. And we learned from that. Might as well get some practice, and when we have to jump out of an enemy or exploding plane, Venom states. Hadrian was about to respond, but froze. Duck, Venom's got a good point, Hadrian cursed. All right. Fine, Hadrian sighed. Yes. Let's do this, Venom cheered. Hadrian took a deep breath and rolled his shoulders. 1, 2, 3. Hadrian counted in his mind before jumping off the plane with one strong jump. Feeling the wind crash into him, the young vigilante was sent spinning through the air as he attempted to align himself. Duck! Hadrian cursed. After a few moments, Hadrian was able to reduce his momentum before looking down at the rapidly descending ground. Feeling a grin grow on his face, Hadrian spread out his arms as the symbiote shifted, creating a substance between his arms, forcing the young vigilante's descent to be dramatically reduced. Letting out a grunt as sudden reduction forced his air out of his lungs, Hadrian let out a laugh as he glided through the air. Coming up with the idea to add a wingsuit our costume was an amazing idea, Venom says in Hadrian's mind. The young vigilante nodded his head in agreement as they soared through the air. What I would have done with this when I was younger, Hadrian thought to himself as they sped through the air. Break! Landing on the ground with a grunt, Hadrian stood before a familiar warehouse. It's good to be back, Hadrian thought with a smile as the symbiote shifted, turning into pants, a shirt, and a coat. Making his way towards the entrance, Hadrian opened the door to see a familiar group sitting on a couch at the bottom floor, watching a TV show. Stealthily moving towards the couch, Hadrian sneakily stuck his head out from behind, his eyes looking at the circle to see that everyone was present. Boo! Hadrian yelled. The effect was immediate. Everyone screamed as they jumped out of their seats, only to turn around to see a grinning Hadrian. Don't do that, man. You nearly killed the old man. Red jokes, gesturing to Gellert. Said old man raised an eyebrow at the red-eyed boy. Me? I believe you were the one that jumped the highest, Grindelwald says with a mischievous smile. Red huffed and looked away, as if. There is no way that I was scared. Red looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment. Violet giggled and shook her head, getting up from her seat and pulling Hadrian into a tight hug. I am happy to see you again, Violet whispered in the young vigilante's ear. Both Sebastian and Sapphire waved at the young Potter. It's good to see you again, Harry. How was Hogwarts? Sebastian asks, curious. Hadrian huffed in response, shaking his head with an irritated look on his face. Shit, the damn thing was boring as hell. In defense against the dark arts, we got a stuttering old fool. Transfiguration is alright, but not really my thing. Herbology just makes me want to go to sleep. Charms is actually not too bad. Astronomy just wants to make me go out crime fighting. History of magic. Duck me, that class is dog shit. Then we have potions. I swear I'm going to rip that ducker's head off one of these days, Hadrian answers. Gellert hummed as he stroked his beard. So defense against the dark arts and potions professors are the most likely to incur your wrath. Good to know, the ex-Dark Lord says. Everyone aside from Hadrian laughed, with the latter merely smirking. Yep, it is good to be home, Hadrian thought to himself, happy to be back. Spider meets Spider. Chapter 5. Spider meets Spider. Thwip. Swinging through the city, Hadrian found himself grinning as he released the web at the end of his swing, flying through the air with a skilled backflip. Thwip. Sending out another dark web. Hadrian swung on the web, feeling a sense of freedom as he did so. As the young vigilante reached the end of his swing, he let go, flying up into the air with a mix of a 360 and a backflip and landing on the rooftop of a building perfectly. It's good to know that I haven't lost my touch, Hadrian thought with a smile. I must admit, you were skilled, Mr. Potter, a voice spoke, causing Hadrian to tense and turn around, only to see a woman wearing a tight black leather outfit. The woman in question was a beautiful redhead with a very toned body that outlined her curves. How does she know my name? Hadrian thought, the white eyes of his mask narrowing in response. You need not worry, Mr. Potter. My name is Natasha Romanoff. I work for S.H.I.L.D., or otherwise known as Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. You have caught our attention, and we would like to make you an offer, the woman says, walking up to Hadrian with a sway of her hips. And what can you offer me that I would want? Hadrian demanded, crossing his arms over his chest. Romanoff blinked, showing slight surprise in her eyes. I have to admit, when I was informed that you were Hadrian Potter, I was skeptical. After all, Hadrian Potter is quite well known to us, as he is the first person to ever escape the Labyrinth, a magical prison that was said to only let their prisoners out when dead. And not only that he destroyed the Greek Ministry of Magic, but also the defeater of Alpha himself, an incredibly dangerous mercenary who killed many of our best and most skilled, the woman says. Hadrian scowled from under his mask and moved his arms away. Get to the point already, Hadrian growled. Romanov sighed but held out a folder, tilting his head down. Hadrian grabbed the folder without hesitation, his spider senses not warning the young vigilante. As the young potter looked inside, he noticed a picture of Romanov and a description of her one page with a man with a bow and a description of him in the other. Flipping the page, Hadrian saw a picture of him in his superhero outfit and another of him without the suit in another, a brief description of him below. What is this? Hadrian demanded, looking back at the red-haired woman. As of the moment, it is merely an idea. My boss hopes that he can find a group of the most skilled individuals and have them band together to create a team never seen before. It is called the Avengers Initiative. As of the moment, we only have 3 candidates. Hopefully, we will have more in the future, Romanov says as Hadrian hands the folder back to her. Oh, and what does this team do? I don't exactly work well with others, the young vigilante states, placing a fist on his hip. Romanov nodded her head in understanding. I get what you mean. Just to let you know that this is your choice. Think on it, Romanov says before turning around and walking off. Standing there, now alone on the rooftop, the young vigilante found himself pondering on the offer he was given. It doesn't sound like a bad idea. A group of the most powerful and skilled individuals working together. But there were only 3 candidates, me, that woman, and some guy with a bow. It won't be much of a team with only the 3 of us, Hadrian thought to himself, jumping off the rooftop and shooting a web out of his wrist and attaching it to a nearby building, swinging through the city once more in search for crime. Flashback. A groan escaped Hadrian as he opened his eyes, only to close it right back up as the light shined in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the young vigilante noted the burning sensation on his back, something that confused Hadrian before the memories of the night before returned to him. Oh, that is right. I fought Alpha and got my ass handed to me, Hadrian thought with a sigh. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian hesitantly opened his eyes, flinching slightly as the light temporarily blinded him, causing the young boy to turn away. As the light became somewhat bearable, Hadrian looked around to find himself in an odd-looking room that you would find somewhere in Japan. Where am I? The young dark-haired boy wondered, slowly sitting up from the bed. Hadrian winced as he felt the burning sensations grow. Groaning slightly, the young vigilante stood up from his bed and slowly made his way out of the room. Looking around the home he found himself in, Hadrian noted that the place was a shrine. Near the center of the grounds was a man, sitting on the ground in a meditative stance. This seems the only person who lives here, Hadrian thought to himself, slowly making his way towards a man. As the young vigilante got a closer look, he was able to make out that the man was bald with a toned body hidden underneath orange monk clothing. I see that you are awake, young one, the man says, somehow able to tell that Hadrian was behind him. Yeah, I am, Hadrian responds, slightly creeped out by how he was able to know Hadrian was behind him. I am Senshi, the monk of this shrine. Senshi introduced himself. Hadrian frowned, slightly confused. I thought monks were in temples, not shrines. Whatever, Hadrian thought, shrugging his shoulders. How did you find me? The young vigilante asks, curious. Senshi took in a deep breath as he meditated. The Dryads found you, injured and on the verge of death. So they brought you to me, Senshi answers. Hadrian hummed as he crossed his arms over his chest. I see, the young potter says to himself. Senshi let out a deep breath as he stood up, exiting his meditation. Now that you are awake, may I ask as to how you got injured? Senshi asks, raising an eyebrow. Hadrian sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. Let's just say that I was trying to help some people and got my ass handed to me, Hadrian says, not wanting to tell the man of his secrets. You need not lie to me, Spider-Man, Senshi says, shocking Hadrian. The young vigilante tensed, ready for a fight should one start. The monk snorted, shaking his head. You are an open book, young boy. Your mind undefended, unprotected. This allowed me to read your mind, Senshi informs the young vigilante. Hadrian blinked in surprise, but narrowed his eyes at the monk nonetheless. You seem to help the innocent. I can help you, train you. To defeat Alpha, Senshi says, causing Hadrian to freeze in shock. Why would you help me? You don't even know me? Hadrian asks, confused. Senshi nodded his head, agreeing with the young vigilante's statement. That is true, but I know what type of person you are. A fighter, a defender of the innocent. That is all that is required for me to teach you, Senshi states. Hadrian looked down with a frown. Not only had he gotten his ass kicked by the werewolf, but he also almost died. I would be lucky if I ever met someone who kept their word like Alpha did, Hadrian thought with a scowl. With his mind made up, Hadrian took a deep breath and looked up at Senshi. All right, I will do it, Hadrian states with determination. Boom! The young potter had no time to react as he was sent flying, his spider sense not having activated and sending the young boy crashing through a stone wall, demolitioning it from the impact. Asterisk cough cough, asterisk W, what was that? Hadrian asks, feeling blood dripping from his mouth and nose. To be strong, you must learn to take the worst of the worst before you can become the defender of the innocent, Senshi says, standing before Hadrian. The young vigilante opened his mouth to yell at the monk, but Hadrian felt something inside him turn. Looking at the ground, Hadrian began to throw up, the substance forcing its way out of his throat. Letting out a cough, Hadrian looked down and recorded as he saw that he had only vomited blood. You want to be trained? Then let's start, Senshi states. Flashback end. Sebastian yawned as he slowly opened his eyes, only to see the ceiling above him. Sitting up, the young boy looked around to notice that no one was in their beds or in the room. Seems everyone is downstairs, Sebastian thought to himself as he hopped off the top of his bunk bed. Going down the stairs, Sebastian smirked as he saw Red being glared at by his sister, Violet. What did you do now? Sebastian asks with an amused smile. Violet huffed as she turned, glaring at Sebastian, who flinched. Take a guess, the violet-eyed girl growled. Sebastian paled as he realized what she was angry about. Crap! She found out we read her diary, Sebastian screamed in his mind. Come on, Violet. Don't worry. We won't tell Harry about how much you dream of him, Red blurted out, not realizing what he had just said. Violet turned bright red with both anger and embarrassment. What? Come here, Red. I'm gonna kick your ass, Violet yelled as she began to chase her brother. No, 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 no. Help! Red screamed as he ran from the young girl. Sebastian blinked as he watched the twins run from one end of the warehouse to the other, going back and forth as Violet yelled obscenities. Any particular reason you two are so old in the morning? A voice asks, and the trio look over to see Gellert walking to the home, a frown marring his face. Morning, Gellert. How have you been? Sebastian asks with a smile. The ex-Dark Lord snorted as he made his way to the couch. I've been quite well. Until you three started being so loud, the old man says as he sat down. Looking around the bottom floor, Gellert frowned as he noticed something. Where are Hadrian and Sapphire? The old man asked. Sebastian frowned as he noticed the lack of the two members of their dysfunctional family. Oh, they want to get groceries. It has been a while since we restocked, Violet answers. Just then, the door to the warehouse opened, revealing a familiar vigilante and sapphire-eyed girl. Yeah, I have to ask, when did we get a fridge? Hadrian asks, confused, bags of groceries in his arms. Gellert chuckled as he looked at Hadrian. It wasn't easy, but we were able to do the same thing we did with the fridge as we did with the TV, Gellert answers. Hadrian hummed in thought before a smile grew. Interesting. Well, at least this place is still getting better, Hadrian says with a smile. Hey, Harry, I have to ask, how do you stay awake when you get 4 hours of sleep? It's always been bugging me, Red asked, confused. Hadrian chuckled and shrugged his shoulders in response. Just used to it, I guess. Even when at Hogwarts, I couldn't sleep any longer than 4 hours. I was bored out of my mind, Hadrian says, amusement in his voice. Sapphire smiled brightly as she looked at Sebastian, who nodded in understanding. We understand how much being Spider-Man is for you. So both Sapphire and I made you this, Sebastian says, handing Hadrian a small stone, runes covering the entire thing. Hadrian tilted his head as he looked at it, inspecting the runes in question. What is it? The young vigilante asks, curious. Sapphire smiled as she moved to Hadrian's side. It is our own invention. Both Sebastian and I read up on these things known as portkeys, and we thought that maybe we can make something similar. We call it a teleportosphere. It can be connected to 2 different places like a waypoint. What it will do is save the location and coordinates onto the position it is set, and imprint itself on the first half of the sphere. Focus your magic and wish for a waypoint, Sapphire explains, nodding to the young girl. Hadrian closed his eyes and focused his magic into the sphere. The effect was immediate. The first half of the sphere began to glow red, pulsing slightly with magic. There you go. Now you have a waypoint to the warehouse. When you go back to Hogwarts, you can set the second waypoint in your home. From there, you can go back and forth between school, and here Sapphire says with a smile. The young Potter smiled as he looked at both Sebastian and Sapphire. You guys did great. Both of you. Now I don't have to worry about being bored out of my mind, Hadrian jokes, causing the children to laugh. Gellert Grindelwald smiled at the children, before turning his attention to Hadrian. There is one thing you must remember, Harry. You still have to attend your classes. There is a reason I had you go in the first place, the ex-Dark Lord says, causing Hadrian to grumble. Violet smiled as she walked up to Hadrian, patting the young vigilante on the back. Don't worry, Harry. Things will be better at Hogwarts when we come with you. All of us, the young girl says, gesturing to everyone around them. Hadrian sighed, but nodded nonetheless. True. While some parts of Hogwarts are fine, I just can't really get too excited about being there, Hadrian admitted. Gellert nodded his head in understanding. I can understand that, Harry. You are a prodigy in the dark arts. I have never seen anything like it. But you must remember that despite being a master at dark magic, you still must at least understand the other magic available to you. Violet is a prodigy in charms and potions. Sebastian is a prodigy in runes and arithmancy, along with Sapphire and Red is a prodigy in transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. All of them must also understand the other magic available to them, which is why they are joining you next year, the ex-Dark Lord informed Hadrian, causing the young vigilante to sigh, but nod his head in reluctant acceptance. Sometimes I hate it when he is right, Hadrian thought to himself. Flashback. Hadrian groaned as he opened his eyes, only to find himself in a cell. Look what we have here. The little brat who killed Abraxas Malfoy. A voice spoke, causing Hadrian to look up and see an obese man wearing many different types of jewelry. The duck you want? Hadrian growled, eyes narrowed. What I want? The man hummed in thought, just as Hadrian's spider's sense tingled. Hadrian quickly moved to the side, just as the man pulled out his wand and fired a bolt of lightning, the spell shooting past Hadrian and struck the wall, creating a scorch mark. Taking advantage of the man's shock at his dodge, Hadrian lunged forward, grasping the man's collar and pulled. Bang! The man's head slammed into the bars of the cell. The sheer force of the impact broke the man's head open, killing him immediately. Nearby, one of the guards heard and saw the man dead. Prisoner, you will pay for your crimes and murdering another council member of the Greek magical ministry. The guard roared as he went to reach for his wand, most likely to punish Hadrian. Do not bother, a voice called out, causing both Hadrian and the guard to turn and see a man with a bushy beard and a fur coat walking out of the darkness. Who are you? The guard demanded, narrowing his eyes. You may call me Craven. I am here to talk to this child, Craven says, looking at Hadrian. The guard narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, only to find a machete under his chin. I'm the most dangerous hunter in the world. I do not have time for meaningless conversations, Craven says, glaring at the guard. The guard gulped and hesitantly nodded his head, backing away from the man before turning and running away. Craven lowered his blade and sighed. How disappointing, the man says before turning to face Hadrian. You must be the one who killed him, Craven says, looking at Hadrian up and down. The young vigilante narrowed his eyes at the man before him. Killed who? The young Potter asks, cautious. Craven took a step forward, looking down at the young boy before him. Alpha, you defeated him in combat, Craven answered. The young vigilante tilted his head, confused as to why the man was bringing the now deceased werewolf up. I'm imprisoned for killing Malfoy. Why would you bring up Alpha? Hadrian asks, confused. I am Sergei Krafanov. The man you killed was my son, Craven states, causing Hadrian's eyes to widen in shock. At the startling discovery, it took a few moments before the young Potter processed the information. So you were here to kill me? Hadrian asks, slightly confused as he had yet to see any sign of anger in the man. In response, Craven shook his head, further confusing the young vigilante. No, my son wanted to find a worthy foe, and he had done so. Just as I seek my own foe, Craven states, turning away from Hadrian. Foe? Why do you want to find a worthy foe? Hadrian asks, confused. Craven sighed as he shook his head. I am a hunter. I was born to hunt. And what must a legendary hunter need most? A worthy prey. A foe. My son has succeeded in finding one, but was overcome by the challenge, Craven says, turning back to Hadrian. I had come to see if you were a worthy foe, but it would seem you shall perish in the labyrinth. It seems I must go to test my new foe, Craven says. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at the man. Oh, and who is your so-called next foe? Hadrian asks, the one that continues to elude me. Spider-Man, Craven says before turning around and walking away. It is a shame, but you shall die like many before you. No mortal man has escaped the labyrinth alive, Craven says as he disappears into the darkness. Flashback end. Hadrian sat atop a light pole, the moon shining in the sky as the darkness of night, as the young vigilante was currently wearing his Spider-Man outfit. Avengers Initiative. Truthfully, that sounds too good to be true. Besides, D sounds like a government organization, and they can easily be corrupted, Hadrian thought. Just then, Hadrian felt his spider sense tingle. His eyes forcefully pulled towards a nearby alley where a young child was seen, backing away from something. Jumping off the pole, Hadrian Webb zipped towards the child, just as a dog lunged at them. Oh no! Hadrian yelled in his mind as he held his hand out, palm facing the dog, and sent a ball of web towards the dog. The force of the web as it struck the dog caused it to be sent flying back, sticking to the wall by black webbing. The child blinked and looked around. There the child saw Hadrian, standing before them. Oh my God, you're Spider-Man. That is so cool, the child gushed, looking at Hadrian in awe. Hadrian blinked, looking at the now enthusiastic child. Is this child a girl or a boy? I can't tell, Hadrian thought to himself with a frown. Can you shoot some webs? Who can you crawl like the rumors say? The child asks, excited to see the vigilante. Where are your guardians? Hadrian asks, kneeling down to look at the child. The kid looked down, sadness in their eyes. They don't want me. They always pay attention to my brother and never me, the child says, tears forming in the corner of their eyes. Hadrian tilted his head in thought. How so? The young Potter asks, wanting a clear picture of what was going on. Well, they always take care of my brother and barely any time with me. Sometimes when I have a nightmare, I would go to my parents. Occasionally I would sleep with them, but the second my brother cries, they go straight to him, the child says, sniffling. Hadrian hummed in thought as he scratched his max chin. And how old is your brother? The young vigilante asks. He is a year old. Why? The child asks, tilting their head. Hadrian closed his eyes, trying to ignore the annoyance building up within him. So this child is more than likely overreacting because they have a baby brother, and because their parents have to take care of the baby, they can't spend as much time with the child, Hadrian thought. Could it be the fact that your brother is still only a baby? Hadrian asks, already knowing the answer. The child frowned, but nodded their head in confirmation. What you must understand is that your baby brother is just that, a baby. Babies cannot take care of themselves. They can't walk, can't talk, they can't take care of themselves. As a result, your parents would have to spend more time with him. But why don't you help them? Hadrian asks. The child blinked, looking at the vigilante oddly. Help them? How? The child asks, confused. Your parents will have to change your brother, feed him, burp him, that type of stuff. Why don't you help lighten the load, so to speak? Taking care of babies is a difficult and tiring task. So when your brother needs to be fed, ask your mother if you could help. Maybe you will even get to hold your brother as you feed him. And one of your parents will be by your side, watching you help. Then you will get to spend more time with them, Hadrian says. This causes the child to look down with a frown. I guess that will be all right. The child mumbled. Hadrian sighed and picked the child up, causing them to let out a surprised noise. Do you know where you live? Hadrian asks. The child frowned and narrowed their eyes. Mom and Dad say not to let strange men know where you live, the child says with a childish look of distrust. That is kind of amusing, Hadrian thought to himself. I'm not a strange man now, am I? You know who I am, right? Hadrian asks. Immediately, the child brightens and nods their head excitedly. Yeah, you're Spider-Man, the child says happily. Hadrian nodded his head. That's right. All I'm going to do is take you back home. Can you show me the way? Hadrian asks. The child frowned and shook their head. No, I don't know, the child says, upset. Hadrian sighed, but nodded his head in understanding. Then let us go to the police. I am certain they can find your parents, the young vigilante says. The child looked at Hadrian with worry, but nodded their head. Hadrian, seeing the look of worry, patted the child on the head, causing the young child to look at Hadrian with a confused expression. Ever swung through a city? Hadrian asks, a small smile under his mask. The child answered the young vigilante's question, with a shake of the head. Well, you're about to find out. Hold on tight, Hadrian says as he raises his arm up, shooting a web out of his wrist and attaching it to a building. With a powerful pull on the web, Hadrian was launched into the air, causing both Hadrian and the child to fly into the air. Wow! The child let out a scream of awe as they swung through the city. Hadrian chuckled as the child let out screams of laughter as the young vigilante took the child to the closest police station. With what seemed to be only minutes, Hadrian landed in front of a police station and put the child on the ground. Had fun? Hadrian asks, looking down at the child. The child smiled up at Hadrian and nodded their head excitedly. Entering the police station, Hadrian saw a mother and father standing before a police officer, a baby boy in the mother's arm, as both parents had tears in their eyes and worry on their faces. Hey kid, is that them? Hadrian asks, tapping the child on the shoulder, pointing towards the couple. The child looked at the vigilante confused before spotting their parents. Mom? Dad? The child calls out, causing both parents to turn and see their child. Oh, my baby! The mother cried as she ran towards the child, pulling them into a one-armed hug as the child's baby brother babbled, reaching out to the child. As the child looked down at their baby brother, a smile crawled onto their face. Mom, can I hold it? The child asks, looking at their mother with signs of rejection. The mother smiled at the child and nodded her head, slowly handing the baby to the child. Make sure to support his neck. Yes, like that, the mother says, giving the child instructions. Just then, the father came up to the child, kneeling before them. Are you all right? The father asks, placing a hand on the child's shoulder. The child in question nodded their head in confirmation. It was so cool. There was this dog that tried to bite me, but Spider-Man saved me, the child says with a bright smile. The parents blinked in surprise before turning to see the muscular man in black skin-tight suit with a spider symbol on his chest, not knowing that the man was in fact a child covered in an alien goo. Both parents looked at Hadrian before smiling at him. Thank you, Spider-Man, for bringing back our child, the mother says with a grateful expression. The father nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, it means a lot to us for you to be taking the time to bring back our child, the father thanks. Hadrian waves of the thanks. Don't mention it. I do this type of thing to help people. That's all, Hadrian states. Especially now that we no longer need to steal money, Hadrian thought in his mind. Hey, Spider-Man, the child calls out, causing their parents and Hadrian to turn to them. Yeah, Hadrian asks, curious. Can we have a picture with you? The child asks, hopeful. Hadrian hummed in thought before ultimately shrugging his shoulders. Sure, why not, the young vigilante says. Standing beside the family, Hadrian watched as a police officer held the family's phone, angling it for the perfect shot. Say cheese, the police officer says with a smile. Cheese, the family says, smiles on their face. Click, the photo was taken, causing the family to go over and get a look of the picture. As the family had a look at the phone, the police officer made his way towards the young vigilante. So you're Spider-Man? I've heard a lot of things about you, but I am grateful to see that not all of them are true, the police officer says, a small smile on his face. The young vigilante tilted his head slightly. Why? Hadrian asks, curious. The man chuckled in response. That you are a heartless man that is consumed by bloodlust. Sure, some of the guys that are brought in did cause some worry, but seeing you with the kid, I think you put that rumor to bed, the man says. Hadrian grunted as he crossed his arms over his chest. I only severely hurt some of the worst criminals, Hadrian states. And the killing? The man asks. The unredeemable, the young vigilante answers. The man sighed. I don't really like you taking the law into your own hands. But you have done much good, the officer says. The law isn't the most reliable thing. It is an easily corruptible thing. I wouldn't trust those in charge to not duck people over for more power, Hadrian states. The man narrowed his eyes at the vigilante. The law may not be perfect, but we work with what we got, the man says. If you say so, Hadrian responded. The police officer looked over to see the family from before, looking to see the smiles on their faces. But while I may not like it, I respect you, the officer says, causing Hadrian to look at him. A masked eye widened as if raising an eyebrow. You go out of your way to help reunite a family. Not many would do that. So thanks, the officer says, holding a hand out. Cautious, Spider-Man hesitantly reached out, shaking the officer's hand. The name's George Stacy. George introduces himself. Spider-Man. Hadrian introduces himself without a hint of emotion. George chuckles, but nods his head. Well, I gotta get going. I promised my daughter I would take her to a concert in a couple hours, George says, leaving Hadrian there, standing in the middle of the lobby. Time to get going, the young vigilante thought to himself. Time skipped. Nick Fury found himself looking down at a stack of paperwork, something that the dark-skinned man hated. Why can't I just shoot the ducking thing and call it a day? The SHALD director wondered for the fifth time today. Knock, knock, knock. Fury looked up, hearing the door to his office being knocked on. Enter, the man called out. The door opened, revealing the red-haired beauty, Natasha Romanoff. I see that you have returned. I assume you have located Hadrian Potter? Nick asks, raising an eyebrow at the woman. The Black Widow nodded her head in confirmation. Yes, you were right, he is Spider-Man. His reaction was proof enough, Romanoff confirmed. Fury nodded his head, already expecting it to be the case. And how did he take the proposal? The director of SHIELD asks. He seemed hesitant and doesn't really like the idea of working with others, but I could tell from his body posture that he would join if needed, the Black Widow answered. Fury nodded his head, internally pleased at the information. Just then, a man entered the room, huffing with sweat covering his face. Agent Coulson, I specifically remember telling you that dash. We got a problem, the man, known as Agent Coulson, cut the director off, causing the dark-skinned man to narrow his eye. And what could be so problematic that you burst into my office? Fury demanded, annoyed. Tony Stark has been reported missing, Agent Coulson answers. Duck Fury thought, wide-eyed. Flashback. Hadrian Potter frowned as he found himself in Diagon Alley. With the helpful guidance of Gellert Grindelwald, the young vigilante was able to learn where and how to enter Diagon Alley to locate his belongings. Wow, this is so beautiful, Violet says in awe, standing beside the dark-haired Potter. Despite having to go across an entire continent, the young vigilante was able to bring a person along, thanks to Gellert's ability in creating a portkey. Though the Dark Lord was never the best at the particular subject, he was only able to create a portkey that could carry 2 people. As a result, the children, aside from Hadrian, played rock, paper, scissors for the chance to go with the young vigilante. Turns out the winner was Violet, who was excited beyond belief to see the alley. Both Hadrian and Violet made their way towards a large marble building that stood out compared to the rest of the alley. Seems like these people sure know how to stand out, Violet says with a cheeky smile. Hadrian let out a grunt, but entered the building, Violet following right behind him. Looking around the place, the duo saw a group of wizards and witches, waiting in line, standing with a goblin behind it, searching for a stand. Hadrian frowned as he noticed one lacking people in line. Odd. Why didn't they go to this one? Hadrian wondered as he made his way towards the stand. Upon reaching it, Hadrian saw the goblin at the stand, looking at him with a narrowed gaze. What do you want, wizard? The goblin asks, irritation in his tone. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Hadrian purposefully ignored the goblin's behavior. I would like to withdraw some galleons from my trust vault, Hadrian says, somewhat politely. The goblin sneered and looked at Hadrian up and down. Key? The goblin asks. Hadrian blinked as he looked at the goblin oddly. What key? The young vigilante asks, confused. In response, the goblin growled in irritation. The key to your vault, the goblin answered, angrily. Violet blinked and looked back and forth between Hadrian and the goblin. I never received a key, Hadrian answers calmly, though the growing irritation on the young boy's face was not a good sign. Then piss off. I have no time for idiotic fools, the goblin scowled. Hadrian clenched his fist tightly, as if ready to strike the goblin. Well, I'll be. Hadrian Potter, a voice spoke out, causing Hadrian and Violet to turn and see an old goblin, making his way towards them. You know him, sir? The goblin at the stand asks, confused. Of course I do. I knew this young one when he was still in diapers, the old goblin says with a smile. Do I know you? Hadrian asks, a confused expression on his face. No, you were just a baby. My name is Splitjaw. I am the Potter, account manager. Come, I will answer any questions you may have, the goblin says, causing both Hadrian and Violet to look at each other. With a shrug from Violet, both Hadrian and the young girl followed the Splitjaw as he walked down the corridors of Gringotts. Break. So, I have siblings? Hadrian asks with a frown, sitting before the goblin with Violet at his side. Splitjaw nodded his head in confirmation. You do indeed. In fact, you and your siblings are triplets, the old goblin informed the young vigilante. Violet looked at the unofficial leader of their little group, curious as to what his reaction would be. Hadrian sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then why wasn't I with them? You would think that keeping siblings together would be the most reasonable thing to do, Hadrian asks, annoyed. Splitjaw shrugged his shoulders in response. That I do not know. All that I know is that you were separated after Halloween, after Voldemort attacked your parents, and your siblings were dubbed the twins who lived, Splitjaw answers, taking a sip of a mug at his desk. Violet tilted her head, a confused expression on her face. But if Harry survived the attack, why wasn't it dubbed the triplets? Who lived? The young girl asks, confused. Immediately Splitjaw perked up. Now that I can answer. At the time of the attack, young Hadrian here was at Hogwarts as he had been suffering through some sort of sickness at the time. We don't know what it was, as both Dumbledore and Pomfrey had not answered any questions on what you had contracted, the old goblin says, taking another sip of his drink. Hadrian looked down at his hands, a frown marring his face. What was the sickness? The young vigilante couldn't help but wonder. Flashback end. Currently lying in a compartment in the Hogwarts Express, Hadrian let out a sigh as he relaxed, eyes closed as he slowly fell asleep. Bang! The young vigilante sat up in surprise as the door to the compartment slammed open. Looking at the door, Hadrian frowned as he saw Rose, standing there with a slightly sheepish expression on her face. Sorry about that. I opened it a bit too hard, the young female Potter apologized. Behind the girl, Zach can be seen, a small smile on his face as he waved at Hadrian. Nodding in greeting to his younger brother, Hadrian looked at Rose, who fidgeted slightly under Hadrian's gaze. Is it fine if we stay here? I understand if you don't want to, but it's just… Rose asks, struggling to find the words. Hadrian shrugged his shoulders as he laid back down. Sure, go right ahead, Hadrian says, receiving smiles from his siblings. Break! Finding himself in his room in Slytherin, Hadrian pulled out the sphere that both Sebastian and Sapphire had worked on. Let's do this, Hadrian thought to himself, focusing his magic into the stone. The effect was immediate as the other half of the glowing stone was now blue. Placing his finger on the red half of the teleporter sphere, the young vigilante concentrated his magic into it, and the world before the young Potter vanished, as the young boy found himself in the warehouse. Looks like it works, a voice says, and Hadrian turns to see Red, walking up to him with a smile. Hadrian chuckled and nodded his head in confirmation. Looks like it does. At least now I can come back to visit you guys and spend more time as Spider-Man, the young vigilante says with a smile. Red snorted and shook his head. You really do love being a vigilante, don't you? The red-eyed boy asked, rhetorically. Last I recall, me being a vigilante is what brought us together in the first place. Hadrian smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, after you tried to leave, Red says, narrowing his eyes at the young Potter. The host of the symbiote raised an eyebrow in response. The two stared at each other in silence, before bursting into laughter. Oh man, it was so funny to see that shocked look on your face when those windows shattered, Red says, laughing. Hadrian snorted and rolled his eyes. Not as funny as your reaction to who I was underneath, the young vigilante responded. True, Red agreed with a nod, recalling how mind-boggling it was to meet the man underneath the suit. Hadrian sighed as he remembered the times he spent with his group of friends, recalling how nice it was to just relax with them. Hey, where is everyone? Hadrian asks, confused. Red chuckled as he placed both hands behind his head. Well, at the moment, both Violet and Gellert are out to get some groceries. Sebastian and Sapphire are on the roof at the moment, Red answers. Hadrian frowned, confused at what both Sebastian and Sapphire would be doing on the roof. Doing what? The young vigilante asks. Red grunted and shrugged his shoulders. Probably making out, the red-eyed boy, causing Hadrian to make a noise of surprise as he turned to Red, wide-eyed. What? When did that happen? The young vigilante asks, shocked. They aren't really together, but they have certainly been giving each other looks and glances, Red answers, chuckling in amusement to the oldest member of the group's reaction. Break! Hadrian sat in the Slytherin stands, watching as Rose flew through the air, dodging and weaving through the bludgers as she searched for the snitch. As of this moment, Gryffindor was playing against Slytherin. Gryffindor was winning by 40 points. How can Slytherin play so stupidly? The young vigilante wondered as he saw the Slytherin players slam into the Gryffindor plays, either trying to knock them off their broom or to throw them off course. Shaking his head with a sigh, Hadrian looked up at the sky, only to blink as he saw Rose, on her broom that steadily rose higher and higher, attempting to buck her off. Someone is jinxing her broom. Hadrian realized I narrowing with rage. Closing his eyes, after a few moments of concentration, the young vigilante's eyes snap open, revealing glowing silver. Magic is mostly invisible to the normal eye, but through concentration and hard work, one can see the unseen. The voice of Shunshur echoed in the young vigilante's eyes. Looking up at his sister, Hadrian saw the workings of magic, the aura around both Rose and the broom. The first being the natural magic that she produced, and the latter being the magic used to keep the broom active. But what Hadrian saw were two pairs of lines attached to the broom located from the teacher's stand. Some teacher is trying to kill my sister, Hadrian yelled in his mind. Looking back up at the broom, the young potter saw the strands as two different colors. The first, a gray line that is a mix of positive and negative emotions that seems to fight against the second line, one that is far darker than the previous one. That's the one, Hadrian thought as around Hadrian's arm, unseen to the normal eye, dark magic began to form. With one twist of his hand, the dark magic tore at the darker string, causing Rose's broom to stop its attempt at bucking Rose off. Looking directly at the teacher's stand, Hadrian saw the defense against the dark arts professor, grasping his head with blood dripping from his eyes. Quirrell, you have made the biggest mistake of your life, Hadrian growled, his silver eyes slowly regaining its emerald green as he deactivated his ability. Awakening and Dragons. Chapter 6. Awakening and Dragons. Quirrell scowled as he paced back and forth in his office. Somehow, someway his jinx had been forcefully shattered. The backlash of the shatter caused his mind to overload, causing blood to drip down his face. How did that happen? I know for a fact that the jinx was working, Quirrell thought to himself, pacing back and forth. You failed to kill the Potter Brat, a voice hissed, causing Quirrell to freeze, shaking with fear. Master, I apologize, as something went wrong. His spell was working, I don't, Quirrell stuttered, fearful of angering his master. Oh, trouble in paradise, a voice taunted, causing Quirrell to stiffen. Before the possessed man could react, a dark object struck his hand, forcing it to slam into the desk and remain stuck. Looking at the desk, the defense professor paled as he saw black webbing covering his hand. Another ball of web struck his hand, causing it to slam into the desk, covering it and stopping his movements. Who's there? Show yourself, Quirrell ordered, trying to hide his fear. A dark chuckle echoed through the room as a Spider-Man walked out of the shadows, his spider symbol drawing the eyes of Quirrell. Who are you? Quirrell stuttered, eyes wide as he looked at the muscular man. Bang! The masked man struck Quirrell, causing a cry of pain to escape the professor as the man's strike was like being hit with a beater's bat. My name has no meaning to you, but I am here for answers. Why did you try to kill Rose Potter? Spider-Man demanded, his masked eyes narrowing, making him more intimidating. Quirrell internally panicked, feeling dread overcome him at the eye-posing vigilante. I don't know what you talking about, the professor says, shaking with fear. Spider-Man growled, grasping the man's jaw as he pulled his head towards the vigilante's mask, the masked man's eyes somehow glaring down at him. Do not lie to me, Spider-Man growled, tightening his grip around the man's jaw, causing a cry to escape Quirrell. Okay, please just stop, Quirrell cried out, hoping for the pain in his jaw to stop. Then talk, Spider-Man growled as he took a step back. Quirrell hoped that his master would speak, so that the masked man would turn his attention to the wraith possessing him. Are you going to talk? Or should I torture it out of you? The dark vigilante demanded, his patience growing thinner the longer he waited. Let me speak to him, a voice was heard from under the turban. With a frown under his mask, Spider-Man moved around Quirrell, grabbing the turban and ripping it off, causing the professor's head to be pulled back as it was ripped off. The eyes on Spider-Man's mask narrowed as he saw the face of Voldemort attached to the back of the defense against the dark arts professor's head. Voldemort, Spider-Man growled. Yes. You see what has happened to me? You see what those Potter twins have done, Voldemort hissed, narrowing his eyes at the vigilante. You deserve more, the masked man growled. I am Lord Voldemort. This is just a minor inconvenience. I will return, and they shall suffer, Voldemort hissed angrily. The dark vigilante growled and pulled his fist back, plunging it straight into Quirrell's torso. A scream of pain escaped the professor as he fell to his knees, Spider-Man's fist covered in his blood. With a snarl, the dark vigilante tore his fist out of the man's body, causing him to whimper as he went limp. "Let's see how you last without a host," Spider-Man growled, wiping the blood off his hands. Whoosh! From the corpse, Voldemort shot out, attempting to flee. "Oh, you know you don't!" Spider-Man roared as he pulled his fist back, magic forming around it. "Iram Perdir," Spider-Man chanted, casting a bright spell to shoot out of his hand, striking Voldemort as he flew away. Voldemort screeched in pain before phasing through the walls, fleeing Hogwarts. Straightening himself, Spider-Man clenched his fists in anger. He got away, Spider-Man thought, eyes narrowing. Time skipped. Rose sighed as she sat in potions class. By her side was Hermione Granger, both girls currently working on their potion, assigned by their professor. As the young female Potter looked around, the young girl frowned as she noticed that her brother was nowhere to be found, something that irritated Professor Snape to no end. "Green grass," Snape barked, causing the young girl to blink in surprise, looking up at her head of house. "Yes, Professor?" Daphne asked with a blank face. As of late, Daphne Greengrass had been becoming known throughout Hogwarts as the Ice Queen of Slytherin, as she had little to no emotion on her face. "Where is the Slytherin Potter?" Snape demanded. The young blonde shook her head in response. "I do not know, Professor," Daphne answers calmly. Snape growled in irritation before using his occlumency to rein in his temper. "Tell Mr. Potter that he has a week of detention with Mr. Filch for his absence," Professor Snape growled, turning around and walking back to his desk. From her seat, Rose frowned as she looked down and thought. "I wonder where Harry is right now," Rose thought to herself. "With Hadrian, it's Spider-Man." A masked robber yelled out to his buddies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the area as Hadrian in his Spider-Man costume dodged through the air, narrowly avoiding the bullets and landing between the robbers. With a sweep of the legs, Hadrian tripped several armed robbers, causing them to land painfully onto the ground. Shooting a web at another robber, Hadrian pulled himself towards the robber and performed a web strike, slamming his foot into the robber's face, bouncing off it like a springboard. The young Potter felt his spider sense tingle, causing him to look in the direction of the danger to see another armed robber aiming a semi-automatic rifle at him. Bang, bang. More bullets flew through the air as the young vigilante twisted through the air, once more dodging the bullets and shooting a web at the robber. Pulling onto the web, Spider-Man flew to the robber and grabbed his collar and threw him into the air, slamming him into the wall before webbing him up. "Hi-ya!" A robber screamed as he charged at Hadrian, arms raised. "Idiot," the young vigilante thought to himself as he twisted on his foot and performed a devastating sidekick, flinging the robber through the air. Smash! And causing the robber to smash into a row of chairs. "Take this, you freak!" The robber roared, causing Hadrian's eyes to narrow and his spider sense to tingle once more. Flum! The robber fired a rocket, causing the rocket to shoot towards the masked vigilante. Scowling from under his mask and angered by being called a freak, something that brought back memories of the Dursleys, the young Potter flipped over the rocket, shooting a web at said rocket and flinging it back at the robber. OSH-boom. The entire place shook as the robber exploded into nothing but blood and gore. The robbers, who were still conscious, shook with fear, dropping their weapons and raising their hands on their heads. "We surrender," one of the robbers says, shaking with terror. Hadrian grunted as he webbed the rest of them up, leaving them either on the walls or the floors before leaving, allowing for the police to handle the rest. "Break," Zach hummed in thought as he scratched his chin. Sitting in the library, the young Potter read through one of the books that caught his attention. Rituals, from what the young Potter read, is a very tricky and difficult subject. One little mistake and things could become disastrous. Despite the fact that the Ministry considered rituals as dark magic, it did not deter the young Potter from learning about rituals. What Zach was able to learn is that despite its dangers, rituals can be very useful, ranging from growing lost limbs, healing dangerous dark magic exposure, enhancing physical strength, and many more. And if the young Potter were to be honest, he found himself disagreeing with the Ministry on the fact that rituals were dark magic. Honestly, it seems like they don't want people to reach their full potential, the young Potter thought. But that is when it clicked. The Ministry didn't want people to reach their full potential, to grow too powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control them. Recalling the many history books he had read, throughout the years, powerful magic users slowly became less and less common the more time had passed, as more and more branches of magic were placed under the category of dark magic. The question is, Who are the ones trying to make them weaker? The dark side or the light side? Zack wondered. Break, Potter! Snape barked as he saw the young vigilante in the hallway, now wearing the school uniform. Yes, Hadrian asks, raising an unimpressed eyebrow at the professor. You have a week of detention for not attending class. The potions master yelled. The young vigilante scoffed, rolling his eyes at the greasy-haired man. Sucka, the young Potter responded, walking past the potions master. Reddening with anger, Snape turns to face Hadrian, pulling his wand out and aiming it at the young vigilante's back. With his spider sense going off, the young vigilante stopped and turned his head slightly, his eye piercing through Snape's rage as he felt fear as he saw the rage in the young boy's eye. Do it! Just ducking do it? I will make sure it is the last thing you do, Hadrian threatened, his eyes beginning to glow, killing curse green. Severus Snape felt his entire body shake with fear, his wand slowly sliding out of his loose grip. Toon! The wand falls to the ground, rolling across it harmlessly. The young vigilante huffed as he walked off, leaving the Slytherin head standing in the middle of the hallway, frozen with fear. What was that? The greasy-haired man thought, barely able to comprehend what just happened. Time skipped. Daphne Greengrass frowned as she watched the Dark Slytherin, a name that has been given to one Hadrian Potter as he defied everyone. The young boy didn't hand in his homework, didn't attend detentions, and was absent for a lot of the classes as of recently, something that annoyed many teachers. But one thing many other houses noticed was that the young Slytherin never bothered others. Sure, he would kick the shit out of anyone who annoyed him, but he didn't bother anyone as long as they didn't bother him. In fact, there were some rumors that he would occasionally help a Gryffindor out, either helping them pick up their books after either accidentally bumping into the young boy or even to pass something if he was near it. It certainly confused everyone and angered the Slytherins. He wasn't like them, and he didn't bow down to anyone, not even the professors. Just then, an owl flew into the Great Hall, landing before the young Potter. As Hadrian raised an eyebrow at the owl, he carefully undid a letter attached to its talon and gave it some water before looking at the letter. After a few moments, the letter was burned to ashes, confusing many people as the young vigilante didn't use a wand. I wonder what that was about, the young girl thought to herself, watching as the young Potter ate his meal. Break! Hadrian rubbed the back of his neck as he let out a yawn. Making his way down some stone steps, the young vigilante found himself walking towards a small cabin belonging to one Rubeus Hagrid. Earlier that day, the young Potter had received a letter from the half-giant, requesting he come a visit later that day. Knowing that the giant was friends with his parents, the young boy decided to accept the invitation, walking down the stairs outside of Hogwarts towards his home. Reaching the front of the house, the young vigilante couldn't but blink in surprise as he saw a massive pumpkin not too far from the home, probably reaching up to Hadrian's height. Shits, that's a massive pumpkin, the young Potter thought to himself. Shaking his head, the young boy turned his head towards the front door and raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. The young vigilante knocked on the door. From inside, Hadrian heard a dog barking as a voice scolded the animal. A few moments later, the door opened, revealing the half-giant, who looked down at Hadrian with a smile on his face. Ah, Harry. How are ya? Hagrid asks with a bright smile on his face. Good. And yourself? Hadrian asks, raising an eyebrow at the massive man. Hagrid smiled brightly at the young vigilante as he stepped aside. I have been good. Come in, come in. Your brother and sister are. Inside, Hagrid says, surprising Hadrian. With a slight frown, the young Potter entered the home, seeing both Zack and Rose sitting at the table with small cups in their hands, a plate with what looks to be a cake in front of them. Oh, hey Harry, Rose greets with a smile, though the young vigilante noted the sadness in the young girl's eyes. After declining their invitation to join them for Christmas, things had been a little awkward for the Potter triplets. Of course, the three did occasionally talk, but it wasn't the most comfortable conversation for them. So, what did you need? Hadrian asks, turning to the half-giant, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Hagrid smiled brightly as he made his way towards a pot that hung above a fire. Funny you should ask, Harry. I brought your heir for this, Hagrid says, putting on a pair of mittens and digging something out of the pot. Ooh, Hagrid says, shuffling what looks to be an egg between both hands, before softly placing the egg onto the table. The Potter triplets blink in surprise as they look down at the egg, confusion evident in their eyes. Hagrid, what is that? Rose asks, a small frown on her face. That, my dear, is a dash. Dragon egg, Zack spoke, cutting Hagrid off from answering. The half-giant blinked in surprise before smiling brightly at the youngest male Potter. That's right, Zack. A dragon egg, Hagrid says with a smile. Crack! The sound of the egg breaking caused everyone to turn to the dragon egg, watching as a small head popped out. Immediately, Rose cooed at the adorable dragon, noting how it forced its way out with its small body. Oh, Hagrid. He is adorable, Rose says in awe, smiling down at the baby dragon. Yes, he certainly is, Hagrid says as the dragon turns to him, slowly moving towards the half-giant and looking up at him. Oh, look! He knows his mummy, the massive man says with a smile. It's a girl, Hadrian states, causing everyone to turn to the young vigilante. How do you know that? Hagrid asks, curious. Hadrian sighed as he pointed to the dragon's claw, noted how the baby dragon looked down at his hand, tilting her head in curiosity. If you pay attention to her claws, you will notice that they are larger and sharper than some dragons. This one is a Norwegian ridgeback. These claws are different from their male counterparts to protect their eggs from predators. After all, a mother dragon is the most dangerous type of dragon, Hadrian says, surprising everyone with his knowledge. Even I didn't know that, Zack admits, surprised at his older brother's knowledge. Hadrian grunted in response, crossing his arms over his chest. You didn't have to learn that the hard way, the young vigilante thought to himself. So, what are you going to call her? Rose asks, turning back to Hagrid. Well, I was thinking dash. Creak. Everyone heard the sound of the window opening, causing everyone to turn to see the grinning face of one, Draco Malfoy. Without so much as a word, the blonde turned around and ran off, making his way towards the castle as fast as he could. Silence descended upon everyone as they watched the young Slytherin run. Duck, Hadrian cursed, knowing that the little twit was going to blab. Oh, that's not good, Zack sighs, knowing that things were going to be difficult. What do we do? If Malfoy talks, they're going to take the dragon, Rose asks, worry on her face. Hadrian sighed as he turned to the baby dragon, noting that she was looking up at him, curiosity in her eyes. I don't know, Hagrid stuttered, fear in the half-giant's eyes. I'll handle it, the young vigilante says, causing everyone to turn to him. What? Hagrid asks, confused. Hadrian sighed as he shook his head in exasperation. I said I will handle it. I know someone who can take care of her, Hadrian says, holding his hand out, palm facing up to the baby dragon. Looking down at Hadrian's palm, the baby dragon stood there, as if contemplating her options. After a few moments, the baby dragon looked up, only to see the young vigilante's tattoo, the head of the black dragon, peeking out from underneath his sleeve before its eyes flashed green and it moved, pulling back and disappearing underneath Hadrian's clothes. That was all the baby dragon needed as she stepped onto Hadrian's hand, resting on it as she closed her eyes. Where will you take? Hagrid asks, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Somewhere safe. Trust me, Hadrian says, placing a comforting hand on the giant's shoulder with his opposite hand. Hagrid looked down at Hadrian, inspecting the young vigilante's eyes before nodding in acceptance. Very well. Please take care of her, Hagrid says to the young Potter. Hadrian nodded his head before turning to his siblings. If I were you, I would get a move on. Who knows how long it will be until the teachers arrive, Hadrian says as he turned around and walked out the house. Both Zack and Rose looked at each, silently communicating before nodding their head in agreement. Quickly getting up, both siblings make their way out of the home, noting that Hadrian was nowhere to be seen. Where did Harry go? Zack asked, surprised. Rose frowned as she searched around, finding no trace of the young vigilante. I don't know. It's like he just teleported, the young girl says. Zack sighs as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Rose, you can't apparate out of Hogwarts. The wards won't allow it, Zack informs his sister. Rose sighed, but conceded, knowing that her younger brother had a point. Knowing that staying near Hagrid's place was a risk, the siblings made their way up the stairs and entered Hogwarts, wondering where their oldest brother went. Break. Hadrian expected many things when coming back home, but he did not expect this. Looking around the warehouse, the young vigilante gaped as he saw fire everywhere. Confused as all hell, the young Potter gawked as he saw Sebastian running around while engulfed in fire, laughing like a maniac. Sapphire right behind the young boy as she called out to him. Sebastian, please stop. The young girl pleaded as she chased after the fire-covered boy. Ha! Flame on! Sebastian cackled as he continued to run around. The young vigilante stared at both kids, not knowing what the hell was going on. What? The young symbiote host wondered out loud. Trust me, it's a weird day for us, a voice spoke out, causing Hadrian to turn to see the exasperated face of Gellert Grindelwald. What is going on? Why is Sebastian on fire? The young Potter asks, confused. Still in his hand, the baby dragon watched as Sebastian ran around on fire, still laughing like a maniac. Turns out that Sebastian is in fact an elemental, a fire one at that, and he just awakened his elemental powers, the ex-Dark Lord states, causing Hadrian to release a tired sigh. Of course he did, Hadrian grumbled, rubbing his forehead to relieve himself of the already growing headache. I still don't understand why he went all pyromaniac on us, a voice spoke out, causing Hadrian to turn and see Red, walking towards Hadrian with his hands in his pockets. What? Did he just light up and start laughing like a stereotypical villain? The young vigilante asks, just as the newly awakened elemental let out another cackle. Red sighed and nodded his head in confirmation. Pretty much, yeah, the red-eyed boy answered, shrugging with a what can you do expression. Hadrian groaned as he rubbed his eyelids. Great. Can you fix the damages? Hadrian asks Gellert, turning to the ex-Dark Lord. Gellert sighed and shook his head. I can't. The sheer power of elemental magic is hard to repair. It's better if we find a new place to stay. By the time we realized what was happening, the top floor was already on fire while Sebastian jumped down to the bottom floor, running around like a headless chicken, the old man says, causing Hadrian to let out a frustrated groan. Taking a deep breath, the young vigilante coughed as he breathed in the smoke caused by Sebastian's flames. Shaking his head, Hadrian's eyes glowed bright green as he waved his hand out. The effect was immediate as the fire was extinguished while Sebastian let out a surprised gasp before falling to his knees, then face-planting. The young vigilante grunted as he fell to one knee, feeling blood drip from the corner of his mouth. Quickly, Red grasped Hadrian's arm, throwing it over his shoulder as he helped the young Potter up. The baby dragon looked over at Sebastian, its head tilted in interest, fascinated by the young elemental. Are you all right? What did you do? Red asks, confused. Gellert, on the other hand, looked at the scorch marks of where the elemental flames burned, bewildered. I was able to forcefully cut the connection between Sebastian and his fire, but as a result it knocked him out. Of course, I underestimated how powerful Sebastian's flames were and nearly knocked myself out in the process, Hadrian states. That is to be expected. Even the weakest of elementals can create fire that is comparable to fiend fire, Grindelwald states, causing both Hadrian and Red to turn to him. Of course, when does anyone in our group have anything normal? Red responds sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Hadrian chuckled as he shook his head in amusement. Violet is a metamorphagus. I'm the host of a symbiote and a vigilante, and Sebastian is now a fire elemental, Hadrian says before turning to Red. And what are you going to be, my red-eyed friend? Red chuckled as he rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Me? I am the master of sarcasm. Beware for the bullshits that I do not give, Red joked, causing both Hadrian and Gellert to laugh in amusement. Just then, Sapphire made her way towards the trio, a small smile on her face. Hey, I just put Sebastian in bed. He should be out for a while, the young girl informs Hadrian, the de facto leader of the group. The young vigilante let out a sigh of relief and nodded his head. Very well. Now where is Violet? Hadrian asks, looking around. Just then, the door to the warehouse opened as Violet entered, hands full of plastic bags. I'm back, I got some. What the hell happened? Violet exclaimed, looking around in shock and confusion. The group stared at the young girl, before letting out a nervous chuckle. Well, it would seem that Sebastian is a fire elemental, Hadrian says, a sheepish expression on his face. And he decided it would be fun to yell flame on while engulfed in fire, Red added. And I had to chase him as he ran around the warehouse, lighting everything on fire, Sapphire says with an unamused expression. Violet blinked at the group, then sighed as she looked down at the floor, disappointment present on her face. Why must there always be something? The young girl mumbled to herself. Violet rubbed the bridge of her nose in frustration. Then where are we supposed to stay? The warehouse is practically destroyed, and since Gellert hasn't repaired it yet, it means that he can't, Violet asks, placing the bags onto the floor. Gellert hummed in thought before looking at the group of children before him. Perhaps we could stay in one of my ancestral homes? I haven't been there in a long time. So maybe it's safe, the ex-Dark Lord offered. The children were contemplating the offer until they saw Hadrian shake his head. No, you would need to go to the goblins to gain access to your homes if it's blocked from you. And if that's the case, then they will turn you in immediately. So I guess it's time to see what the Potter family has. I will make my way to Gringotts now and go from there, Hadrian says to his group. Gellert frowned, but nodded in understanding. It was worth a shot, but you have a point. My homes are either closed off from me or destroyed, a result from my actions in the war, the ex-Dark Lord says. Just then, a groan was heard as the group turned to see Sebastian making his way towards them. What the hell happened? Feels like my head's in a vice, the young elemental says before noticing the baby dragon in Hadrian's hand. Oh, she is adorable, Sebastian cooed as he picked up the baby dragon without hesitation, petting her with a smile on his face. Everyone blinked in surprise as the female dragon licked Sebastian's hand, a bright light engulfing the duo, surprising the children and shocking Gellert. You have got to be kidding me, the old wizard states, causing everyone to turn to him. What has he done now? Red asks with a groan. It would seem that our elemental has just gained a familiar. A dragon at that, Gellert answers. A simultaneous groan escaped the children, knowing that a pyromaniac and a dragon would be like a house on fire. Or warehouse on fire in this case. I think I will call you Shade, Sebastian says with a smile. No longer glowing, Shade licked the young elemental's hand in response. Looks like she likes her name, Sapphire says with a smile. Hadrian, on the other hand, sighed, rubbing his forehead as his headache grew. I intended for Gellert to take care of her, but it looks like Sebastian just took over before I could ask, the young vigilante thought to himself. Break. Hadrian narrowed his eyes as he found himself at the train station near Hogwarts, the moon shining above the dark sky. Lights of the stone castle dimmed to the point of nearly consuming the school in darkness. Hiding in the darkness, the young vigilante watched as the train was slowly being prepared for departure, the destination being back to Platform 9 3/4, where resources will be stored in the train to head back to Hogwarts. Does explain how the school maintains their food supplies. They feed us like we're royalty in that place, the young boy thought to himself. The host of the Symbiote perked up as steam escaped the front of the train slowly beginning to move, signaling its departure. Bringing his hand up, a web shot out of Hadrian's wrist, attaching itself to the side of the cart. Quickly pulling on the web, the young vigilante shot out of his hiding place and attached himself to the side of the cart, the train now picking up speed. Okay, I have 14 hours before I need to get back. That is more than enough time to handle everything, the young Potter thought to himself as he climbed atop the cart, laying low so as to not be spotted as the train left the vicinity of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Break. If Hadrian were to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his home was located in America, he would have taken a plane to go to Diagon Alley, but the train was the faster option, since it was actually only an 8-hour trip to the station and a 20-minute swing to the Leaky Cauldron. With the sun slowly beginning to rise, the young Potter made his way through the mostly empty streets of Diagon Alley to the just open bank of Gringotts. Seeing the guard standing before the entrance of the bank, the young vigilante stepped into the bank to see a few goblins sitting at their stations, either doing paperwork or handling minor tasks. Looking at the goblins in question, the young boy spotted a goblin, looking down at a piece of paper with a pen in hand. And if Hadrian were to be honest, out of all the goblins that he had seen, this particular goblin had the least amount of work remaining. Hello, I am here to see the Potter account manager, Hadrian informed the goblin. From his place, the goblin merely gazed up before releasing a sigh. Very well, I will have someone take you to Grip Hook, the goblin says as he turns around, hopping off what was probably a stool before walking off. Hadrian cocked an eyebrow, but shrugged his shoulders as he waited. The young vigilante didn't have to wait long as a relatively young goblin walked up to him. I am here to take you to Grip Hook. Follow me, the young goblin says, gesturing for Hadrian to follow. Break. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, a muffled voice responded, opening the door to the manager of the Potter accounts. Hadrian blinked in surprise as a relatively old-looking goblin sat behind a very expensive-looking desk, writing on something as a stack of paper were beside him. One moment, please, the goblin says, finishing off what he was writing before looking up. It has been quite a long time since we last met, Mr. Potter. In fact, you were only a babe when your mother and father introduced me to you and your siblings, Grip Hook says with a chuckle. The young vigilante stepped forward, making his way towards the desk. "Now what can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" The old goblin asks. "I would like to see any properties my family has, please," Hadrian answers. The goblin nodded his head, turning around as he made his way to some shelves, grabbing a somewhat large file and placing it on the desk. "This is everything that the Potters have: money, investments, artifacts, and properties. If it were not for the fact that the war around my office informed me of a Potter by blood or marriage had entered, then I wouldn't even be handing this to you. Now, as you are also the heir to the family, you will be capable of handling any investments upon the age of 15-inch grip hook," informs Hadrian. The young vigilante cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the old goblin. "And why not 13? The dark-haired boy asks. Grip hook merely gave the superhero an unimpressed expression. "Seriously? Do you truly believe a 13-year-old would be mature enough to handle such expensive investments when most don't even know what person they like?" The old goblin asks. Hadrian paused before nodding his head. "Fair enough," the young vigilante says as he looked through the file. "Money, no. Artifacts? No. Oh, there is a blade of darkness, but moving on. Investments? Looks like I have some shares in Stark Industries, nice. Wait, Agresti Designs? Isn't that the company that has that kid as a model? What was his name? Oh, that's right, Adrian. Scarily close to my name," the young boy thought to himself before shaking his head. Flipping to the next page, Hadrian blinked in surprise as he saw a list of properties, ranging from entire towers to regular family homes to mansions. "Duck me, we have a lot of shit," the young boy thought to himself. As the young vigilante inspected the property's info, Hadrian sighed, as the many of them were located in many parts of the world, from Poland to Russia to even Australia and France. But there were only 3 properties in America. Okay, the first is a family home that has 4 bedrooms. Better than what we had, but might as well pick the best so we don't get in each other's way. Next is a blood summer home, has 15 bedrooms, and is made for parties. You know, too much room, honestly. Okay, this one sounds good. 10-bedroom mansion with a nice pool in the backyard. It's big, but definitely not as big as the second option, Hadrian thought to himself before looking up at Grip Hook. "Can I have access to the third property?" the young boy asks, placing the file onto the desk and pointing to properties under the subtitle America. Looking down at the file, Grip Hook inspected the property for a few moments before nodding his head. "Yeah, I could do that. Just need to deactivate the lockdown wards, and you will be all set," the old goblin informs Hadrian. The young vigilante nodded his head with a small smile, somewhat excited to see his new home. "Time skip. Overkill much?" Red asks, looking at Hadrian from beside the young vigilante. The group found themselves standing before the massive 3-story mansion, with beautiful hedges around the massive fence that surrounded the property and the massive garage at the side of the building. The entrance of the home has a large fountain with the road circling around it, allowing for any cars to park without embedding the road. "Well, it was this, or a regular family home that had 4 bedrooms, or a massive summer home that had 15 bedrooms, so I picked the most reasonable," the young vigilante retorted. Sebastian, on the other hand, snorted. "Reasonable, my ass," the young boy stated. Sebastian hissed as Sapphire elbowed him, glaring at the young boy. "It's a beautiful place, Sebastian. And besides, why are you complaining? You have an entire room for yourself," the young sapphire-eyed girl asked. At her words, the effect was immediate, as practically everyone ran into the mansion, leaving Sapphire, Hadrian, and Gellert standing in the same spot, blinking owlishly at the sudden reaction from the others. "Looks like they are excited," the ex-Dark Lord says dryly. Hadrian snorted, but walked inside the mansion, wanting to see what they now had, while also making sure to link his teleporter sphere to his room. "Last thing I want is to travel all the way from the warehouse to the mansion. 3 hours is long enough as it is," the young boy thought to himself. Break. It didn't take long for everyone to have their own respective rooms, something that all of them were excited about. Entering the living room, the young vigilante fondly rolled his eyes as he saw that their little family had already set up the TV, watching anything that was of interest. "Why am I not surprised?" the dark-haired boy asked rhetorically. Violet giggled as she patted at the empty spot beside her, which Hadrian took not a moment later. "What can we say? You like to enjoy what we can," Red answers with a laugh. Hadrian chuckled, but nodded his rad, understanding what the red-eyed boy meant. This just in, billionaire playboy Tony Stark has been confirmed missing since his showcase of his new weapon, the news reported. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he leaned forward with a frown. "That doesn't sound good," Sebastian says, leaning back against the couch. Violet looked at Hadrian, noticing the young boy's narrowed eyes. "Is something wrong, Harry?" the young girl asks. "Yeah." Tony Stark goes to show off his new weapons and ends up missing in a country filled with terrorists. Seems like the terrorists might have kidnapped Stark to try and have him make something for them. Probably a weapon that has never been seen, Hadrian says, knowing that that was the most likely situation. The atmosphere became tense as everyone turned to the TV. Things were starting to brew.